Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
So we are going to the High Museum of Art.
We need to make it straight.
Hey, it's May, and today we're at the High Museum of Art. Okay, so before we go in, what are you expecting to see when you get in here?
So this is the Museum of Art. So I'm thinking, I want to see artistic hand sculptures. Why you laughing?
You know what I want to see? I want to see one of those like a painting where it's all one color, and then I actually get to feel the emotion that they're trying to convey with the
artists communicate
and the mediums.
Yeah, through their passion.
What is it? Not the mediums, the media. The media.
Yeah. Abstract.
Okay, so we just listened to the lady talk to some people.
Yeah, we ear hustled the tour guide.
And so basically she said, go straight ahead, go up this spiral staircase, and just look at all the exhibits.
We'll do it.
Oh yeah, by the way, today is considered a second Sunday. So if you didn't know, every second Sunday of the month, the High Museum offers free admission. And all you have to do is just sign up and get your tickets in your email, and then of course pay for parking. So basically, you just walk up and down that winding little walkway that we were on, and you decide what gallery you want to go to.
That's simple enough.
So right now we're on 2, which is special exhibits, European art, and decorative arts. What's this, radishes?
Yeah, tray of radishes, porcelain, Chamberlain and Co., Worcestershire, England.
Wow. So this punch pot is from 1770?
That's impossible. Gotta keep the dust off it.
I mean, somebody...
I say something down for 10 seconds if you dusty.
What does this piece say to you?
It looks like the sea is very fruitful.
Now, is that what it means, or did you?
Just got the C and the pineapples.
But did you?
Very, very fruitful.
But did you? Did you read that, or did you really come up with that?
I can feel it.
What are you looking at? It's cool because I always see stuff like this in like movies and stuff, but never in real life. That's crazy.
That's true.
You said this is marble?
Yeah, say something about the marble export.
The amount of detail.
Huh?
The amount of detail. They even got the wrinkles in his forehead.
Okay. Pierre Eugene Emile Hebert.
1887. I'm not even gonna try to read, but the medium is terracotta. This is crazy. This is from 1865.
That's crazy.
It looks like you're in there, really. Oh, that's nice. What is it? When I turned the corner, I thought this was the bowls in the cabinet at
Right,
the
that's
house.
meal prep.
That's what we about to call
That's
this.
meal prep right there.
It's called Cubis, and it was made in 1938, and it's pressed glass. All we need is some lids.
Right, that's meal prep right
Man, that's crazy. I feel like
there. That's 3D.
I could jump in that water.
That's 3D.
Portrait of Count Vittorio Alfieri. He looked just like them people they be casting in the movies.
Uh-huh.
That's crazy. Wow.
He eating that one dude hand.
No. You talking about right here?
Yeah.
Oh, no, wait. I was looking at the man biting the other man.
He eating his hand. Well, is that what he doing?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. He biting him.
Oh, my bad.
And she's like, get off of him. Y'all, we really be out here. Like,
For sure.
if
For sure.
you're in the Atlanta area, you can run into us.
All the time.
We just ran into some subscribers.
Right. Very nice. Very nice. You
nice
gotta y'all gotta follow her page.
I'm gonna put the clip up now.
Man, what's yours, man?
Lifestyle with Latasha.
Lifestyle with Latasha.
Lifestyle with Latasha. I do home decor, stuff like
Oh,
that.
perfect.
And I'm a local realtor too.
That's LATOSHIA.
Okay. LATOSHIA. Oh, perfect.
So this is Saint Sebastian, and Saint Sebastian got holes in him because he was shot with countless arrows.
Thank you, Sebastian. He got a duck. Or get behind something.
Y'all, these folks done. They can sculpt a veil onto a sculpture, and it look like it's fabric, and that's really not fabric.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Wow.
That's crazy.
This looked like the game that they used to have on the old computers with the sticks, and the sticks would pop up, and then you had to click the sticks before they start layering on top of each other.
Yeah. I forgot the name of it.
My screen looked like this often. That's crazy. This is a combination of linen, wool, acrylic, lurex, cotton, viscose, silk, rayon, and mohair. That's crazy. I wonder what it feels like.
Please don't touch it.
No, this is crazy. This is ink blots. And somehow, the artist was able to take all the shapes from the ink blots and still make it into a perfect square. After walking around here, I realized that I'm amazed by geometric stuff. and optical illusions. So we just came up to the next floor up, and they got furniture. I need one of these.
They got wheels on it too. You
What?
ain't gotta pick it up.
Man, that thing nice.
Mhm.
What you said about this one?
It's real secure. They got keyholes and locks on each drawer.
They can probably have it too.
Mm-hmm.
Back when they was using that real wood. We found Abraham Lincoln.
Yeah, that's Buddy.
Man, what's crazy is I only seen the side of his face. I said, wait a minute, is that Abraham?
Yeah, that's crazy. You would think you'd see more presidents. Well, I think this first one we've seen.
Yeah.
I was looking in the mirror.
Which one you like better, this one or this one?
I like the big dummy one.
Yeah.
That'd be big dummy. I mean, the one in the mirror cool, but the big dummy, that's ignorant.
But you know what? This one got, what is that? Upside down horse? What is
Yeah,
that?
like deers.
That's
Oh, it's a
crazy.
tribute to the wildlife. They got fish and everything in there.
Wow.
Yeah, that's straight right there.
I'm gonna get you some of these shoes.
Oh yeah, gotta get them low.
That's crazy. It looks like he actually got clothes on.
Yeah, they do.
Help him. Oh. Wow. Every time I see a chair, I want to sit in it.
That one look like Mickey Mouse.
It does.
Mm-hmm.
We need this chair right here.
Mm-hmm.
This chair got the place for your cheeks. This look like a bedroom.
I like that thing right there.
Which one? This one?
The tall thing.
Oh.
Mm-hmm. Need that for the house.
All right, so we made it through the exhibit. How would you rate the High Museum on a scale of 1 to 10?
8.
Okay,
I'm gonna say 8.
that's better than half. Okay,
Mm-hmm. What about you?
you know what? I'd give it a 10. There's a lot of different art in there and like types of art and like the textures and things like that.
Yeah.
And then
Yeah.
like the ambiance, and then you could look at something and then somebody else will walk up and then they start explaining what it means, and I was like, oh, there's really a lot to learn in there. So yeah, I liked it.
Okay. Sound good to me.
Sound like we gonna be back every free
You
Sunday.
ain't lying. Yeah, you can't do that.
Yeah, you can't beat that.
Free.
Free. Well, alrighty, if you like this video, don't forget to hit the like and the subscribe button so you don't miss any of our future adventures. See you next time.
Well, I'm glad they enjoyed it. Good morning, everyone. That was a tour of the High Museum in Atlanta, and I've never been. I know my son's been, but looks like these kids had a good time, and nothing like free tickets to get you out of the hood for a bit. So, everyone, while you're here, make sure you hit the like button. If you're new to the channel, please subscribe to the Galt Urban Landlord channel. Be so kind as to subscribe to my channel as well. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. Want to actually, before I forget, mention some folks who've been very kind, and we'll just call them sponsors of today's show. Shout out to Deacon Dave, Claris, Dolomite, and Here for the Tea. So we encourage sponsoring the show, and that sort of thing. Make sure that you reward and remember our executive producer Portia J, and just overall support your favorite hosts. Pick a show that you like and make sure you keep the show hosted. So we'll move on. Today's show, we will get to news, but I've got a few videos I want to go through, and you'll catch the theme at some point. And once we're done with the videos, I've got a bunch of news stories, and then I'm not sure how the show ends up. There's a Supreme Court case that involving basically it looks like parents are going to be able to opt out of story time. I guess they still do that in the lower grades of school. Basically, if you don't like what the teacher is reading that day during story hour, you may be able, if the Supreme Court goes with it, we won't know till June. You may be able to just say, hey, that's not a topic that's suitable for my child. Let him go play in the corner with crayons, or go play in the corner with crayons or something. So we'll see. But I've actually got the arguments of that case, which I would like to get to towards the end of the show. I mean, I like listening to, the style of argument, and I know at least Deacon Dave does. So anyway, that is what's planned. Of course, things don't always go to plan on this Stanley versus the world thing, but we'll do the best we can. I have the wrong link. Do I really? Oh, how'd that happen? Let's see. I'll go ahead and let me unpost it then, and then I'll repost it. Remove. Then. And who knows? It might have been like a Freudian slip-in on purpose. And let's see if we can't repost it. Okay, there we go. That should be the right link. So we'll move on to the next video. This actually I just watched a few minutes ago, and it's good enough to kind of rearrange the videos I was going to watch. This is signifier. What is it? I can't even remember his name. FD Signifier, who I know a lot of folks in this universe love, but I love him more. So let's have a look at what he has to say. And the title of the video is "The Real Reason Why Black Male College Enrollment is Dropping." Let's see what he comes up with.
Okay, you got it now. I'm here.
You got what?
I said, you got it now. I'm here. It was redirecting me to another show.
It was either John's. I think I posted the wrong link. Sometimes that happens.
Yeah, shit happens. Whatever. You fixed it.
Yeah, well, I prepared the show, like woke up at 2 and started preparing it. Maybe I should do it earlier. So let's see what FD has to say here.
All right.
Black men aren't going to college trended, and I can't help but feel similar to how I did when I was a teacher and I had to take a day off. And when I came back, it seemed like the internet didn't know how to act, but that's expected. And I also want to say before I start ranting, because this one will get ranty, shout out to people like Marquise Devon and Professor Odie. I think Kim Foster stuck her neck out with her audience to have a nuanced discussion about this. Olay also dropped the podcast with a bunch of people about this and so on. Plenty of others have had really good takes on this. So if you're locked into the greater Black progressive commentary space, and you kind of already know that this is a BS culture war discussion. That said, I do have some thoughts. So if you're new to the topic or the issue or this whatever, the conversation about what's wrong with Black men is one that comes up a lot. In particular, this all started from a New York Times article that brought up how specifically Black male college enrollment is down at HBCUs, which is an important thing to point out for a few reasons. Most significantly is that this went from a specific discussion about HBCU enrollment, which is a small fraction of all college students in general, into a broader discussion about Black men specifically in all colleges. And that should be enough to show you the real core reason why this became a trending topic, which is it gave an excuse for people to talk bad about Black men online. A lot of y'all motherfuckers hate Black men. You do. And you love to talk about us regardless of the situation, unless it's something really, really good. And even then, some of y'all, I be seeing y'all, it's only to talk bad about how the good thing we're doing isn't as good as it seems. And I think this is so insidious because as I say this, I know there are certain people whose antenna are going up because this does sound a little bit like Black manosphere talk, because this is something that they will say all the time, broken clock and all that. However, if you know me and you watch me, you know I'm not a manosphere red pill type of guy. Some of you really want to put me in that box very badly. And that's because, again, y'all low-key hate us. And so anytime a Black man talks positively about Black men, you take it as some type of, like, I need y'all to go to therapy and get offline. I'm just being real with y'all. But the reason why this doesn't get called out a lot is because it's very easy to hide contempt and anger and hatred towards Black men in concern trolling and saying, oh, I just want to uplift and fix Black men and confront the problems that Black men present to the world. So you'll have people like Steve Harvey forcing a bunch of boys to cut their hair so they can become real men, not thinking about the traumatic and anti-Black ideology steeped in that type of behavior. You can just say, oh, I don't think Black men should be degenerates or deadbeats or brokies or abusers or predators. And those are all things I think most of us would agree upon. But when you don't have a good understanding of Black men, when you don't have any good relationship with Black men around you, and you don't talk to or listen to Black men when they talk about these issues, then you don't end up saying anything useful or meaningful. You end up at best concern trolling and at worst, just trolling. The stuff that the world tends to push forward about Black men is hard to be supportive of. I get it. But you also have to be critical about how these things end up in your face, because as soon as a Black man acts a donkey in public or does do something dysfunctional, all the cameras and the microphones show up. For example, right now, y'all are turning this Aaron the plumber dude who got famous off the balloon pop, whatever. Y'all are turning him into the next Kevin Samuels right before our eyes. And it's like nothing we can do to stop it. And I want to be clear, this is me shooting at everyone, other Black men, Black women, white people, LGBTQ people. So many people online constantly fall for this same trick. 6 months ago, some of y'all were convinced that Black men were going to vote for Donald Trump, despite the fact that I and others have been telling y'all this was a myth for like 5 years at that point. Some of y'all are convinced that Black men actually prefer white women because you keep seeing it on TV, not thinking about who controls TV. And even as people present you all with data, you want to reject the data. It's like you don't want to face the truth. And on this particular topic, we've known forever about the way that the deck is stacked against Black men and boys as soon as they walk through the door. And it took that one clip of all the teachers staring at the Black boy waiting for him to misbehave to go viral for some people to take it seriously that this was a thing. There are so many studies at this point talking about everything from fatherhood to sexual gratification to show that the world stays lying about Black men. Yet, as soon as one of those same lies props back up, folks are quick to believe it. And here we are talking about Black men not going to college when, if you know anything about this issue, this is true for all men right now. All men. And that's indicative of a much bigger issue and more complex problem. But the easiest to believe and the most familiar answer to this type of question is,
well, something must be uniquely wrong with black men in particular. There must be something specific about black men and black men only to explain this problem.
nobody is saying that about white men. No one is saying,
I wonder what it
I wish
is
he
about
would
white
stop
men that's
with the-
caused them
with
not to
the-
go to college.
maybe
Audio
it's
sound
hip hop
effects.
or Jelly Roll or whatever. That never happens. Like another big trending topic that's been all over the internet for years now is the loneliness epidemic and the suicide rate for men, specifically white men. And understand, the suicide rate for all men has went up in the last 20 years, but nobody's saying that this is specifically a thing that white men are experiencing, even though the rate for white men suicide is the main one driving that increase for all men. Do we never talk about white people the same way we talk about black people? Yes, this is going to come up later in the Nebula read. But as soon as some think piece drops that tries to uniquely isolate black men as some specific example of a problem, some of you nod and say,
Yeah, niggas do be dropping out of school.
which is not true, by the way. Like in the last couple of years, the graduation rate for high school boys has actually risen. Did y'all know that? Of course you didn't. Y'all never know that shit. Well, I ain't gonna front. I didn't know that either, but I expected the shit because I know better. It's a well understood thing that anything bad or negative happening in the greater population of Americans is going to be worse with black people, black men and women and gay people, trans, etc. If you're black, that is a net negative on any situation that might be happening with everyone else. That's just how racism works. So all men and boys are feeling the effects of late capitalism and social isolation and a massive shift in cultural and gender dynamics that has thrown them off. Many of these men and boys feel isolated by the current educational environment and how social structures have changed what education is actually worth. And that is much bigger than issues of racial identity. I got to pull out some bell hooks again, which I got to just say, I think some of y'all read like All About Love and didn't read shit else. Like Bell Hooks has written so much on men and masculinity, and I really like get in there. Like Bell Hooks shouldn't be the final voice on understanding man or black man and patriarch, etc. But I know like she's a very good entry point. Can y'all please enter? More than any group of men in this nation, black males have realistically understood wage slavery. They have been far less likely than other groups of men to believe that employment will lead to self-esteem and self-respect. Black men are not counted among those groups of male workers Susan Faldy called attention to in Stiff, The Betrayal of the American Man, when she describes men coming to terms in the 80s and 90s for the first time with the fact that patriarchal masculinity was not being affirmed in the arena of work. Faldy laments that there was something almost absurd about these men struggling week after week to recognize themselves as dominators when they were so clearly dominated. These men, almost all white that Foley describes, are experiencing the same disillusionment with the myth of work as access to patriarchal manhood that most black men have lived with from slavery to the present day. Foldy concludes her massive study by suggesting that disenfranchised male workers, again, she focuses almost exclusively on white male workers, may be forced by circumstance to venture from the conventional route in order to find a better way forward to a meaningful manhood. Had she seriously focused on black males as workers, Foley would have found examples of unemployed men, of workers paid low wages for a lifetime of labor who have done just that, created meaningful
Why did he push that drawer
alternatives.
back in?
This is getting at the core issue here, which is capitalism and how it conflicts with the perceived value of college for all men. The American myth tells you that if you work hard and you have talent, that's all you need. But as we now have a bunch of literal billionaires running our country, it's becoming more and more obvious that the real key to success and a good life is to be born rich and white. And black men are very unlikely to be born rich and even less likely to be born white. So for generations, black men have looked at alternative ways to access money and success and affirm their manhood. Or as one of the greatest philosophers on black masculinity once said, you either sling the crack rock or you got a wicked jump shot. Now, I don't want it to be confused that black excellence types for men don't exist. If there's one thing that's understudied, in my opinion, it's the challenges of the black prodigal sons among us. Like, I'm sure if you think about it, you know that one black boy that was in your high school or in your cohort or in your college, maybe, that everyone was sure was going to make it. And so they often got a ton of resources thrown behind them and a ton of opportunity to try to be successful. And 7 out of 10 times that one black boy does. But those other 3 of the 10, they usually have like a mental breakdown or turn into a malignant narcissist or end up getting murdered or something. But you often get confused because when we see these images of like mentoring programs for Black boys, and you see that there's so much resources being thrown behind this select group of Black boys, you make it seem like that's the entirety of how Black boys are treated. But that's almost always isolated to help a specific type of boy who has everything he needs to be successful early on. He's scouted from jump to be that guy. It's one of the more insidious forms of patriarchy that makes it happen, as Black people as a whole like want to see Black men thrive. That is not something I don't think is real, but that desire to see Black men thrive is reserved for a certain type of Black men, and the rest of them are YNs that need to hit the trap or the track. When I talk about this, I always like to come back to people like George Floyd or Ahmaud Arbery and the countless other Black men murdered by the state, who in death, they become martyrs. They're treated with a lot of reverence and respect. But in life, they would have been called dusties and good for nothings. They're the around the way Black men that make up the fabric of many Black communities. They aren't Black excellence. They're just Black. And without the natural talent and the mixed community backing, they don't see going to college as the same type of opportunity that it might be for me or hopefully my sons in the future. So to them, why not reject student loan debt in a hostile educational environment and take a shot at music or the streets? I'm glossing over a ton of things here. There's other details of this I'm sure I've gotten at in other videos. But what I want you all to understand is that if more boys are graduating high school, we have to recognize that they're simply just looking at college, at student loan debt, at wage slavery, and at a hostile work and educational environment as a bad decision. They'd rather take the long shot at alternative venues for success, which, by the way, are highly marketed to them in our media. And they just say, hey, if I don't make it as a rapper, if I don't make it as a trapper, if I don't make it as a basketball player, then, you know, maybe I'll make it at AutoZone. That's another thing. Like, the way this is presented, or at least the way people talk about it, they talk about it as if a Black man doesn't go to college, he's automatically going to end up dead or in jail. And like the vast majority of Black men are just in the workforce. This is niggas with jobs, niggas working at factories, niggas that are truck drivers. Like, instead of boycotting Target, y'all know how much could be done by organizing the thousands of Black male truck drivers that are bringing goods to Atlanta alone. These dudes are all around us. It's like Fight Club. You don't pay attention to them until they do something good or bad. And I might be the first person you've heard say, if the Target boycott was to go anywhere, they really need to get the truckers involved. But I only got that because I was talking to my homie John Lewis on my side podcast. And John Lewis, in between making content for YouTube, drives a truck. And that brings me to the last thing I really, really want to emphasize the most out of this story. The real reason why this type of topic goes off in social media is, again, because it gives everyone a free pass to talk about Black men without actually talking to Black men. Here's a podcast on why Black men don't go to college, brought to you by 2 white women and a bunch of other niggas that went to college and got advanced degrees, right? Not anybody in the actual population that you're talking about. And let's be real, if that was the case, a lot of people who are watching this video or would make a type of video like this wouldn't even be able to have a meaningful conversation with some of these brothers if they tried, because y'all don't even speak the same language a lot of times. And that's like really low key the goal for a lot of us Black excellences. The goal of Black excellence is to separate yourself from these other Negroes. This is a historic problem in the Black community that I've talked about in other videos, but then we wonder why these Black men don't want to be in our spaces, in our colleges, when they directly feel that we don't like or respect or appreciate them being there. It becomes this frustrating cycle as we make think pieces on why the thing we're actively participating in is happening. With that in mind, shout out to people like my boy John or the Potty Mouth crew with Dom and 4, or to a lesser extent, Lil Bill, a former, child of the hood that did actually make it to college. And I guarantee you, they've probably made content about this topic before. Have y'all watched these videos? All right. All snark aside, I'm grateful that it's not just me saying this. There has been a lot of pushback about this, and I want to acknowledge that and say thank you to other people who are finally coming across to this reality about Black men. But it's obviously we still have a lot more work to do to make it so these things just don't trend the way they do whenever they come up again. As I alluded to earlier, I am practicing what I preach when it comes.
All right. Any thoughts, Virgo? Did you fall asleep?
No, sorry. I walked away for a second. Walked away.
Oh, that's all right.
Go ahead.
Any thoughts on this?
Well, I agree. I mean, I'm glad my boys went the academic route. But if they came to me and said, "Mommy, I want to be a plumber," I would say to them, "Well, be the best damn plumber you can be."
Right. I think that I think the main thing that I took from it is at the beginning where he's talking about, everybody likes to look at what is going wrong with black men and
Hmm.
really not paying attention to what's going right. So
Right.
I I think that and I endeavor to do that. Don't always succeed, but things aren't all doom and gloom or the topics of other shows. So
Yeah, and
this
I
next one,
understand the. Oh,
hmm?
sorry.
No, go
No,
ahead.
I was gonna say I understand the trucker part, but honestly, being a trucker makes good money, sure does. But it's kind of hard when you're trying to settle down and have a family.
Right.
It makes it difficult. But maybe if you start early, you save up enough money, then you can go into something else. Maybe you can have people trucking for you, you know.
Right.
Mm.
What's up, Rick? Aren't you up early? Let's see. What have we got here?
I've
This is
never been to
dedicated
Atlanta
to
Museum.
you.
It
What?
looks nice. I've never been to the Atlanta Museum, and I've been to Georgia quite a. My cousin lives in the outskirts of Atlanta. She lives in Decatur.
Yeah, it's the High Museum. I don't even know where
Hmm.
it is. Like I said, I know my sister took
Is
her
it in
kids and my
Buckhead?
son down there. Hmm.
Is it in Buckhead?
Probably is,
Mm.
but I'm not sure. I'd have to look it up. I've never personally been.
Mm.
So let's see here. What? Oh, this one's dedicated to be brave. Who knows? Might be lurking.
Oh Lord.
So this one is Lady Boulay talking about the Chinese were ready for this trade war, which kind of dovetails into what I've been saying. China's the only country on earth that can stand toe to toe, and we've already seen Trump kind of take a step back and go, well, he's going to be lowering those 145% tariffs on Chinese imports, and they have not come to the negotiating table like 75 other countries. They are not the 76. So I'm still trying to figure out what made him change his mind. But I can guarantee you, we import 4 times more from them than they import from us, and probably I'm guessing what happened is Trump made an attempt to say, "Hey, look, if if you're another country and you support China, we're gonna come after you." And I guarantee that China did a counteroffer, like, "Hey, if you acquiesce and make a policy that's gonna hurt us, we will hurt you."
Yeah, don't
So
fuck with China.
what's up with China is they are a big enough economy that you're
Yeah,
not going to treat them like France,
yeah.
and
Don't fuck with China.
they are making sure we know that. So anyway, let's go ahead and play
I love
this
my
because
Timu.
hmm,
I love Timu.
is Timu out of China?
Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, for a little while, it's going to cost you more. So anyway, let's
Uh,
go ahead and hit
We
this.
want to or not, or whether we agree with each other or not. So now we're in some interesting times with the president who thinks he's so much smarter than everybody else, and everybody else is dying to do business with him because he's the president of the United States. And it turns out that he just might have met his match in the president of China. And I'm just going to say straight up that I believe the Chinese were ready for this. I believe they've been planning this because they're playing it too well. They are playing this extremely well, this tariff war that doesn't seem to be going so well for America. And the main reason is because we outsourced our manufacturing jobs years ago for cheap labor. And that's going to be the ruination of America. If this empire ever falls, one of the main reasons is going to be, aside from, well, division, because of whatever we call it, it's going to be the need and the hunger for cheap and free labor, building an economy where a few people are extremely wealthy and some people may be doing okay in the middle and everybody else is suffering. That will be part of the fall of this great empire. But anyway, the Chinese not only are not buying products from us, they have also decided not to sell us very needed products that we need from them. So I just saw a video that said beef, beans, and Boeings. The Chinese have stopped buying beef,
Yeah,
beans,
the
and
Chinese
parts
sent
for
back a
Boeing
Boeing jet.
airplanes from the United States. A MAGA person say, "Oh, we'll just find other markets." Who? Who's going to be the other market? A MAGA person trying to sound smart said, "We'll just find other markets." Well, who? Who will the other markets be? When you're making enemies of everybody, including your allies, who do you think is going to trade with you? Who do you think is going to trust you? Because these other countries are colluding together against the United States because he's trying to hurt everybody's economy. And so now they're finding other markets. And what happens if the United States doesn't find more markets? Now, guess who they're including and who they might be able to sell to? Africa. Well, Africa may not be willing to play ball either. So I Googled what American products have the Chinese stopped buying. And it said beef, poultry, and liquefied natural gas. The Chinese government has halted or significantly curtailed direct imports of major U.S. commodities, including beef, poultry, and liquefied natural gas.
Let me interject here. Um, I mentioned this a few days ago. The other countries, when Trump, a few weeks ago decided he was just going to, that first round where everybody was going to get hit hard with high tariffs, the retaliation, and it was specifically the EU, I think, they decided, well, you know what? We're going to put tariffs on stuff that comes from red states. They were targeting, they were targeting Republican states with their tariffs. So that made me laugh. So she's right. People were, because he talked about tariffs back in the summer before the election. So people had an idea of people who actually take him serious. Because a lot of times I'll say, well, hey, he's gonna go in and do this or that, and people will go, oh no, he's just joking. Don't you get it? And so I always take Trump seriously. I always expect whatever he says he's going to do, he does have a habit of actually doing it. So anyway, we'll continue on with this. Hopefully, Stank D is getting annoyed.
Additionally, Chinese made counterfeit products have been popular among American consumers, but the trade war has impacted their availability. And then not only have they curtailed those products, but they're coming on social media and busting everybody. These luxury brands telling everybody that those things that you thought were made in Paris or Italy or somewhere in Europe were actually made in a factory in China for 10 and 15 and $20, they're saying. So they're outing everybody and having fun doing it. I mean, they are really having fun talking about how Americans are being played. Well, how anybody that's buying these products is being played because they're being made very, very cheaply. And then a Nigerian came on and said they're getting the leather from Nigeria. So again, doing the same old thing, taking from other people and propping another group of people up. And then I saw this article from the New York Post. China suspends rare earth exports, kneecapping U.S. industry reliant on Beijing's monopoly. So, see, not only are they not importing products or they are limiting what they are importing from the United States, but they're also limiting what they export. They have decided what it is we really need from them, and they've decided that they're either not going to export those things, they're not going to sell them to the United States, or they're going to limit it. So that is really hurtful to the American economy. So I don't know who thought they were smart, but I know one thing, the Chinese seem to have been really ready for this big move by Donald Trump. Now, what they're saying is that when he was a president back in 2016, they got a peek about the kind of person he was and the kind of leader he wants to be, based on him reneging on a lot of the things that President Obama had put in place with the Chinese and the Iranians and other people. And then Donald Trump comes back. Not only has he alienated people who were not our allies, but he's alienating the allies. But somehow he thinks, well, they need what we have. But what if they don't? What if they don't need what we have? Listen to this. China has stopped shipping some heavy rare earth metals and magnets critical to U.S. production of everything from cell phones to fighter jets as Beijing's trade war with Washington simmers, leaving American industry in a bind. Effective April 3rd, China is no longer exporting 7 heavy rare earth metals processed exclusively in the Asian power, as well as heavy rare earth magnets, of which about 90% of the world's supply are also synthesized on Beijing's territory. So it just sounds like the Chinese prepared for this. And they're coming on social media behaving more to me like black Americans than anything else. One guy came on there and said, "We don't care." Just like black Americans said when they said they were going to segregate America again, and black Americans were saying, "We don't care." The Chinese said, "We don't care. We don't care. Whatever you do, we don't care because you need us more than we need you." And this is so sad because every president of the United States since World War II has realized that we need the rest of the world as much as they need us. And they've played it that way. They have negotiated, they have built trade deals, they've had summits and symposiums and visitations, working together to try to help each other. And then you get somebody in office and he's going to come in and burn the whole thing down because he thinks he has all the power. So, according to this article, that's what's behind Trump talking about taking over Greenland, because Greenland has a lot of these untapped minerals. But it takes a lot of time to process minerals that's been untapped. Greenland's vast untapped rare earth deposits could potentially replace China's rare earth elements that the US and other countries have been relying on. However, challenges in processing and refining these elements beyond raw material extraction, as well as environmental concerns, complicate the path forward. So it's not so easy just to go in there and take over the country and then immediately start digging their elements out of the earth. It's very challenging, and it's a bold move and one that may or may not work. But I don't understand why people in the world can't see the benefit of people getting along. One group of people think they're supposed to control the whole earth. And it just remains to be seen whether that is a long-term strategy for the survival of an empire that was built on free labor and cheap labor and constantly thirsting for free and cheap labor wherever possible. Sending our manufacturing jobs out of the country because these companies did not want to pay American workers a livable wage is just unconscionable. Sending all of our important jobs somewhere else so a few people can be billionaires and everybody else living in squalor. There's just something wrong with that, in my opinion. And we'll just have to wait and see how all of this works out. But it just seems like a person is in office that's very selfish and is not looking at the big picture, at the global picture, and looking at what our weaknesses are as well as our strengths. America is only about 14% of the world's population, and we don't have all of the resources that we need to sustain a country this size. So we'll just have to wait and see how it all works out. Thank you for listening. Let me know what.
All right. Any thoughts, Virgo?
I think she said it all. Jeez.
Yeah, well, I'm absolutely sure they thought about this before they did it, right?
Mm-hmm.
This next video, I've actually watched it maybe even a week before last, but I've been forgetting to include it. So hopefully this will annoy some people as well.
Uh-oh.
I'm in a mood to annoy. Yeah, you're probably right, DiCapriono.
Our focus turned to Black conservatives who support President Trump. This is an issue that's ripped from the pages of Nation.com, an article there. Some have accused President Trump of racism on multiple occasions. Last year, he said Black voters are drawn to him because of his criminal indictments and mugshot, a statement some have called racist, while Black conservative supporters not speaking out, according to critics, is an issue. Is there any truth to Black conservatives?
You know what? That's right out of the Be Brave playbook. No, he basically says 70% of Black people support Black criminality. So yeah, I'd expect a racist like Trump. Well, let's just say Be Brave has a presidential level of racist attitudes.
Wow.
With this so-called racism? Or is this the answer more complex? Joining us to talk about it here on The Factor Uncensored tonight, members of the Urban Conservatives of America, Rael Williams, Alexandra Butt.
Now I want you to have a look at this motley crew. You will be impressed when you talk to him, when he talks to him. Like this dude second from the left, he looks absolutely retarded. He's like a white frat boy wannabe.
Butler, the group's founder, Jonathan McCullough, and former president of NAACP, Brazoria County, Eugene Howard, who's not a member of the group, and you'll soon see. But let's begin with you guys. For those who say there's a lot of racism that you have to stomach as a Black conservative supporting President Trump, what would you say to that?
Personally, I would say that I've ignored a lot of racism from the left. When Joe Biden said that Black people, he said poor people are just as bright and talented as white people, that's a racist comment. There's types of racism that seem to go ignored and unnoticed by the left and the right, but it's the racism of low expectations that I can't ignore. And so that's why I brought that up first, is because the racism that they want us to overlook is the racism coming from the left.
So she's starting out with what about is instead of answering the question.
Racism to me is not what someone says, it's what they do. And I think this is what makes us different from the left, because we're not watching, what people is saying. We're watching what they're doing. Because at the end of the day, a leader, a president, a politician, whatever you are, is based on policy. So if you can show me policy that affects or that you can call racism, then I'll agree. But up to this point, I have yet to see anything that he's put into law that affects Black people negatively.
Presidents don't put stuff into law, sir.
Mr. Williams, Ultra MAGA. What you got?
Ultra MAGA. Trump has been great for Black people. If you look at the statistics, Black unemployment was at the highest rates when he was in office. You go down and you look at, he just declassified the MLK files.
What he didn't tell you is that Black unemployment continued to fall under Biden.
People are saying he's racist, but he's doing things that presidents that were of color didn't even do.
That's right.
I mean, hold on, wait, let me finish.
It's only been one, don't say it.
So again, Trump is the man. I support him hands down because what he's done for Black people.
I want guys like this.
It's literally like
Trump.
You can't compare it to anything.
And before we get to Eugene, let me ask you this question: the crux of that interview, that article. Do you see racism in the conservative movement that you're a part of? Obviously, you've already said you see it everywhere, but do you see it in the organization? Either of you?
Well, here's the thing. How are we defining racism? Once again, I mean, if we're going to define racism and get
how do you
really,
define
racism? So just tell me if you have seen it, if you experienced.
I know what racism is, but I can't speak for everybody else.
Well, let me say something.
Go ahead.
Okay, so when somebody on the left sees me, a Black woman, and just assumes I'm poor or ignorant, or they're like, "Oh my goodness, you speak so well," they're so shocked about that. Why are they shocked about it? That is racism. I overlook that a lot because I'm saying they don't know any better. That happens to me a lot from people on the left. They think that they're my ally. I need their hand. I need them to come in and save me.
I love it.
And I don't. I need God. I don't need them. They're not my Messiah or my Savior. So Malcolm X said it best. The liberal is the enemy of the Black man. And we can see it right clearly before our eyes. They look at us like we're scum. They look at us like we're poor. And Black people are falling for the okie doke. And they're saying, oh, the white man is better than us. He's supreme over us. That's what white supremacy
She's wearing
is. I don't believe anybody is superior over me. I don't live my life that way. So I just live according to freedom and liberty.
All right, let's hear from Eugene.
Please, man, I've been in this twilight zone. Like, I've been patiently over here at the tail dog position. So first of all, if you can't see the
kind of looks like John Galt,
your eyes are just closed. You said it's not about what people say about policy. So let's just run it down real quick. They removed the Harriet Tubman from the National Archives. So, I mean, Harriet was what? I'm sorry, the Trump administration. I'm going to be very clear.
But they didn't.
I'm sorry, they did, and
You're
because
wrong.
of that, no.
Okay,
I let them speak.
Hold on, real quick,
I
guys.
let them speak.
I love it.
Thank you.
I love it.
We have 2 segments.
Thank you. They removed it, and then they had to put it back after backlash. The same thing they did with the Tuskegee Airmen. They removed that and had to put that back. Trump is literally trying to dismantle Black America. They literally had an executive order to the Smithsonian that did not want to fund African American Cultural Museum because they feel like that's anti-racism or that's reverse racism. Now, as we sit here, we have to be intellectually honest because you guys are being intellectually dishonest. If you can't sit here and tell us, everyone's watching on TV. Don't take my word for it. On TV, you see it yourself. Listen, I'm reading for myself. All I've heard about the left this. What about this? Last time I checked, the Trump administration is the one cutting the Medicaid, cutting Social Security, cutting Medicare. They're the ones that's cutting education. Last time I checked, Joe Biden, you talked about unemployment, was the laws under Donald Trump. My God, Joe Biden had the laws unemployment. You guys want to you can cherry pick that. You can cherry pick whatever you want, just like Trump said. Just like Trump said, if you're a felon, you right.
Eugene, let's hear from Mr. McCullough.
Well, basically, he's proving the point. He started talking about Policies. No, you didn't.
Policies. That's what I started talking about.
Let me talk.
Policies.
You started his whole conversation was
Policies.
about statues and Harry and this, that, and the third and Washington DC.
Policies.
What does that have to do with the price of gas? Nothing.
What does that have to do with? What does the price of gas have to do with being black?
What I'm saying.
What does the price of gas have to do with being black?
Listen. Being black is not my choice.
The viewer can't understand your point.
I'm sorry.
We're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right
Black
back.
being nothing to be
All right,
with
sir.
gas.
Okay, 1 second, Eugene. Don't go anywhere. We'll continue this conversation after the break. If I don't, I'm probably going to get my ass kicked. Welcome back to The Factor Uncensored. We're continuing our conversation about the outlook of or being at peace with so-called racism antics in the conservative movement. Our guests are here, and they all say that just doesn't happen. And we will pick back up with Mr. McCullough. Your thoughts now after hearing Eugene.
Well, as I said, one thing that I don't do, once again, I could care less about what people says or what someone else's interpretation about what they said. I'm a free thinker. I process it, I listen to it, and I watch. If Donald Trump is the problem, why do our communities look the way they look? Explain that to me. How? How is that possible? How is it possible?
I mean, it's a system.
Answer that question. Whose system? Is it Donald Trump's system?
It's called systemic issues, brother. It's more than one.
Oh, so it's not Trump. It's systemic.
Bro, just don't try to change the subject because you don't want to be down.
I'm trying to remain on the subject.
I'm willing to say there's systemic issues, there's systemic problems in this country. There has been since 1619, since we got here, bro. So if you want to talk about that, we can talk about why our housing look like they do. Or if you want to talk about slavery,
I got a question.
Segregation, we can go down the list, bro.
I got a question.
So we have to be intellectually honest.
Okay, let's be intellectually honest. Let me tell you something. The black community is the most dangerous place in the world for a black man. So
There you
we
go,
want to be
John.
intellectually honest. That's true. Am I right or wrong?
You're wrong.
And Mr. McCullough, for those who are wondering what you're talking, explain that.
Well, it's dangerous. Let's just be real. Listen, the violent culture in the black community will not be addressed by black people because we're too busy worried about white supremacy. Right? The safest place is the white community. Keep it 100. Keep it 100.
He keeps saying we got to be intellectually honest, but you have to first be an intellectual to be honest. Ooh. So we're seeing right now.
So
no, excuse me. We're seeing. We're seeing weaponized incompetence in action through when Trump gets rid of redundant civil rights bills, DEI bills. We're seeing weaponized incompetence. Oh, he got rid of this. He must hate black people. So let's end all this for black people. Somebody at the top of another part of an organization is the one doing that. Trump didn't say, I'm writing an executive order to get rid of Harriet Tubman. He never said any of these things. No. So you're being intellectually dishonest.
I'm not. It's called an administration.
No, that's a lie.
Okay. Let's hear from Eugene really quick.
Well, I have to give her one point. Trump's not going in and getting rid of the Harriet Tubman, portion of the website. And by the way, it's been restored. The people that work for him are probably a bigger problem than he is. So she's got one little point.
And then you, Mr. Williams, next.
As the only sensible black person sitting up here, like on TV, let's let them decide who has the intellect and who doesn't. As we sit here and speak policy. Now, secondly, you talk about actions. Going back to Harriet Tubman, Harriet Tubman did have a little tool that she used to carry. All I would say is I'm so glad we all free because all of us wouldn't have made it if we was walking with Harriet right now. Because all of us would not make it. Because Harriet was very strict. Because we all know all skin folk ain't kinfolk. All skin folk ain't down for the struggle. There's no way.
That's an emotional
No, you can say whatever it is.
That's emotional.
There's no place.
Emotionalism.
Hold on, let me finish my point. If you want to say if you want to say the most dangerous place for a black man is the black community, there's no place safe.
Let me tell you something. Facts prove that.
The most dangerous place is the womb of a black woman.
Let's hear from Mr. Williams.
The black communities have the highest crime rates, Isaiah.
Keep it real.
I mean, let's just be honest, all right? Like you rise.
And they also have the highest poverty.
Hold on. Let me finish. But if you're talking about Donald Trump and what he's done for black people,
what has he
you got to remember.
Please tell me what
Jesse Jackson right?
What has Donald
What
Trump
did he do
done?
for him?
Tell me what Donald Trump
All
did he
right,
do for
Eugene,
Jesse
let him
Jackson?
finish. Let him
Gotcha. What
finish,
did he do?
Eugene.
He helped Jesse Jackson form Black Wall Street.
Dog, we talking.
Okay,
What
no,
did-
hold on,
He
wait,
did.
hold on. He gave how much to the black
I
community?
hate it
I
when
don't know.
people
Tell
chew
me.
gum
$80
on
billion.
TV.
$80 billion.
$80 billion.
In what? In what?
$80 billion.
In what?
What you talking
You got to do your
about?
research.
You just can't throw numbers out. And he
Well,
got
you throwing rhetoric out.
Was it education? Was it housing? Was it reform?
One at a time.
Yes.
One at a time.
Don't say yes.
All of
Like,
this.
give me something. I gave you the policy.
Go research, bro.
You already
Oh
said
man, come on, y'all the intellectual. Remember, you should have this.
Hold on. On top of that,
Intellectual geniuses.
okay.
No, it's not about that, man. It's not about
Just so
that.
you know, this
On
is
top
like
of that,
2 weeks
again,
old.
He declassified
So,
MK files, something Barack Obama did.
This
Man,
may
he
be a
declassified
little
his
bit
sex
out of
tapes. You
date, some of the
interested in
stuff
that?
you're
I'm so
talking
glad
about.
you so
You
Because,
probably got
excited about that.
You probably got
Congratulations,
y'all, boy.
Congratulations.
So now we
Come on,
know,
Eugene.
so
We gotta
now
hear
we
each
know
other.
who killed him. Okay. Donald Trump has always been for the black man.
He's the greatest president
never
America
been
has
against the
ever
black
seen.
man.
Stand down and wait
All right,
for it.
Mr. McCullough, you have the last 30 seconds.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Let me tell you something. Here's what we have to stop doing. We have to stop assuming that all black people have to think alike.
Thank you.
We
I
have to
don't think
stop.
like y'all,
Hold
so we
on. That is racism in and
I
of
don't think
itself
like
within the
y'all?
black
Oh
community.
my God! Wow.
Listen,
I don't think like y'all.
That guy reminds me of Solid Snake.
Black community than Barack Obama.
Can I-
A black man.
can I finish?
A black
There's
man.
a reason.
The guy with the hat, with the
There's a reason.
camo hat.
President Trump is the first president in modern history to crack the black vote and get majority of the black support.
Come on. And also crash
That's
the
not
economy
a
with
joke.
a name
This is
made.
real. You know why?
Thank you guys for joining us here on the Factor
like
Uncensored. Alexander, don't get in trouble after the commercial break.
Oh my goodness.
Guys ready? No.
Oh, by the way, there's a UK pop the balloon that's only 15 minutes.
I've never
but
seen a UK one.
Yeah, we may get to it later. I've been mocked for showing pop the balloon, so I want to see how far I can go. I want to see how long I can go without popping a balloon. Well, this is my girlfriend talking again.
Mm-hmm.
I thought I had it queued up. Apparently, I don't. Here we go.
Be a lot of low-enders in my comments lately trying to disinvite me to cookouts that I never wanted to go to. I don't care about your cookouts. Let me be honest about that. Nobody cares about your little busted ass tired cookout. Nobody gives a fuck about your bread for buns cookout. So if you're thinking about being another person to disinvite me to the cookout, anytime anybody has ever disinvited me to a cookout, it didn't look like they had a clean kitchen anyway.
If somebody knows who this person is, let me know. I don't know who this person is, and I don't know why anybody would invite him to a cookout anyway. I don't know his ethnicity. I don't know what community or communities he belongs to. But he's making this in reference to the fact that he is one of the ones who believes that Carmelo Anthony is guilty and that he should be charged and convicted and I guess sent off to jail without a trial. And so people in his comment section, I don't know what he said about it. And frankly, I don't care. But apparently black people are coming into his comment section and reading him and letting him know what they think about him. And I don't believe anybody even said anything about disinviting him to any cookout. But these people are always listening in on our conversations and butting in on whatever it is we're trying to do because they don't have any business in the United States. Nobody knows what he is or who he is. So he's just meddling and butting into our conversation, getting on our square so he can build a platform or increase his platform or whatever he's doing because this man is not relevant in the Black American community. And if he has some black friends, they're probably outliers just like him. So I saw this on my Twitter page and I thought, okay, here we go again. Some non-starter meddling into the business of Black Americans.
Hey, you're just on
trying
fire
to
this morning,
ingratiate
DiCaprio.
himself
Huh?
into
I've got
white
like 2
American
show titles
society
from you already.
by going after black people. His anti-blackness is showing, but he's trying to make it seem like, oh yeah, these black people invite me to their cookout, but I don't care. I don't want to go. Who are the black people that would invite somebody like this to a cat fight, for that matter? Who would want him there? I cannot imagine that anybody would want him or welcome his presence with this kind of attitude, because this is anti-blackness. That's all this is. And there are others too, these immigrants, a lot of black immigrants and some black Americans, because everybody knows that this was a tragedy. And it's not hard for people to put themselves or their children in the situation and cringe at the thought. We get that. But at the same time, black people have been to this rodeo before. We have seen this movie before. And what I find totally amazing are black people who will say things like, what if it was reversed and Carmelo Anthony was white? Haven't we seen that movie before? How many times have we seen that movie before? For a black person to ask that question, you would have to think, is this person a moron? But back to this person of color, what I think about him is that he is trying to ingratiate himself or assimilate into white society somewhere else that he won't fit. But they never stop trying. They never stop trying to impress white people. And white people are never impressed with them. That's what's so amusing. But that's where they want to be. But they actually don't have a place as far as I'm concerned. But anyway, I just find it so interesting that he's talking about a cookout because black people probably cooked him in his comment section, because people think that black people should never speak up for other black people. And I think most black people are like me. We want the young man to have his day in court. And everybody, including a lot of black people, are on here talking about, what if it was white? As if we don't have an example of when it was white. It's always white. White people do stuff like this to black people all the time. A black kid folded up in a wrestling mat in Georgia, and nobody knows what happened to him. A black kid who just graduated from Alabama A&M a few years ago went home, and 1 minute he was at home with his family, and the next minute he's disappeared. They found his car, but have no trace of what happened to him. The kid goes up to Utah or Idaho, calls himself going up to visit a girlfriend, and he ends up over in the river, and nobody knows what happened. Stuff happens to black people all the time, and people are acting like these things don't ever happen to black people. It's absurd. It's really absurd. And I dismiss a person like this. This is really just a nobody
Can you
in the black
imagine what she
American
would think
sphere of
about Be
things.
Brave?
But black people coming
Maybe
on
what
here
I'll
acting
do
like
is
we don't have
take one of
hundreds of
his
years of history
videos and
really
see
speaks
if
to
I can
black people's
contact her and
ability
send
to
it to her.
disassociate
It'd
themselves
be
from
awesome if
our
Be Brave was
history
like
and what
a
has
title of
happened
her show.
to our people in this country. It's just unbelievable. But you do expect for black Americans to remember who we are and who we have been in this country in relation to the power structure. But anyway, I just thought I would bring this to your attention. Let us continue to remember that we have to be very discerning. We can't trust everybody. And when we say we don't have any friends, we have to take that seriously. Because this man is trying to act like he's a friend of black people, but now because he's anti Carmelo Anthony, he's been disinvited to the cookout. I doubt if anybody said anything to him about any cookout. That's something he picked up on by eavesdropping into black Americans' conversations. That's all that is.
Either
And these
that or he
people are
came over
really,
to
it's just annoying.
this
I guess that
channel.
would be the word. Just annoying. But anyway, y'all, this is just another grifter who has to use his anti blackness to get attention and to make money on social media, because anti blackness is lucrative. You can always make money by coming after black people. And after all, who are his people?
Is that
Nobody even
so?
knows what he is. And surely nobody's interested in what he has to say by himself. So he has to drag black people into it to try to make himself interesting. So he is to be dismissed. But I just hate the use of the cookout for him to use it as if it's something that he would just normally be invited to. Who would invite him? Y'all let me know who would invite him to a cookout. All right, y'all. Thank you for listening.
I can think of a couple people. Let's see. What have we got next? Any comments there, Virgo? I'm just keeping her up. All right. So this is a little bit of a shift of gears. I discovered this guy. I think it was CKJ3 who alerted me to this guy. He's got a site called the Defiant Lawyers Network. And he showed a video of his talking about the Carmelo Anthony case last week. He is a lawyer, and he's actually somewhere in that Frisco, Texas area. So he's apparently very familiar with Texas law, obviously. And he had comments on that whole Carmelo Anthony issue. But this is basically, the title of this is "A Black Man Should Be the Next Pope." Now, Cardinal Peter Turkson is the obvious choice. Well, we'll see what he has to say.
And his funeral is coming up, and the selection of the next pope as well. And I want to, in this video, share with you why I think the next pope should be a Black African. A Black African. So let's jump right into this. The Black African that I'm advocating for is Cardinal Peter Turkson. This man in front of you right here. This man, this African man, this Black African should become the next pope. And I'm going to lay out for you why I make that statement. Now, first of all, I'm not a Catholic. I am a Protestant. I am a Pentecostal / Baptist preacher, Christian believer. And I have been all my life. And so the first thing someone may ask is, why does your opinion even matter? This is a Catholic issue. Why does it matter? Well, there are a number of reasons why non-Catholics' opinions on this matter counts. All right, for example, global influence. The Pope reigns over 1.3 billion individuals. So his voice affects foreign policy, diplomacy, public ethics, social justice, and so much more. So what he says and does impact the world, not just the 1.3 billion, which is like 1 out of every 6 people on the planet. So that's the first reason. The second reason is he provides moral leadership. He's globally seen as the world's moral conscience, especially on issues of poverty, migration, war, and human rights, and especially regarding the Christian church. So that's another reason why. Now here he is here in a picture, the late Pope Francis in a picture with many world leaders, okay? Shared Christian witness. How the Pope speaks for Christ affects the way the world perceives all Christians, not only Catholics. So in a large measure, he represents Christians around the world. I'm in that bunch. So therefore, my opinion certainly does matter, and the opinion of other non-Catholics. Partnerships in justice. Catholics and Protestants routinely collaborate on missions, disaster relief, and social justice. His role impacts those partnerships. So yet another reason why our opinion matter. So this is probably the greatest reason our opinion matters, because both Protestants and Catholics originated from the same place, the crucifixion of Christ and his resurrection. All right. Also, Black and African representation. A cardinal like Cardinal Turkson would be a strong signal of racial and global equality in Christianity. And right now in our country, equity, diversity, inclusion, justice, racial, social, otherwise, is under attack. And having a Black African in this position would be a huge way to silence or at least blunt some of that anti-Blackness.
You think they would call him the DEI
Not just
Pope?
America, Africa, by the way. There are countries over there that are trying to liberate themselves from their colonial masters, if you will. And those colonial masters are pushing back. So having this Black man in that position would help with that cause as well. So I think there are some pretty strong reasons there as to why non-Catholics should voice their opinion about who should become the next pope. All right, so let me introduce the man to you for those of you who don't know him. Of course, Catholics know him already, most likely, and of course,
Actually, we
Catholics
don't.
on the continent of Africa knows the cardinal, but most of us don't. And I'm certainly not an expert of this man, but I've done my research. So let's talk about him. So Cardinal Peter Turkson, who was born in 1948 in Ghana, is one of the most influential African leaders within the Catholic Church. He studied theology in New York and further biblical studies in Rome, becoming Ghana's first cardinal in 2003. I've been to Ghana, love the place. I've been to other countries in West Africa, and having Cardinal Turkson in that position would be a huge lift to that whole region. All right. So his early life and education, and here's a picture of him and the late Pope Francis, which shows you that they were pretty close. Turkson was the fourth of 10 children in a large family. His parents were his father, a Catholic carpenter, and his mother, a Methodist who had converted to Catholicism. He studied to be a priest at St. Teresa Seminary, Amasano, and St. Peter's Regional Seminary, Purdue, or Pedu. Some of these Italian words and African words, I'm not going to be able to pronounce them correctly. I'll do the best I can. He held senior Vatican positions, such as President of the Pontifical Council for Justice and Peace. Some of the positions this esteemed scholar and clergy held. Prefect of the Dicastery for Human Development. Chancellor of the Pontifical Academies of Sciences and Social Sciences. So Cardinal Turkson is an internationalist champion of economic justice, climate action, and human dignity. That is awesome. He's aligned with Pope Francis' justice agenda and has spoken forcefully on these issues, ranging from racism and colonialism to the church's complicity in historic injustices. This would be so refreshing to have a Black man in that seat of power, that extraordinary seat of power, with these convictions and interests. All right. As Catholicism grows fastest in Africa, I'm going to talk about that in just a moment, Turkson represents the future of the church, spiritually rooted, socially active, and globally relevant. His papacy would reflect the makeup and direction of a rising global South church. All right. Now, the reasons he should be the next pope. Here are the reasons why I believe he would be the perfect pick. First is qualifications. All right, so I've gone over those qualifications a little. Let's look at some more. He's scandal-free. To my knowledge, I researched everywhere I could research, and I couldn't find any sort of scandal. All right. Second, as we said, he's the former president of the Pontifical Council for Justice and Peace. That really says a lot in my mind, because once again, justice and peace, both economic, political, social justice, is under attack right now. And having this man in this position would be a great boost to the fight and struggle for justice. So we saw that he has held key Vatican roles under both Benedict and Francis. And this picture here shows that the people love him, the Ghanaians love him, and he apparently loves them. He's a multilingual, respected theologian, and has a voice for social justice. I understand he speaks fluently French and many other languages. I don't know exactly, but he's very fluent in a few, not just one or two, but a few languages. That would help him immensely. And we see here repeatedly, and I'm going to continue to repeat it, he's an advocate for the poor, for climate justice, and for Catholic unity. Now, let's talk about the expansion of Catholicism in Africa. To put it shortly, Catholicism is exploding in Africa. Now, this chart here shows us of all the 1.3 billion Catholics in the world, what percentages are on various continents. And at the top of the list, currently 41%, which is 560 million, are in Latin America. 22% Europe, 18% in sub-Saharan Africa. So sub-Saharan Africa, that's pretty much West Africa and the southern parts of Africa where you have most of the Black people. 18% of the 1.3 billion people on in the Catholic Church, are sub-Saharan Africans. But that is changing fast because, let's go to the next graph, because of the growth of Catholicism on the continent of Africa, in sub-Saharan Africa especially. 3.31%. I mean, that is explosive growth. And it tops the chart of all the other continents, way above the growth in the Americas, in Asia, in Europe, in Oceania. It is exploding.
It's pretty interesting.
And meanwhile, it is basically dwindling in these other regions. Europe, for example, where most of the popes have been from. It is dwindling there. So why should they continue to lead the Catholic Church when it's dwindling in their regions and exploding in Africa? So to me, this is one of the greatest reasons why Cardinal Turkson should be the next pope. Okay? All right. Celebrating African contributions to Christendom. So early church fathers such as Tertullian, Origen, Augustine were North Africans. They were Africans, which is why I specify the next pope should be a Black African. There have been Northern African church fathers, and these three church fathers here are very significant in Christian theology, especially St. Augustine. But the Black region of the continent of Africa has also contributed to Christendom. And that means Catholicism as well as Protestantism. And putting this man in that position would help highlight and honor African contributions to Christendom. Okay? Africans today in Catholicism contribute substantially in theology, liturgy, and social leadership. These are AI-created pictures, Augustine, Tertullian, Origen, and it's important that we see men of color, because if you look at these pictures from, if you go online and just basically put these names in, they're all going to look like they came from Germany or Ireland or some other part of Europe, Northern Europe. And it's not true. We just read these men were from North Africa, and they were alive back when a lot of the North Africans were people of brown skin, even dark skin. So let's tell the truth about how these men likely looked. Okay? The church has to highlight the profound spiritual legacy of African Christians, because if you don't do your own research about Christianity, you would think that blacks made virtually no contribution to Christianity. And it's the reason why so many people believe that Christianity is a white religion. It's not a white religion. It is a whitewashed religion, but it's not a white religion. The Bible was not written by white people. No. But that's what the average person thinks, because there has not been a recognition and celebration of the rich contributions that Africans have made to Christianity. Okay? All right, let's go back. Now, it is time for the Catholic Church to have a reckoning of its complicity and contributions to the evil legacy of slavery, the evil legacy of colonialism, and
There you go,
the evil
DiCaprio.
work of neo-colonialism, which is what we are experiencing now. All right, so let's take a look at this. The church has to own up to its role, like I said, in slavery, colonialism, and institutional racism. Papal bulls legitimized slavery of non-Christians. They gave basically the okay, permission slips to be involved in the institution of slavery. So that came with a blessing from the Catholic Church. Many of the enslavers, those very racist founders of the country, many of them were Catholics. Catholic orders, like the Jesuits, owned slaves in Brazil, the Caribbean, and the United States. And here are my citation right here, NYU Press. And the church really didn't oppose slavery until 1888, which was some 20-something years after slavery had been abolished. It's time to have a serious reckoning. The Catholic Church was a huge part of the oppression of African-American people and African people, the African diaspora around the world. Making Cardinal Peter Turkson the Pope would go a long ways toward that reckoning, not just in terms of trying to right wrongs from history, but also because he would help right some of the wrongs that are currently happening. And besides all that, the man is extremely qualified. All right, this is not some sort of DEI argument. He is extremely qualified for that position. European clergy assisted in blessing empires that exploited African resources and labor. Absolutely, when the Portuguese began its slavery conquest, the captain of those ships had to get commission from the church, had to get commission from the church, from the Catholic Church, from the kings, who were by and large Catholics. So the roots of the Catholic Church run very, very deep in slavery and colonialism. Catholic missions also cooperated with European empires for the purposes of spreading religion and domination. The Catholic schools suppressed African languages, religions, and customs. Land, funds, and authority were given to the church by colonial authorities. So the Vatican is very, very steeped in Black oppression. I mean, that's just the truth. That country, yes, by the way, the Vatican is a country in and of itself. And it is steeped in Black oppression, like I said. And it's time for a reckoning. And it's time for a new direction. Electing an African Pope would be a powerful gesture of recognition and reconciliation. But now don't misunderstand me. I am not saying just because they put Peter Turkson in that position, that would absolve their responsibility in terms of paying reparations. No, the Catholic Church is absolutely on the hook for reparations for what it did to African people. Those papal bulls were not just permission slips, but edicts.
Let me make one quick point. People here probably know that a few years ago, Georgetown University wound up giving the descendants of a group of slaves they sold. I don't know, I guess it was back in the 19th century. They needed money for something or another, so they wound up rounding up their slaves and selling a few off to generate that money. So the descendants of those particular slaves, I think they have like full rods or something like that. So thought I'd bring that up as far as Catholic, the Catholic Church and reparations.
I mean, that came from the Pope. The Pope said to Catholics that it is okay. It does not violate scripture to enslave and oppress and colonize these African people. They should have to pay for that. Reparations should be paid, and perhaps Cardinal Peter Turkson could also facilitate the payment of reparations. This is, after all, a Christian body that should want to do right and follow scripture, and reparations are consistent with scripture. Now, his appointment will also keep the church, the Catholic Church, concerned for economic justice. That was the heart of Pope Francis. And obviously, it is the heart of Cardinal Peter Turkson as well. They were united in that effort. So putting Cardinal Turkson in that position would keep the Catholic Church focused on something that is very, very important, especially right now, again, as some African countries are trying to free itself from the European colonial masters, right? They're trying to free themselves, like Burkina Faso. So yes, putting him in that position would absolutely keep the Catholic Church concerned about economic justice, and therefore would prevent it from continuing its legacy of supporting the oppression of Black people. And the late Pope Francis, again, this was his heart, but quite frankly, he could have done more. And maybe Cardinal Peter Turkson will take it 2 or 3, 4, 5, or 10 steps further. Okay? So yes, he shared Pope Francis' concern about the poor, action on climate control, and economic justice. He would likely still push, therefore, efforts like the Global South Empowerment effort, where countries in Africa, Latin America, the Caribbean, Asia, oceanic areas will get the needed attention they need. Economic relief, debt relief, because these countries have been victims of colonialism, of slavery. And so it is time that the Catholic Church genuinely does its part to push empowerment in those countries and regions specifically. And here's a map that shows you the areas that they call the global South. So we see it's Latin America, we see it's Africa, we see China here. Now, economic inequality. Certainly the Cardinal Turkson would fight and push for economic equality because it's just a shame. It is shameful. I mean, shameful that Africa has all those natural resources and European countries and America have exploited those countries and stolen all of that wealth over a long period of time. It is shameful that that continues to happen. And having Cardinal Turkson in that position hopefully would address, even stop that. Now, obviously, the more I talk about this, clearly what I'm saying would be the reason why a lot of people will push for him to never become the Pope. Because that would just put a lot of pressure on those European Western nations that want to continue to steal Africa's resources. Nevertheless, I'm still pushing it and praying that it happens. Okay, let's go back. Ecological conversion. The climate. Yes, that is an issue. I know the folks who lead our country right now doesn't give 2 cents about climate change and so on. But it's real. It's very real. So those are the reasons why I believe this man should become the next Pope of the Catholic Church. All right? I would love.
All right. Any thoughts on that? Anybody? I don't know. I kind of disagree that the Pope has that much power over actual nation states. Maybe influence, but I am not sure that I agree that that they're movers and shakers and formulators of policy. But maybe there's something that I'm missing. So let's move on here. This I meant to play last night and didn't get around to it. And this is likely to offend some folks, but I will be amused to hear the reactions to it. This is basically by a website called Left Hook, and the guy who writes it, his last name's Ali. But anyway, let's go ahead and play it.
Pope Francis, a contrast to the false prophets and ravenous wolves of MAGA. Pope Francis embodied a Christianity devoted to service, helping the marginalized, and preaching universal love. Meanwhile, MAGA worshiped Trump, cruelty, and the grift while cosplaying with a cross. By the Left Hook with Wajahat Ali, Danielle Moody. Men for Others is what I was taught at my high school, Bellarmine, an all-boys Jesuit Catholic high school in the Bay Area. This is where I, a Muslim, first read the Bible and learned how Christians regard Jesus, who is also a major prophet in Islam. Through his selfless actions, Jesus embodied agape, unconditional love for humanity. In turn, we were taught about faith through service, specifically helping the most marginalized among us. To live the concept in both word and deed, we had to complete 100 hours of community service to graduate. This is the model and understanding of Jesus that the late Pope Francis, a Jesuit, attempted to embody during his 12-year tenure as head of the Catholic Church. The 88-year-old, who had been hospitalized earlier for 38 days due to pneumonia, died of a cardiocirculatory collapse following a cerebral stroke. Vice President J.D. Vance happened to have a quick meeting with the Pope over the weekend in what seems like the most unsubtle sign designed by the heavens. The contrast between the men and their understanding of Christianity could not be clearer. In his last sermon delivered on Easter, Pope Francis recognized the humanity of Palestinians and called for a ceasefire. Meanwhile, the Trump administration has openly endorsed the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians, called for Gaza to become a Riviera of the Middle East, and is kidnapping and detaining pro-Palestinian immigrants without due process. In a message read to the crowds, Pope Francis continued his critique of anti-immigrant hate, fear-mongering, and hysteria fanned by the Trump administration and right-wing politicians in Europe. How much contempt is stirred up at times towards the vulnerable, the marginalized, and migrants. Last year, Vance, like every white nationalist, slaver, Klan member, and European colonizer before him, used and abused Christianity to sanction cruelty and racism. He defended Trump's barbaric anti-immigrant policies by misappropriating the Christian concept of ordo amoris, which he misdefined as a hierarchy that prioritizes concern for certain people over others. Thankfully, Vance is not more Catholic than the Pope, who publicly corrected him in an open letter to American bishops, writing that ordo amoris is love.
Can you not hear the video?
Open to all.
Can you not hear the video?
I got it. All right,
But
I'm
why
in now.
listen to
We're
the
good.
Pope when Vance and Catholics like him worship the golden calf of Trump and MAGA? Similarly, alleged super Christians Pam Bondi and Caroline Leavitt have no problem lying to the world and gaslighting Americans, following in the footsteps of their political savior, Donald Trump. Both women continue to dehumanize Kilmar Garcia, an innocent immigrant kidnapped and deported to an El Salvador prison, as a terrorist, human trafficker, and a terrible husband. Meanwhile, like MAGA, they praise the January 6th violent insurrectionists, embrace Andrew Tate, and remain loyal to Donald Trump, a criminal abuser of women. They say this while wearing giant crosses during their pressers and media appearances and posting Christian tweets on Easter. None of them can top Nancy Mace, however, whose performance as a compassionate Christian is Oscar-worthy if it weren't consistently undermined by her actions and rhetoric. Despite posting a stream of religious tweets on Sunday, Mace voluntarily shared a video she taped in which she repeatedly berated a constituent and yelled, "Fuck you." What did he do to merit such a response from his elected official? He asked her to have town halls. This is MAGA's Christianity. It's the cross with the sword, or in this case, an AR-15. It's Jesus in the back seat as Donald Trump, their flawed but necessary instrument, takes the wheel towards the rapture. It's cosplaying as God's soldiers, who are allegedly given celestial permission to purge the land of those deemed woke and impure. It's Pete Hegseth, an abuser of women, who considers himself an American crusader and has the tattoos to prove it. It's Russell Vought, one of the architects of Project 2025, who is perfectly fine with children dying from mass shootings and the collapse of U.S. aid, as long as it helps create a Christian nation. It's the pro-life crowd that is fine with anti-vax conspiracist RFK Jr. as head of the HHS, as measles continues to spread and harm children in America. It's Justices Alito and Thomas who will bend, twist, and break the Constitution to make this country godly and cruel again. These are the fake Christians Jesus warned about in the Bible, which I read and studied all those years ago at Bellarmine. And quote, "Beware of false prophets, which come to you in sheep's clothing, but inwardly they are ravenous wolves." It says in Matthew 7 verse 15. In 2025, they wear MAGA hats and giant crosses around their neck. In today's episode of Democracy-ish, Danielle and I talked about the fake, hypocritical Christianity of MAGA and how Trump is exploiting it for power, grift, and his racist policies. In honor of hitting 50K subscribers, The Left Hook is offering a 20% discount for paid subscribers.
Any thoughts on that, Ryan? You're Catholic, right?
No. Half my family is, but the other half isn't. So.
Oh, really?
I'm Episcopalian. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
my mom did a couple of tours with different churches. At one point, it was we were Southern Baptists. My mom was a shopper. You know what I mean? So we kind of moved around. But,
well, Robin Williams once called Episcopalians Catholic light.
it is Catholic light, more or less. So, but now we go to evangelical, just a regular, Bible church, non-denominational they call it, but it's really evangelical category.
Right. Well, I'm doing a tour through the Catholic news here.
Well, I just wanted to. Can I make a comment on something about this whole trade, it's really about trade, right?
You
So,
mean you mean the video Lady Boulay did about China?
well, the last guy before this particular one, because I mean, I got into a beef
The
about the same
lawyer?
thing. The guy that was before this video, the guy that was advocating for the black pope,
Yeah.
just the one right before this. So,
Oh, okay.
I get,
I didn't
yeah.
realize he made that. Okay, yeah, go ahead.
At the end, he was advocating, which, hey, rock on, I'm cool with that. So, but my thing about trade is, you know, these countries, and because he's talking about the global south and things like that, right? So these countries put out to bid contracts that corporations of various countries throughout the world bid on to extract resources, come in and drill for oil, etc. And the countries do it with the corporations. Some are Chinese corporations, sometimes they're European. It depends on who has the technology and bids the job at, you know, at the most. And for the most price, how much will you give us for this oil in our ground? Right? That's how it goes. And then the corporation comes in and drills the oil out of the ground. And then usually there's a profit sharing situation where they each get a piece. So, and a good example is Guyana, right? So there's a country in South America that it's
Yeah, I know right
predominantly,
where it is. I have friends from
it's
Guyana.
it's actually it was a slave colony, more or less. I mean, so
As a matter of fact, it was a slave colony that Lafayette, the Lafayette, the one, the one who fought in the Civil War. He had like some sort of farm or some venture down there that involved slavery, and I think he wound up. I have to go back and read the history because I don't recall, but yeah. Well, I have a friend who lives in Britain who's her family's from Guyana.
And I think it's now like there's French Guyana, like there's
right.
But the country Guyana is right next to Venezuela, and they just hit the largest oil stash in probably the Western Hemisphere. I think from what I understand, it's bigger than Venezuela. So we're talking Saudi level oil here. So what they did was they had
offshore or onshore.
Offshore. They're about to be the richest South American country, right? And the leader, by the way, he's the man. He had 20 countries bid this. Not countries, not Western nations, as they say. Like it's the corporations. BP was one of them. I mean, Esso or Exxon. I mean, so they'll get a bunch of different companies to bid, and then they'll profit share. And I mean, Guyana's about to be super wealthy, right? Because they'll turn, just like Norway does, they'll have a sovereign wealth fund. Their people will all benefit, unless the leader is corrupt and siphons off the money. But he sounds like a great leader, and at the end of the day, though, this is how this works. It's not the U.S. showing up and saying we're going to take your oil like they think would happen in Iraq.
Okay, well,
right?
he wasn't talking about the present. He was talking about the past.
I mean, but okay, I don't know what he was. I don't know if he was or not. In terms.
Well, no, I know he wasn't talking about the present.
So that's how it currently works. I don't know if the U.S. would show up before with pickaxes and
right. My point is
that
he was not talking exploitation of resources present day. He was talking about colonialism. The church.
From what
okay, well, you may not have watched the whole thing, but the church had a big role in getting the Spanish, the Spanish, west of some line. I forget the name of it. Basically, the church blessed Spain coming to the New World and doing what it did here.
Stuff,
yeah, and then on top of that, for quite some time, if a slave converted to Christianity, he would just basically be manumitted. And if for some reason or another the African or even Indian was Christian, he could not be enslaved. and it got to be a point. It got to a point to where everybody was converting just just to get out of slavery. So they said, "Hey, look, you can enslave them whether they're Christian or not."
Well, I would be a Christian very quickly then.
Right.
Absolutely.
And that's exactly
Hail Mary,
what
Mother of
happened.
God. Hail Mary,
And
Mother of God.
they had to put a stop to that because Christianity was basically everybody was converting, but they were running out of fresh bodies. So that's what he's talking about.
Expansionary. Well, if that's the
So
case,
just so
I get
just for
people. Go ahead. Sorry.
Just for DiCapriono, that papal bull you were talking about is called Inter Cetera, issued by Pope Alexander VI. A year or so after Columbus discovered the New World. So basically, that papal bull supported Spain's strategy to ensure its exclusive right to the lands discovered by Columbus the previous year, effectively giving Spain a monopoly on the lands in the New World west of a demarcation line 100 leagues west of the Azores and Cape Verde Islands. Just so you know, the Azores and Cape Verde were Portuguese, discovered by Portugal. The people there enslaved, and then Spain, basically in a war with Portugal, took over the Azores and Cape Verde. So that's just following up on a point Capriono made.
They're still Spanish, I think, right? And that's still part of Spain, the Azores.
The Azores is part of Portugal, I believe. I could be wrong.
Okay.
I've actually been to the Azores once.
Yeah, I want to go. I'm with you. It might be Portugal. You might.
It's it's not that great, but it's a very interesting place.
I mean, it's in the middle of nowhere. It's like
exactly,
kind of just out there. But I think well, I'm not addressing what this guy was talking about, but the whole I get into it about modern day trade conversations, and I'm like, it doesn't work that way. Like, the U.S. doesn't show up and go, hey, we're going to go ahead and do what we want here. Everything's competitively bid. And
right,
corporations,
but back in the day, it worked that way. He's not talking about now.
It was probably corporations doing the bidding then too, like Dutch East India Company.
Well, eventually, but remember, for instance, Congo, basically Belgium felt left out, so King Leopold,
they needed a colony.
Yeah, everybody else was doing it, and he wanted a colony too. So, the colony basically personally belonged to him. He was not a corporation. There were corporations that came in for rubber and stuff like that. But they were bidding, but they,
I think the Germans and Irish, I don't think had any colonies, did they?
No, the Germans did.
The Germans had I didn't know that the Germans
had at least one, and I can't think of which one. Somebody in the chat probably knows.
And the Irish, I'm sure they could barely even hold their own.
Well, the Irish weren't, they definitely weren't colonizers. They were colonized.
Yeah.
So this next story, this is actually interesting. I vaguely remember this incident, but I wanted to play it. I watched the movie called Conclave right after I said, hey, I want to see this movie because it's basically about the electing a pope. And right after Pope Francis died, I just I don't like renting movies, but I just
who's in the running for the pope? Do you know? Like who's in the running?
There are. I saw a picture. I'd have to look it up. But this pope that the lawyer was talking about is one of them. But he's they're like maybe 6 contenders, and he's one of the 6. And there's never actually been a pope with an African heritage, so it'll be interesting. I seriously doubt it'll happen, but I'd be pleasantly surprised if it does. But then I'm afraid he'll be called a DEI pope.
Well, he might. They might do it. I mean, hey, I think it's good. If they had,
Well,
a
Africa has the largest growing Catholic population, so wouldn't be bad,
Well, I agree. In terms of like,
and Africa
outreach and whatnot.
has such a
I think
young
Africa.
population.
Well, I've been saying it for a while. That's a problem because when you have 20 to 30-year-olds that are the largest part of your country, prepare for war. I think there's going to be tremendous conflict based on demographics, So it's not, it's out of balance, They're going to be fighting the shit out of each other soon. As soon as they hit that median spot, So
well, here's the story.
A lot of unrest there now.
A cardinal convicted of financial crimes by the Vatican is claiming he can take part in the forthcoming conclave despite being listed as a non-elector. Cardinal Giovanni Angelo Becciu, once one of the most powerful figures in the Vatican, was ordered by Pope Francis in 2020 to resign the rights and privileges of a cardinal after he became embroiled in a Vatican financial scandal. The Sardinian cardinal previously held the position of sostituto, substitute, in the Holy See's Secretariat of State, a papal chief of staff equivalent. The role offered Becciu walk-in privileges to see the Pope, and he commanded huge authority across the Church's central government. He was later moved to a position running the Vatican's saint-making department. Becciu was convicted of embezzlement and fraud in 2023 and handed a 5.5-year jail sentence. He is the first cardinal to be convicted by the Vatican's criminal court. But the cardinal, who has always maintained his innocence, launched an appeal that's currently still under consideration. He's allowed to continue to live in a Vatican apartment while this process is underway. While the Holy See press office has listed him as a non-elector, Becciu told a Sardinian newspaper on Tuesday that there was no explicit will to exclude me from the conclave nor a request for my explicit renunciation in writing. The decision of his participation will likely be decided by the Dean of the College of Cardinals, Giovanni Battista Re, and Cardinal Pietro Parolin, who will oversee the conclave proceedings inside the Sistine Chapel. The investigation into Becciu centered on the Holy See's disastrous investment in a London property that saw the Church lose tens of millions of dollars. During his papacy, Francis sought to clean up Vatican finances and change the law to ensure that Becciu, as a cardinal, could be judged by a Vatican tribunal of judges. Although Becciu lost his rights and privileges as a cardinal, he was never technically removed from the College of Cardinals. He is allowed to take part in the pre-conclave discussions. Only cardinals under the age of 80 are allowed to vote in a papal election. As it currently stands, there are 135 eligible cardinals who will participate in conclave. Becciu is 76 and still eligible when it comes to his age. For more CNN news and newsletters, create an account at cnn.com.
Interesting. And then looked up the excuse me. These jalapeno kettle chips are a bit spicy.
It's 6 a.m. You're eating them. Good Lord! Wow.
Well, well, yeah, but I mean, I basically woke up at.
Oh, you've been up a lot. I was gonna say, wow. So I'm going to breakfast in about a half hour, and I'm like, wow, good Lord. So.
All right, so I guess I'll play this video. And I realize that this may not be of interest to everybody, so this will be the last on this topic. But I meant to do it yesterday, and I just didn't get around to it. So we'll play this video right quick. It's a minute long. Oh, this is no words, just music. Pope is chosen during a highly selective. The conclave is held 2 to 3 weeks after the Pope's funeral, which is this Saturday, I think. For the past 700 years, the College of Cardinals has chosen the Pope. Cardinals below the age of 80 are eligible to vote for obvious reasons. Around 120 Cardinals were gathered in the Sistine Chapel to vote. The chapel is sealed off and the Cardinals are locked inside. The names of the candidates are written on ballots and placed in a chalice. The candidate must receive 2/3 of the vote to become the pope. After the ballots are counted, they are burned in a stove inside the Sistine Chapel. Second stove burns a chemical, sending up a smoke signal to the world. Black smoke means a new pope has not been chosen, while white smoke means one has. Any male baptized in the Roman Catholic Church is eligible to serve as pope. Now there's hope for me yet.
Pretty neat.
Well, I was baptized Catholic.
You're a Catholic, aren't you? Weren't you?
And that's right, and I'm under 80.
It's all very mysterious to me.
Well, that's why I watch the Conclave. You'll enjoy it. I recommend it.
Yeah,
this is interesting. There's Luis Antonio Tagle from the Philippines. They have him at a 3-1. They do odds.
That's the odds on him.
They bet on damn anything.
The bookmakers are never wrong either, man. They're never.
I guess not. Tagle is 67. Next is Pietro Parolin, Italy. He probably will not get it. They tend to kind of try to avoid Italians, I think. He's at 4-1.
As a partial Asian, I'm
going. Yeah, he could be in the running. Cardinal Pietro Parolin, probably 70. Let's see, he's at 4-1 odds. Peter Turkson, that's from Ghana. That's the guy he was talking about. He's at 5-1. So he may not. At least the bookmakers aren't that enamored with him. Peter Erdoğan from Hungary, a leading conservative candidate. He's at 6-1 odds. I would actually bet on him since he's from Hungary.
Nah, too much political turmoil. Too much political.
Well, no, but he would basically be a check on what's his name?
Orban, Viktor Orban.
Orban, yeah. He would. I could see the politics of him, basically being kind of a check against the quote illiberal democracy that Orban seems to be exporting. Actually, this dude, 8-1. He's 82. I don't know how that's going to work.
Who is that?
He's Angelo Scola, 82. I'm not sure how that works. He's over 80.
It's not a long haul guy right there.
Yeah, I don't see him. He's already. He's older. I'm surprised they're good. How does that work? He's too old to be part of the electors, and I thought they elected from among themselves.
That's an interim pope right there. He's got 3 years, maybe 4.
I don't. Well, he's at 8-1. I don't think they don't consider him a contender.
Has anyone from the United States have ever been a candidate from the U.S.?
No.
I wonder why.
Well, number one, we're considered a rogue Catholic community.
The U.S. is. Why is he?
Oh, well, U.S. Catholics, yeah.
Why? I wonder why.
We likes our contraceptives.
We got a lot of Catholics. It's the largest religion in the country, I think. So.
No, it's not the largest religion in the country.
Yeah, the biggest individual religion, I think, is Catholic.
Oh, well, individual maybe, but I count all Protestants as one.
As one, okay.
They're all heathens. So
I think okay. Okay. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Says the man who's not particularly religious. So here we're gonna dip into some Trump news.
Oh, great.
What's up, Kelvin?
Trump news.
Autistic, really? All right.
Trump news.
So let's get into our Trump news, and it's all Trump all the time. So I tried to do something, at least start off a little different. This is Trump pressures Ukraine to accept a peace plan that sharply favors Russia. No duh. The U.S. proposal would freeze territory along the current front lines of the Russia-Ukraine conflict, which Ukraine has rejected. President Trump and his top aides demanded on Wednesday that Ukraine accede to an American-designed proposal that would essentially grant Russia all the territory it has gained in the war, while offering Kiev only vague security assurances. So they keep the land they got, and you just accept peace. The American plan, which would also explicitly block Ukraine from ever joining the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, was rejected by President Vladimir Zelensky of Ukraine, whose long-running dispute with Mr. Trump broke into the open 2 months ago in the Oval Office. The proposal also appears to call for the United States to recognize Russia's 2014 takeover of Crimea, a region of Ukraine. There's nothing to talk about, Mr. Zelensky said. This violated our constitution. This is our territory, the territory of Ukraine. Mr. Trump shot back on social media that the Ukrainian president was being inflammatory and said he would only prolong the killing field. Mr. Trump suggested the proposal was on the verge of acceptance by President Vladimir Putin of Russia. Of course, I think we have a deal with Russia, he told reporters at the White House. The problem, he suggested, was Mr. Zelensky. I thought it might be easier to deal with Zelensky, he said. So far, it's harder. Vice President J.D. Vance struck a similar theme while traveling in India. He said the United States would walk away from the peace process if both Ukraine and Russia refused to accept the American terms. But Mr. Zelensky was clearly the target. We've issued a very explicit proposal to both the Russians and the Ukrainians, and it's time for them to either say yes or no for the United States or for the United States to walk away from the process. Mr. Vance told reporters, the only way to really stop the killing is for the armies to put down their weapons, to freeze this thing, and get on with the business of actually building a better Russia and a better Ukraine. It was not clear whether the U.S. announcements were part of a pressure campaign to force Mr. Zelensky to make territorial concessions, or whether they were designed to create a pretext for abandoning American support for Ukraine. It's a pretext. But the United States is essentially settling on a deal that favors the aggressor in the war, one that forces Ukraine to accept the forcible rewriting of its border and give up its hope of eventually joining NATO, as other former Soviet republics have. Let's see. European allies who in recent weeks have been promising more military and economic support from Mr. Zelensky have charged that Mr. Trump is essentially switching sides in the war. He is. And that his real goal is to cast Ukraine aside and to find a way to normalize American relations with Moscow. Mr. Trump and his top aides have already begun discussing the prospect of lifting sanctions on Russia and striking energy and mineral deals with Mr. Putin. Jesus. Whatever Mr. Trump's motives, what happened on Wednesday signaled the possible abandonment of the American commitment to Mr. Zelensky that the United States would never engage in talks that excluded the country from determining its own fate. While the United States did not release a text of its proposal, European officials who have seen it say that under the terms, the United States could recognize Crimea, which Mr. Putin seized illegally in 2014, as Russian territory. While the peninsula was part of Russia for hundreds of years, it was given to Ukraine by the Soviet leader Nikita Khrushchev nearly 7 decades ago. I read about that. In his social media post, Mr. Trump said he was not asking Mr. Zelensky to recognize Crimea as Russia. Even though the U.S. plan would call for Washington to do so. Oh, Jesus. Nobody's asking Zelensky to recognize Crimea as Russian territory, but if he wants Crimea, why didn't they fight for it 11 years ago when it was handed over to Russia without a shot being fired, Mr. Trump wrote. That's because it was given to them, basically.
I'd love to comment on it. So the reason that didn't happen is because Europe and the United States said, okay, we're good. So, hey, Russia, don't do that. Oh, you did it? Okay, cool. They had nobody behind them. And what are you supposed to do when you have a large, I mean, the Ukraine never could have challenged Russia. They would have rolled over in 1 week. They can now, and they have the backing of us in Europe. But in 2014, we weren't getting into it. And the Europeans certainly weren't. The Europeans actually stood up this time. I mean, and we did. So,
well, Trump basically
that's why.
Trump is basically, either purposefully ignoring history or he actually didn't know this. And, that kind of education is what they're trying to push on the public schools.
I think that Trump, in his own delusion, thinks that he's going to come alongside Putin and Putin will go against China, which he is not going to go against China. I mean, it would be dumb for him to do it at this point. So I think Trump's delusional. He's an imbecile. Putin is not going to go against China. There's no way. They're selling him too much stuff now. But I think that's what Trump thinks. He can court Putin to be our ally instead of China's. Not going to happen, Donald, you idiot. So,
well, you never know. But the next story is actually the one I want to get to. At least 9 dead in Russian airstrikes on Kiev, Ukrainian officials say. Yeah, you know what? That's not a good thing. If you're trying to get Zelensky to acquiesce in giving up territory, bombing the capital, that's not gonna convince him. Apparently Putin is doing what the hell he wants to do. So I'm going to let the auto reader read this. It's only 3.5 minutes.
At least 9 dead in Russian airstrikes on Kyiv, Ukrainian officials say. This article is by Kim Barker and Maria Varenikova and read by an automated voice. Russian forces launched a major missile and drone attack on Kyiv early Thursday, killing at least 9 people in the city and injuring more than 60, the Ukrainian authorities said, the most deadly attack on the Ukrainian capital since last summer. Explosions could be heard throughout the night. Clouds of brown smoke rose over the city as the sun came up. One missile hit a 2-story building with 8 apartments where emergency workers hunted for survivors Thursday morning. A 5-story building next door lost all of its windows. People stood outside, staring at the damage and talking on their phones, telling loved ones that they were alive. No military target was visible nearby. An emergency service spokeswoman, Svetlana Vodolaha, told reporters at 8:30 a.m. local time, "Just now we dug out another person, alive." Andriy Yermak, the Ukrainian president's chief of staff, posted a video on social media showing emergency workers outside a building that had been turned to rubble. Once again, Russia strikes civilians, he said. Drones and cruise missiles also hit Kharkiv in eastern Ukraine, the country's second-largest city, wounding at least 2 people, said the city's mayor, Ihor Terekov. One strike hit a residential neighborhood where rescue work continued early Thursday, he said. The total number of dead or injured throughout the country wasn't known Thursday morning. The attack is one of the deadliest of the war on Kyiv and the worst missile attack on the city since last July, when Russian missiles killed 41 people in Ukraine, destroying a children's hospital in Kyiv and killing 21 people throughout the city. Recent deadly missile strikes have also targeted the cities of Sumy and Kryvyi Rih. It comes at a crucial time in the war, which started with Russia's full-scale invasion in February 2022. On Easter, a temporary truce called by President Vladimir V. Putin of Russia seemed like more of a public relations stunt than an actual ceasefire along the front lines, but still, there were no drone or missile attacks on Ukrainian cities. On Wednesday, planned peace talks in London were downgraded, largely because the U.S. decided not to attend. Since taking office in January, the Trump administration has echoed Kremlin talking points in the war and on Ukraine, a reversal of previous U.S. policy. Over the past week, the Trump administration has repeatedly threatened to walk away from the peace process. And on Wednesday, President Trump and his top aides demanded that Kyiv accept an American-designed plan that would seemingly grant Russia all the territory it has gained in the war, while offering Kyiv only vague assurances about the country's future security. So far, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky has rejected such a deal. Andrew E. Kramer contributed reporting from Kharkiv, Ukraine, and Oleksandra Mikolishin from Kyiv, Ukraine.
Yeah, let's see what this video is about. Okay, there's some live video. Missile strikes rain down on Kyiv in the most deadly attack on Ukraine's capital since last summer. Oh, wow. Ooh. Ukraine officials said Russian forces killed at least 9 people and injured dozens. Emergency workers search for survivors under the rubble, and medics tended to the wounded. Some people took shelter in a metro station. Others found cover in a basement. Man, the attack comes as the U.S. threatens to walk away from helping to broker a peace deal between Russia and Ukraine. Yep. Well, that's that. Yeah, these people are just assholes. You know, I can tell that that Moscow had peace in mind when they did that missile strike. All right, Amy Coney Barrett sides with liberal justice during Supreme Court hearing. Let's see. There's a reason I brought this up. You'll see why in just a second. Let me enlarge this. Bring it up to old man size. Let's see. Supreme Court Justice Amy Coney Barrett appeared to side with her liberal, her liberal colleagues while hearing arguments in a case that will determine the future of no-cost preventive care under the Affordable Care Act. Why it matters. The case, Kennedy versus Braidwood, challenges the legal authority of the U.S. Preventative Services Task Force, PSTF, created by the Affordable Care Act known as Obamacare. The task force recommends services insurers must cover at no cost measures, including cancer screenings and HIV prevention drugs like PrEP. I didn't know you can get PrEP for free. But the conservative Christian employers in Texas who brought the case argue that the 16 members of the task force who are appointed by the HHS secretary are unconstitutionally appointed. Really? Huh. The case will be consequential for the future of American healthcare if the justices uphold a New Orleans-based Fifth U.S. Circuit Court of Appeals ruling in 2024. Treatments that are now cost-free may become subject to payments. Okay, well, you know what? That notorious Fifth Circuit, I thought it was based in Texas. Apparently, it's in New Orleans. What to know? Court's 3 liberal members, Justices Sonia Sotomayor, Elena Kagan, Ketanji Brown Jackson, have all appeared to side with the task force, while conservative justices Samuel Alito, Clarence Thomas, and Neil Gorsuch appeared sympathetic to the challengers, with Thomas suggesting Congress had never designated authority to run the task force. That's an interesting comment. I'm trying to figure out why Congress would be needed. Conservative lawyer Jonathan Miller, who was representing the plaintiffs, argued that PSTF members are meant to be independent from political pressure. He said they could not simultaneously retain independence while being subject to supervision by the health secretary. Yeah, I see Thomas's point. But Coney Barrett said Mitchell's interpretation of the word independent was maximalist and pointed to the doctrine of constitutional avoidance, which argues that if a statute is open to interpretation, the court should pick an interpretation that raises the least constitutional problems. The court should not interpret the word independent in a way that renders the PSTF unconstitutional. Interesting. It is latest in a string of decisions and comments by Coney Barrett, which put her on a different path to her more conservative colleagues. In March, she expressed concerns about reviving the non-delegation doctrine as suggested by conservative Judge Clarence Thomas. This doctrine, which hasn't been used since the 1930s, puts a cap on the amount of money federal agencies and other non-elected officials can raise through tax dollars. Coney Barrett said it would be ineffective and could weaken the power of government agencies, which is what conservatives would generally want to do. Any comments? Now we know that you can get your prep for free. Oh, Ryan dropped out. I wish he told me. All right, so let's move on here. So anyway, folks, you can run down to your clinic or whatever your healthcare provider is, and get your prep for free while you can. All right, Interior Department to fast track oil, gas, and mining projects, which is not a surprise. I assume they mean coal mining. So let's listen to this story.
Interior Department to fast track oil, gas, and mining projects. This article is by Lisa Friedman and read by an automated voice. The Interior Department said late Wednesday that it would fast track approvals for projects involving coal, gas, oil, and minerals on public lands, arguing that President Trump's declaration of an energy emergency allowed it to radically reduce lengthy reviews required by the nation's bedrock environmental laws. Environmental reviews that typically take a year to complete would be finished in 14 days, administration officials said. More complicated environmental impact statements that usually take 2 years would be completed in 28 days, they said. The United States cannot afford to wait, Doug Burgum, the Interior Secretary, said in a statement. The shortcuts would apply to projects that increase the production of crude oil, natural gas, critical minerals, uranium, lease condensates, coal, biofuels, geothermal energy, kinetic hydropower, and refined petroleum products, according to the department. We are cutting through unnecessary delays to fast-track the development of American energy and critical minerals, resources that are essential to our economy, our military readiness, and our global competitiveness, Mr. Burgum said. He said that the agency intended to condense reviews by claiming emergency authorities provided by the National Environmental Policy Act, the Endangered Species Act, and the National Historic Preservation Act. But the United States does not face an energy emergency, according to dozens of energy experts who have noted that the U.S. produces more than it consumes. The Biden administration oversaw the biggest oil and gas boom in American history and sought to increase wind, solar, and other sources of renewable power. The U.S. is the world's largest exporter of natural gas and is producing more oil than any other country, including Saudi Arabia. And despite his declaration of an energy emergency, Mr. Trump has promoted only fossil fuels and taken steps to throttle renewable energy sources. Last week, his administration ordered a halt to a major offshore wind project that was fully permitted and under construction in New York. If completed, the project would power more than 500,000 homes. Mr. Trump's vision for American energy is drill, baby, drill, a favorite phrase he used during his inauguration speech in January. When he signed the emergency order later that day, he said, "It, quote, means you can do whatever you have to do to get out of that problem." Federal law requires the government to study how a major federal action would affect the physical, cultural, and human environment before issuing permits for a project. The process is designed to give the public an opportunity to have concerns addressed before a spade is turned in the ground. Developers, builders, companies, and President Trump himself have frequently complained that the review process is too long, cumbersome, and costly. Brett Hartle, Government Affairs Director at the Center for Biological Diversity, an environmental group, called the Trump administration's move a sweeping curtailment of all meaningful public processes. He also accused the administration of exploiting emergency powers that were designed to speed up environmental reviews when rebuilding from a hurricane or other extenuating circumstances. "This is manifestly illegal if for no other reason than this is all a fake emergency," Mr. Hartle said. "We'll be in court and we will challenge it." Colin Reese, U.S. campaign manager at Oil Change International, a nonprofit group that seeks to reduce fossil fuel use, called the directive an attempt to silence the public's voice in decision-making, taking away tools that ensure our communities have a say in the fossil fuel project proposals that threaten our water, land, and public health. A representative of the American Petroleum Institute, which represents oil and gas companies, said the organization was still reviewing Mr. Burgum's announcement. Mr. Burgum, a former governor of oil-rich North Dakota, has long-standing ties to oil and gas executives, including Harold Hamm, the billionaire founder of Continental Resources, one of the leading independent oil companies in the country. The Interior Department manages more than 500 million acres of land and 2 billion acres of federal waters, as well as more than 400 national parks and historic sites. The department is also responsible for upholding treaties with several hundred Native American tribes. Mr. Burgum has said he viewed America's public lands and waters as part of the country's financial balance sheet, with potentially trillions of dollars worth of oil, gas, and minerals waiting to be extracted beneath the surface.
Yeah, there is definitely abuse of power in this administration. You know, if you want something done, just declare an emergency. I imagine that's going to come back to bite Trump at some point. He better pray that in 2026 he keeps the House and Senate, because if I recall, the Senate has the power to override these emergencies. Okay, 12th man. I've not complained about the price of eggs. I don't eat a lot of eggs. It's just me. So I'd be the last person to complain about it. Just like Donald Trump, you seem to like to go over the top. A lot of stirring and dranging running in your blood. So let's see, what else do we have here? Oh, Buckbreaker, you're here. Yeah, well, 12th man ain't trying to hear anything. You know, anything, he and Be Brave, anything that, you know, doesn't just like automatically occur or can't be, you know, thought much more complicated than a soundbite. You know, I've learned over the months to just give up on their ability to absorb information. They just kind of spew it. So 12th man and Be Brave have a lot in common. So anyway, next story. This actually caught my attention enough for me to read about it here. Congressional Democrats' approval ratings plummeting among young Americans, Harvard poll shows. The share of young Americans who approve of congressional Democrats has dropped by 19 points and from 42% to 23% since spring 2017, according to a Harvard youth poll. In a recent Yale youth poll, voters aged 18 to 21 favored the Republican candidate by 11.7 points, while those aged 22 to 29 preferred the Democrat by 6.4 points. Not sure why anyone cares. Charlie Kirk stated that the youngest voters are turning sharply to the right, highlighting a significant political shift among young voters. I don't think he's right about that. Following the 2024 election, the Democratic Party's favorability has decreased significantly among young voters, affecting their chances for the 2026 elections. I think it's a little too early to say that. I'm sure Trump's going to fuck up to a level that's going to change a lot of these young people's minds. Like fucking with colleges, that's going to change some minds. Just because they don't approve of the Democrats does not mean that they're swinging to the right. That's like 12th man level stupidity. So let's see. So let's go back to the home and read some headlines here. Dick Durbin, the number 2 Democrat in the Senate, announces he won't seek re-election, and wonder why. Let's read about this. Illinois Senator, I know he's been in there 44 years. And actually, you know what? He might be doing the right thing. These Democrats in particular, and I can think of a couple Republicans who just stay in there for like ever. And maybe he just doesn't want to go the way of Dianne Feinstein. Basically, she was absent without leave for years, apparently. Let's see. In my heart, I know it's time to pass the torch. Well, good for you, Senator Durbin. Durbin emphasized his commitment to continue fighting for Illinois and the nation during his remaining time in the Senate, acknowledging challenges facing the country. Governor J.B. Pritzker and Senator Tammy Duckworth praised Durbin's service, commending him as a champion for working families and highlighting his integrity and honor in representing Illinois. Any comments on that? You never really heard a lot from Dick Durbin. I mean, you know who he is, but it wasn't exactly a firebrand. And I also think it's time for Chuck Schumer to go. He's been in for quite some time, but I think Schumer will be a lot less. Read the nut allergy article. Do you have a peanut allergy? Sorry about that, folks. I clicked the back button by accident. So let's go back. We'll read your peanut allergy article. I meant to click the back button on the ground on the ground news tab and hit the one on the StreamYard tab. All right, so this reads, daily doses of peanuts could desensitize adults with the allergy. So a peanut a day will keep the allergy away. Apparently, that's how this is going to work. What's up, Uncle Fatty? What's up? Happy, how you doing? Good to see you. So daily doses of peanuts could desensitize adults with the allergy. The first clinical trial to test whether adults allergic to peanuts can be desensitized has shown great success with 2/3 of the cohort consuming the equivalent of 5 peanuts without reacting. Let's see. This guy says he says my peanut allergy could have killed me. Now I eat 4 for breakfast every day. So, any thoughts on that, Kelvin? Do you have a peanut allergy, Kelvin? Oh, let's see what this says. AOC, Bernie Sanders, and Jasmine Crockett flying around in private jets talking about an oligarchy and global warming. Yeah. Well, the thing about allergies and any sort of toxin, they're thresholds. So, if you get whatever above whatever the threshold might be personally, that's when you have the allergic reaction. So, um, interesting, but for those who have peanut allergies, I don't happen to be one of them, thank goodness. We grow a lot of peanuts here in Georgia. Okay, Richard Branson calls Trump's trade policies erratic and unpredictable. Boy, how do you said it, friend? It says here Trump to hold a rally in Michigan next week to celebrate his first 100 days. Boy, howdy, Trump does like him a rally, and he does like to celebrate. Let's see. Let's look at the right. Trump signed several executive orders on his first day in office aimed at reducing crime and supporting law enforcement. The National Association for Police Officers stated that Trump's executive actions include measures to combat human trafficking and gang crime. An expert claimed that optimism among law enforcement is increasing, mentioning that the vilification of police is fading since Trump since Trump took office. Really? Apparently, that January 6th abuse of cops is wearing off. So, on the rally, President Trump plans to hold a rally in Macomb County, Michigan, next week to celebrate his first 100 days in office, confirmed by Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt. Governor Gretchen Whitmer expressed concerns about Trump's tariffs, stating that they hurt Michigan's economy and could lead to job losses in the auto industry. Whitmer emphasized that the auto sector, which is crucial to the state, is affected by rising costs and layoffs due to the tariffs. Trump's upcoming visit will be the first major rally since his inauguration and will be his first visit to Michigan since winning the state in the 2024 election. All right. Any comments on the upcoming Trump rally? Anybody planning to attend? Let's see. Nothing is free at a Trump rally, including the people. They're slaves. As a matter of fact, it's probably like a fake rally. He'll probably deport any Middle Eastern looking people right on the spot. There'll be ice waiting there at the gate. Let's see. Way things are going. If food is there, we may all need to attend. If what is there? Oh, a Trump rally? To get hot. Oh, I'm sorry. You know what? I've been looking at ground news and I forgot to switch back. My bad. So Trump is going to Michigan for a rally. We all look forward to that, I'm sure. And I'm not going to even bother. Richard Branson calls Trump trade policies erratic and unpredictable. I'm sure they don't really care about Richard Branson's thoughts. Cinco de Mayo is now called Cinco Deported. Hey, now that is funny. That is funny. Thanks for that, Buckbreaker. Cinco Deported. I was gonna go, but there's no military parade. I'm actually surprised that I how who wants to bet like $1 that Trump does a military parade on July the 4th? I've been thinking about that. I bet he will. Happy says she would be at the rally, especially if they give out canned goods. That is funny. All right. So let's see what else is in ground news, then we'll move on. North Carolina judges. There actually was a story down here. IMF. I guess maybe I read it. I guess it was the congressional Democrats' approval rating. Elon Musk is going back to Tesla, but is it too late to reverse the damage he's done? Ooh, this is interesting. So Musk damaged Tesla's brand in just a few months. Fixing it will likely take longer. I'm actually, the random thought entered my head if he's actually going to wind up having to resign as CEO. I think the damage he's done is permanent. I don't know if y'all agree with me in the chat, but I don't see Tesla coming back from this. Elon Musk stated Tuesday he will reduce his advisory work next month to focus on Tesla. Ongoing political controversy and his actions have damaged Tesla's brand and alienated buyers. This is actually, a rare fallout from, some big industrialist or tech bro actually taking a high-level government job. I'm actually kind of glad to see this. Billionaires should not be advising presidents on how to restructure the government. This boomeranged almost predictably. So incidents included protests of facility vandalism and Tesla's largest sales decline ever last quarter. The automaker announced a 71% drop in net income due to tumbling worldwide sales. Shares rose slightly, but experts warn brand damage may prove permanent for some buyers. I'd be surprised if you have turned against Elon Musk. I just don't see you turning back, and going, oh hey, unless he resigns from the company, he's going to have to leave that company. I predict. Navy Secretary rescinds Biden-era climate action plan. This is interesting. The U.S. Navy officially rescinded a climate action plan established during the Biden administration, according to Navy Secretary John Phelan, who stated the focus is now on warfighters first and lethality. I love that word, lethality. The Scrap Climate Action 2030 program included goals to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and achieve net zero emissions by 2050. I don't know how the hell that would happen. According to statements made by Navy Secretary Carlos Del Toro, Phelan criticized the previous climate action plan as unable to prioritize military readiness, emphasizing a shift away from climate initiatives to focus on combat readiness. The decision reflects a pattern where Republican administrations have reversed previous climate initiatives, similar to the cancellation of the Great Green Fleet project during the Trump administration. Somehow or another, that one escaped me. The Great Green Fleet. That almost sounds like the Jolly Green Giant. And let's see. I want to see this one. Democrats mock Hegseth makeup studio at the Pentagon. This is interesting. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth Well, he was in TV, so I mean, he might know the value of makeup before you go on camera. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth has ordered a makeup studio at the Pentagon for television appearances, reportedly costing several $1,000s. A Defense Department spokesman stated that upgrades to the Pentagon briefing room are routine during administrative changes. Critics, including Representative Ted Lieu, mocked the makeup studio, suggesting it shows a lack of warrior culture. And Lieu, if you'll remember, was in the Army, I think. Tom Nichols expressed concern, questioning how the focus on makeup serves the troops' needs and the priorities at the Pentagon. Yeah, that is a little bit. That's yeah. And this is Pete Hegseth firing back. Poor guy. Should have installed tampon machines. Hegseth bashes report of his new makeup room in the Pentagon. At least they would have some use. Recent news reports have given Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth plenty of reason to sweat under the bright lights, but he still doesn't want people to know where he fixes his makeup. Former Fox News host turned head of the Department of Defense raged over a CBS News report that he installed a makeup studio just outside the Pentagon's press briefing room. The outlet shared that Hegseth had spent several $1,000s to add a new chair and mirror with makeup lighting in the green room. Totally fake story, Hegseth wrote on X. No orders and no makeup, but whatever. Yeah, okay. Hegseth went on to suggest that the leftist news media would rather see him install tampon machines in every men's bathroom at DOD. Pentagon spokesperson was more measured in its response, saying there was nothing novel about changes to Pentagon decor. In a statement to CBS News, changes and upgrades to the Pentagon briefing room are nothing new and routinely happen during changes in administration. So I'm not going to go any farther with that, but it's true. Hegseth is one of them pretty boys. All right. So enough ground news. This is talking about Trump signs an executive order to change college accreditation. They are just looking basically to just totally just mess with college education. While the Indians and fake wannabes drive Tesla. This is a good question. If global warming is real, why did Obama buy that beachfront mansion, Stanley? Well, that's a totally dumb question because the beach is still there. Obama's over 60. By the time that beach erodes, he'll probably be dead. It'll be somebody else's problem. So that's why he bought it. The beach is a nice place to be, for maybe the next 100 years. If I had that kind of money, I'd buy beachfront property, maybe. I think buying it on Martha's Vineyard would be safer than buying it on the coast of North Carolina. North Carolina gets hit by hurricanes, fairly frequently. Global ocean currents. Okay. Black investment strategy. Is there such a thing as a black investment strategy? Let me know, Buckbreaker. Never heard of that species of investment strategy. Let's see. Totally random comment. Obama bond more black people than Bush. What a goddamn dude. You're just pulling them out your ass there, 12th man, aren't you? Obama hasn't been president in like what? fucking like 12 years, actually longer than that. Oh, I'm sorry. He hasn't been president in like 10 years. Why are we still talking about Obama again? Because you're racist. That's why. So anyway, um let's see. Should we play this video? Let's play this video. Hopefully there's sound.
By a number of university accreditation is currently a process controlled by a number of third-party organizations. That's by statute, by law. Many of those third-party accreditors have relied on sort of woke ideology to accredit universities instead of accrediting based on merit and performance. This executive order affects a number of
Yeah, well, I don't think Obama's as big a racist as you, 12th man. You got him beat by a mile.
other sort of graduate programs. But the basic idea is to force accreditation to be focused on the merit and the actual
Barack,
providing.
Barack derangement syndrome. That's pretty funny.
So we're setting up new accreditation.
It's like the man hasn't been president in several decades.
We're charging the Department of Education to really look holistically at this accreditation mess and hopefully make it much better.
Okay, thank you. And this pretty much does it, right?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Why does he sign everything with a marker? I guess just to make his signature big and visible.
Thank you.
Yeah. Well, luckily he won't be president for much longer.
All right, I'm talking to you.
We'll put everything back once he's gone. Let the old man have his fun, I say. So this actually kind of caught my attention for the rifle fans among us. Legendary rifles that built America. Let's see what we got here. This looks like an M16. You know what? Oh, I see. Okay, hold on one sec. This is legendary rifles. So this is the Kentucky long rifle. This one goes all the way back to the early frontier days. It had a long barrel, solid accuracy, and was made for the woods. Back then, being able to drop a deer or a redcoat from far off wasn't just impressive, it was survival. The Kentucky long rifle became a symbol of early American independence. It was slow to reload, sure, but it made every shot count. That kind of precision made a real difference in the hands of settlers and soldiers alike. Nice looking weapon. Looks like a flintlock. Let's see, what do we have here? Oh, that's an ad. This is the Springfield model 1861. If you picture a Civil War soldier, odds are he's carrying this rifle. The Springfield model 1861 was the workhorse of the Union Army. It was a muzzle loader, and yes, reloading took time, but it could reach out past 500 yards with the right shooter. More than 1 million were made, which tells you how relied on it was. It wasn't fancy, but it was dependable, and that mattered more than anything on the battlefield. After we do this, we'll get back to news, but this caught my attention. This is a Winchester model 1873. They called it the gun that won the West, and there's a reason for that. The Winchester 1873 was handy, fast to shoot, and chambered in the same rounds as your revolver. Interesting. That made life easier for cowboys and lawmen alike. It wasn't just popular, it was everywhere. From cattle drives to railroads, folks carried this lever-action rifle through some of the toughest terrain the country had to offer. Yeah, that's a good-looking rifle right there. This is a Sharps rifle. Sharps was known for its reach. Long-range buffalo hunters, scouts, and even some Civil War sharpshooters counted on it. It fired big, heavy rounds. They could put down large game or ring steel way out past, I hope they should say sling, ring steel way out past where most rifles gave up. What set it apart was how accurate it stayed at distance. That mattered a whole lot when your meat or your life depended on a well-placed shot. This is a Spencer repeating rifle. John Wayne. The Spencer wasn't the first repeating rifle, but it was the first one that changed the game during the Civil War. 7 shots without reloading might not sound like much today, but back then it was a serious edge. Union troops with Spencers could lay down fire that overwhelmed muzzleloaders. President Lincoln himself gave it the green light after seeing it in action, and it earned its place in history from there. Let's see, this is Springfield Model 1873 Trap Door. The rifle bridged the gap between muzzleloaders and modern repeaters. The trapdoor mechanism let soldiers reload faster using cartridges instead of loose powder and ball. It served through the Indian Wars and even showed up in early frontier skirmishes. While not the fastest or flashiest, it helped the U.S. military into a new era of firepower. This is a Winchester Model 1894. This lever gun kept the Winchester name strong. It was chambered in modern smokeless powder rounds, and that gave it better range and power than its older siblings. Hunters loved the 1894, especially the 30-30. It was a go-to for whitetail in the woods, and it's still around today for good reason. It works plain and simple. Yeah, that is nice looking. This is a Krag Jorgensen. The Krag may not be a household name now, but it was the U.S. military's first bolt-action service rifle. It had a unique side-loading magazine that made topping off easy, even in the middle of a fight. It didn't last long before being replaced by the Springfield 1903, but it marked an important step forward in how the U.S. fought at the turn of the century. Interesting. Springfield M1903. This rifle served through 2 world wars, and it is still one of the most accurate bolt actions the U.S. ever issued. Chambered in 30-06, it had punch, range, and solid optics compatibility when scoped. Soldiers, Marines, and even snipers trusted this rifle. It was the go-to for precision shooting until the M1 Garand came along. And even then, it stayed in service for decades. Interesting. M1 Garand. This one changed everything. The M1 Garand gave American troops a semi-automatic rifle in World War II, while most enemies were still using bolt actions. It was reliable, powerful, and made follow-up shots way faster. General Patton called it the greatest battle implement ever devised. While that's high praise, anyone who carried one into combat would probably agree. M14. M14 didn't stick around long in frontline use, but it had a big impact. Chambered in 7.62 NATO, it offered full auto fire with rifle caliber punch. It saw combat in Vietnam before being phased out for the M16. Even after that, the M14 stuck around in sniper and designated marksman roles. It had the range and stopping power many shooters still wanted when things got serious. Interesting. AR-15, M16. I carried an M16 around all summer when I was in Army ROTC. Loved it, love it or hate it, I hated it. There's no ignoring its role. The M16 replaced the M14 and became the standard rifle for U.S. troops starting the Vietnam era. Lighter, faster shooting, and easier to carry, it marked a shift in military thinking. The civilian AR-15 shares the same DNA and has become one of the most used rifles in America today. For defense to sports shooting, it's not going anywhere. Damn Skippy, it's not. The article was developed Oh, this article was developed with AI-powered tools and has been carefully reviewed by our editors. Well, that was a fun little detour. So this is MSN. Basically, I'm just going to scan it to see if there's anything interesting enough to talk about. 9 out of 10 buck breakers chose the 30-30. Did you say I found a medal from the Battle of Springfield? It was one of the shortest battles. Huh. Springfield is a lovely machine. Trust me, I play Red Dead Redemption 2. I think my son plays that too. Okay, let's see here. What is in MSN? Trump gives update. We've already covered that. He came to Texas Southern for a doctorate. Now he's taking the university to court. Well, he had to go to Texas Southern. CNN anchor keeps reporting as 6.2 magnitude earthquake interrupts live broadcast. 12 states sue Trump, claiming his tariff policies are unconstitutional. I bet Michigan's one of them. China responds to Trump's softening tone on trade. Yeah, I'm tempted to read it, but, Trump caved. Houthis shoot down growing number of U.S. drones. That is concerning. Probably because they're reading, probably because they're knowing about the flights before they actually arrive, because they all have signal on their mobile phones. Oops, I didn't mean to do that. So let's see. NASA's Lucy spacecraft just flew by a strange peanut-shaped asteroid. Somebody probably, I wonder what kind of allergy that's going to cause. So, well, you know what? Let's have a look at these images. Let's see here. Does it show us the images? Here we go. Let's have a look at this. Turn on the sun. From 600 miles away. This 2 miles wide and 5 miles. All right. That same repeating image. Pretty interesting. All right, let's get out of here. Lucy spacecraft. I wonder what they call it Lucy. Is it after the Peanuts character, I wonder? All right, well, let's go back here. Federal judge temporarily halts order for details on any efforts to return Abrego Garcia to the U.S. That's so surprising. 10 most reliable pistols. I'm not going to do that. We did the executive order. Pursuing a career in nursing later in life. Tom Homan has a question for Dems fighting for illegal immigrants. Oh, we got to see this. Radicalized, y'all. Oh, I'm sorry. I keep forgetting.
This guy in El Salvador did not one but two
Hold on,
judges.
see here.
This
Start
is
it over.
your new radicalized Democratic Party, putting America and your life last every single day. Anyway, here with more is Trump's border czar, Tom Homan.
And I want to respond to that. This is Tom Homan hurting 3 Americans by shipping the husband off due to administrative error. Okay, you're not going to be able to back out of that. It's already, the error has already been admitted. There is 1 American wife and 2 American children whose lives have been interrupted because of Trump and Tom Homan's sloppiness. If you're gonna be an autocrat, at least attempt to be a non-sloppy autocrat.
This is your new radicalized Democratic Party, putting America and your life last every single day. Anyway, here with more is Trump's border czar, Tom Homan, as well as, I mean, let's start with this guy in El Salvador. What do we know about this guy in El Salvador? Did not 1 but 2 judges designate that this guy was an MS-13 gang member?
Well, he's home. He's an illegal alien, MS-13
He's
gang member.
home. He was not illegal.
With the order of deportation, 2 federal judges not only found he's an MS-13 member, 2 federal judges issued an order of removal. He has an order of removal. He is home. We removed the gang member terrorist white beater from this country because the court ordered him deported. So I keep saying this, the best that can happen for him, Sean, is he does come back to the United States. We detain him immediately, and we immediately remove him. He has an order of deportation. The withholding order doesn't mean anything since the situation has changed. He is now a terrorist, and the withholding order was about a gang who's afraid of going back to the country where the gang is going. The gang doesn't exist anymore. President Bukele shut
The
it
only
down.
place
So
this bullshit is going
facts
to
around
fly
the
is on
withholding have
Fox
changed.
News.
We removed the gang, public safety threat, MS-13 member, terrorist from this United States. And we did exactly what we should have done. He's home. He's in his home country.
All right, they keep making the argument about due process, and you had a pretty good line. You said that this guy Garcia got more due process than Laken Riley, or I'll add Rachel Morin, or I'll add Jocelyn Nungary, or I can call the names of other Americans that have been murdered, raped, and victims of violent crime. They didn't get any due process, did they?
No, they didn't. He got due process. He got 2 immigration judges. 2 federal judges ordered him deported after a hearing. He got due process, but you're right. Angel moms and dad across this country, they get no due process. Just like the parents of the 2 that were killed by an illegal alien in California. They didn't get due process. And we're, so they enter the country illegally, so they ignore the legal process when they come here illegally. Well, all of a sudden they get deported. Now they want to take advantage of the legal process. It's upside down, but we're going to keep doing what we're doing, Sean.
You know who he sounds like? Tom Homan sounds like 12th man on a relatively good day. Interesting. Let's see how much. Oh, we got more of this nonsense.
And you have foreign international students that are being held. And if you're sympathizing with a terrorist organization, a designated terrorist organization, what gives you the right to stay in our country? Doesn't that association or even moral support represent a clear and present danger to our country?
Absolutely. And you violate the terms of that visa. Getting a visa to come to this country to study is a privilege. And you have rules that, you have to qualify for to get that visa. So there's terms that you have to live by. When you violate these terms, like supporting a terrorist organization, that visa can be pulled and you're going home. I'm in the export program. So the minute the Department of State ends your status in the United States, my job is deport them, and that's what we're doing. They might have got away with that in the Biden administration. They're not going to get away with that in the Trump administration.
They're not going to get away with that in the Trump administration. Down on the Trump plantation.
The people going to Louisiana to appeal for the student. What message do you have for all of them?
Where were you when thousands of American parents buried their children? They got separated from children forever because they were because they were killed by illegal aliens that entered this country legally. That's preventable.
Yeah, but they weren't killed by this illegal alien. Damn it.
Where were you when
Guys put
10.5
out
million people
arguments
came
that
to
are
our
just
borders
so
illegally?
easy to
Where
defeat.
were you when millions were released in the United States in defiance of federal law? The law says you come to this country, you come to our borders without proper documentation, you shall be detained. Not released, shall be detained. Where were you when they released the millions of people in the United States? Where were you when a record number of people on terrorist watch list crossed this border and were released in the United States with no vetting? Where were you when 250,000 Americans died from fentanyl coming across the border, open border, Biden administration? Where were you then? You were silent, which means you're complicit. You didn't say a word about the violation of laws and put America at great risk. Not just public safety, national security. So where were you then? It's pathetic and disgusting. They are elected by the people to represent the taxpayers of this country. When you don't care about your constituency, when you don't care about public safety and national security, you're an embarrassment to the position you hold. Where were you the last 4 years?
That's a great question, and I'd like to see them try and answer it. And they lied to us on top of it and said the border was closed and the border was secure, and our own eyes showed us differently. One of the people, there are now the Trump administration under your leadership have been able to nab over more than 200 known or suspected terrorists since January, including one of India's most wanted terrorists. What do you know about this guy?
First of all, President Trump secured the border in 7 weeks, which Joe Biden couldn't want to do in 4 years. We had the safest, most secure border in history of this nation today because of President Trump. Look, we arrested a lot of terrorists. We got a lot more to find. We got over 2 million gotaways. Who are they? Where do they come from? So we're working with the intelligence community, FBI, Department of Justice. We got more to do. But yes, we've arrested more criminals in the first 3 months than Joe Biden did in a year. We tripled that number. So we got more to find, Sean. There's a lot of public safety threats out there. By 600,000 illegal aliens with criminal records we got to find. But what concerns me the most is the 2 million gotaways. Who are they? Where do they come from? We don't know. But we're working very hard with the intelligence community to try to find out where these people are, who they are. They need to be arrested. They need to be detained. They need to be removed. So we're doing great, but we got a hell of a lot more to do, which is now a message to Congress. Give us the funding to continue this. With the more money we have, the more we can do. The more agents we can put on the street, the more people, the more beds we can buy, put people in before we can deport them. We need Congress to fund this operation so we can keep President Trump's promise to the American people.
Yeah, Tom Homan, great job. We appreciate you being with us.
Oh, that guy. So let's
thousands of mourners have
let's go back here. Let's see what else. Thank you, Mr. Homan. One of the worst cars built in the 70s. Is that a Cordoba? Yeah. 26 people. Let's see. NATO fighter jets scrambled after Russian long-range attacks. They didn't do much. Doge unleashes wrecking ball that rips into DC's special status. I'm tempted. Legendary lawman, Gen Z unemployment, millions stuck due to worthless degrees. Scientists have evidence that Adam and Eve existed. Okay, well, let's see. We'll scan through here. 7 Ways, Vampire Diaries. Huh, interesting. Trump shoots down millionaire's tax trial balloon. That's a good thing, I think. Apparently, they're doing a movie about Anthony Bourdain. Interesting. All right, well, let's hop over here. Trump demands Ukraine. I've covered that. Let us enlarge this. There we go. Looks like I have covered most of this stuff earlier. Let's see what's in the Washington Post. Most of these stories I've actually covered, at least the ones I wanted to cover. Top donors to Trump's $239 million inauguration fund include more than a dozen administration nominees. Interesting. Hegseth had signal messaging app installed on Pentagon computer. Yeah, Hegseth, this is just not going in. Oh, this is not just going away, apparently. The move shows the extent to which the defense secretary had integrated an unclassified platform with the highly secure systems the government relies on. Yep, that's not going away. White House eases tone on China tariffs, but said it won't cut them soon. Russia bombs Kyiv. We've kind of seen this before. All right. Well, nothing stands out here. So this is a video that I started a couple days ago, and we never actually got through it. This is an interview that the folks at Trigonometry, or whatever it's called, Trigonometry, did with Sebastian Gorka. And it was actually a pretty interesting interview. So we'll start it, and if I get bored with it, we'll move on. But I think it was actually a good interview, one that's worth seeing or revisiting.
This is a historic moment. How do you feel it's going so far?
We have a lot of work to keep Americans and our allies and our friends safe from the scourge of global jihadism. His demand, even more than 8 years ago,
China just launched their mega rocket a few minutes ago.
That jihadism
Interesting.
is bad, then you need to step up. You need to be more active partners, whether you're Arab nations in the Middle East or whether you're Western nations that have terrorism occurring on your streets.
So can you reassure sensible people around the world that in attempting to do a deal quickly, Ukraine isn't going to end up in a position that's bad for the world and bad for America?
He's truly horrified by what he's seeing. This isn't about a quick fix and move on. This is about stopping horror.
Seb?
Yes.
Our good friend, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, Deputy Assistant to the President, and you deal with counterterrorism above all. We're sitting here with the coffee cups with the President of the United
States. Uncle Fatty, was that a satellite launch that you're talking about?
United States on them in the room where the American government found out Pearl Harbor had happened. So that was a historic moment. This is a historic moment. How do you feel it's going so far?
Absolutely incredible. I pinch myself every single day, not simply because of my personal reasons that I've been waiting about 25 years for this job, but it feels like we've been here for 7 months, not 7 weeks, because of the pace, the alacrity of what the president has achieved, from sealing the border to new deals to, as we are recording this, he just announced from the Oval Office with Secretary of Defense Hegseth next to him, the new F-47 fighter jet, big secret for the last 5 years. So, I mean, it's just, keeping up with him is one of the toughest things in life, but it's just an amazing time to be alive, and it's an amazing time to be an American.
And what do you do day to day?
So I'm the Senior Director for Counterterrorism in the National Security Council, working for the National Security Advisor, Mike Waltz. And so my job is to coordinate all counterterrorism policies and activities for the president, for Mike Waltz, to make sure that we are, well, as my colleagues tell me, they ask me as I bump into them in the West Wing, have you killed more jihadis today? So we have a lot of work to keep Americans and our allies and our friends safe from the scourge of global jihadism.
Well, you say that in a way that will sound kind of like political to a lot of people, but the president has come out and been very, very clear, and Tulsi Gabbard also, that you guys see jihadism as one of the big threats to America, which seems a bit of a pivot.
Well, look, it's not a univalent situation. There's not one threat. So I'll be completely, open here. When I came into this building 8 years ago for the first Trump administration, my background was counterterrorism. I was teaching the military, the intelligence community how to deal with Al-Qaeda and ISIS, and I thought I'd be doing that. And once you get the clearances and once you read the president's daily intelligence briefing, you realize there's only one real strategic level threat to America, and that's China. And the president understands that. And with people like Peter Navarro back on board, people like Scott Bessent to the Treasury, we are dealing with that strategic level nation state threat. But when it comes to counterterrorism, look, the last 4 years have been absolutely catastrophic. Let's start with Biden's surrender of Afghanistan. Afghanistan is the nation that gave aid and succor to Al-Qaeda, to bin Laden, prior to 9/11. The last administration, in ways that made the Saigon withdrawal look like a walk in the park, deserted Afghanistan, deserted the people who'd fought
How you doing, Seven Steel?
against the Taliban, against Al-Qaeda. Now the organization that helped the Al-Qaeda terrorists is back in control of that nation. We've withdrawn all of our capabilities from that region to do counterterrorism as we did previously. So when I came into the building, I was told that we have an increased threat of global jihadism on the Sunni side. Iran is now stronger than ever because Biden released tens of billions of dollars. So the president is very serious about the threat of jihadi terrorism. And that's why you've seen one of the first actions, second week of the administration, is the strikes against ISIS in Somalia. The Houthis, President Trump took action just last weekend. So yeah, the president takes this threat very seriously. And if you look at the events in Europe, the Christmas market attacks, you look at the events in the UK, the stabbings and so forth, those three little beautiful girls. Yeah, he gets it, and we are taking action, and it is my honor to be part of that.
It's interesting because on the one hand, Trump is saying that he doesn't want to have this neocon attitude where he puts troops on the ground and he influences regime change. But let's be brutally honest, Seb, Iran.
Yeah.
Unless you've sought Iran, whatever that means, that is the source of the poison which causes much of the disruption in the Middle East.
So you're absolutely right. The president is not a neoconservative interventionist. He's not an isolationist. There are people who say, oh, he's an isolationist. Garbage. America first does not mean America alone. The fact that he strengthened NATO by getting 2/3 of the NATO members to actually pay their dues, which was not the case when we came into the White House the first time around, demonstrates that. But when it comes to Iran, he's not interested in regime change in terms of the 82nd Airborne going in and changing nations. His first question is, whenever we brief him, why are we there? Why do we have boots on the ground anywhere? And his demand, even more than 8 years ago, is that if you share the threat assessment that jihadism is bad, if your citizens are being killed on your streets, then you need to step up. You need to be more active partners, whether you're Arab nations in the Middle East who are threatened by the Muslim Brotherhood, by Al-Qaeda, by ISIS, by al-Nusra, or whether you're Western nations that have terrorism occurring on your streets. So it's not up to us to change regimes. We have to suppress the terrorist threat. And as far as I'm concerned, I would love to see the nation of Persia, with all the ethnicities that are inside Iran today, take back their country. And the saddest, the most cripplingly tragic thing is, by the end of the first Trump administration, the Islamo-fascist regime of Tehran was on the brink of collapse.
I like how he pronounced
the Iranian
Iran.
Stock Exchange, thanks to our sanctions, had lost more than 50% of its value in just over a year. And now, for the last 4 years, it's been pumped full of cash by the Biden administration. Now, the collapse of the regime in Syria has hurt them. The reapplication of sanctions has also undermined them. What Israel has done, God bless Israel, since the horrific loss of Jewish life on October the 7th, has put Iran back on that teetering level. But yeah, we're not going to invade Iran, but we would like Iran to be free.
So what does that actually mean? Are you going to ratchet up the sanctions?
Absolutely. It's happening right now.
And what else? Is it just that?
There's certain things I can't discuss, but when it comes to economic pressure, political pressure, working with our allies, we are following right now what's called the maximum pressure campaign. So to use every element of national power, which is not kinetic, in terms of finance, intelligence, economics, sanctions, to just squeeze that regime until it just loses control of this fascist system it's put in place since 1979.
Because because that is not only the only challenge. Obviously, you also have the situation in Gaza. The ceasefire has just been broken.
Right.
This is going to take a long time to sort out.
Yeah, look, with regards to Gaza, the people of Israel, the Prime Minister, the IDF, I think have finally come to the realization that when a population has a majority, upwards of 80%, that agrees with the horrific attacks of October the 7th, you don't solve that overnight. I mean, this is the shocking reality of Gaza, that you have a population that thinks, and I've watched the unedited versions of what happened on October the 7th. I was allowed to see young girls being slaughtered, children being blown up. When you have a population that says that's good, and we agree with that, that's not going to be fixed with a piece of paper saying, you know, we have peace and things are normalized. Right now, Israel, quite rightly, is making sure that that certain piece of territory cannot be used to affect mass casualty attacks against the peoples of its nation. And I think that is a very reasonable approach. You're not going to fix it overnight.
So do you think people don't understand this? Like, I think even I feel like I probably didn't understand. Like, before we start, I hope you don't mind me mentioning, you were on the phone with an American hostage who'd just returned from the Middle East.
Right.
And you're literally there on the phone saying, you know, welcome back to America. Most people our lives are so far away from that, that I think understanding any conflict really, but
Right.
Gaza in particular, it just feels like, I don't think people get it really. Do you know what I mean?
But how could they? I mean, and I'm not making excuses.
Yeah.
If you come from where you come from, if you come from the former Soviet Union, if your family comes from Venezuela, if, like my father, you literally escaped a political prison, we understand that there are things in life more important than the Wi-Fi signal strength at Starbucks. This is what I always say. What's the biggest problem somebody who grew up in the West has? Well, I've only got 2 bars on my Wi-Fi when I'm at Starbucks. And I'm not being facetious. Really, what is the biggest problem? Is it the fact that you may be slaughtered this weekend, like the Alawites were just a few days ago in Syria? Literally 1,000 unarmed civilians, families, you can watch the videos, mowed down because they belong to the wrong ethnic religious group. The West has had it very, very good for about 70 years. And as such, can you relate to, you know, a man who you just heard me have a conversation with, who's been in a Taliban prison for more than 2 years?
Yeah.
How do you even compute that when your biggest problem is, you know, I've run out of things to binge watch on Netflix tonight, right? It's hard to, you know, what do they say? You know, easy times breed soft men.
Yeah.
That's where we are today.
It is where we are. And one of the things, you know, all the 3 of us have been friends for a long time. One of the things I've always liked about you is you're very, very pro-President Trump. Of course you would be, but you're not an ideologue, you're a pragmatist. And one of the things that I think you would concede is you can't focus on everything at once. So one of the challenges is, as you guys focus more on China and on the threat of Islamism, which are both big, serious threats, obviously the Russia-Ukraine thing, you know, the president, I think, is quite keen to wrap that up.
Yeah.
But I don't have to be a critic of the president to observe that he promised they would be done on day one. And right now, a lot of people are saying, you know, it looks like Donald Trump may have met his match in terms of negotiations. You know, How do you feel about that?
So first, and this isn't because my first degree was philosophy and theology. I really do believe this. Words matter. You called me a pragmatist and not an ideologue. I could take that. I could take umbrage at that and consider that an insult, because pragmatism has been used as a slur, as a pejorative.
Oh, I meant it as a compliment.
No, I know, but let me unpack that comment.
Sure. Yeah.
Because, and I came to this through an amazing friend of mine, Bob Riley, who wrote the book The Closing of the Muslim Mind. I don't have an ideology, and neither does President Trump. This is really incredibly important to understanding who this man is, because I came to realize, thanks to Bob, that what an ideology is a distortion of reality. An ideology is a lens through which you interpret objective truth. I don't have a lens through which I interpret objective truth. I have the truth. And for me, that's what a conservative is, right? Because you can say, okay, conserve what? Conserve that which has been demonstrated to function over millennia, like families, like, a man is a man, a woman is a woman. It's good to have a father when you're a young child. These aren't ideological statements. They're not permutations of a reality. They are a reality. And the way to understand President Trump is he looks at the world as it is. He doesn't put an overlay, neoliberal, neoconservative. No. What's the... There's a moment in the first Trump administration where he was being briefed at the cabinet level, and the then National Security Advisor, who was a former tank commander, had this whole massive set of PowerPoint slides, as you do in the US military. And each slide started with the same sentence: the Islamic government of the Republic of Afghanistan will. The Islamic government of the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan will. Every page. And the president, before we start the briefing, he just looks at this and he says, what government of Afghanistan? And he's absolutely right. There was no functioning government in a Westphalian sense. They didn't exercise sovereignty over a nation with 36 languages and 24 disparate tribes. That doesn't fit into the elite way of looking at the world, because you've got to have labels. You've got to have IR theory, international relations theory. You've got to have an ideological bent, a stamp on your forehead. He doesn't have this. You can't be one of the most successful men in business for 50 years if you have an ideological filter through which you see the world. So that's important to understand about the president. If you want to know him, read the book. I tell people, you don't have to love my boss, but read The Art of the Deal if you want to understand how he functions and how reality.
Oh my Lord,
is
I've
his
read
metric,
Art of the Deal.
Not some kind
I hope he's better than that.
predefined ideological lens. With regards to,
I've never thought there were more. Oh wait, hold it. Genders? They're not. They're only two
there's nobody else in the
sexes.
world who's going to fix this instead of President Trump.
But there
And
are
I look at
biological
the
anomalies.
current deal
But yeah, there are
from
only two
Moscow.
sexes.
You know, as well as
Genders,
anyone else, what the
gender and sex are not the
ceasefire on
same.
energy targets really means.
So
It's a
man and
face-saving
woman
gesture.
are not the
The
same as
Kremlin cannot say, yes,
is
we agreed to
male
your
and
terms,
female.
and we're going to have
You
a
should know
30-day
that, Deacon
ceasefire
Dan.
as the Ukrainians agreed to. They're going to give us a little bit of concession so they still look tough. That's completely the standard operating procedure of a former KGB colonel who's now president. At the end of the day, as I said to the BBC recently, name me one other political leader in the world who's going to bring peace to the
Oh, no one would deny that President Trump is the person
But
who
he's
has
not,
to
he
do
hasn't
this.
met his match.
He hasn't?
No.
Well, the Russians have rejected the ceasefire. The deal isn't being done.
Right, but
The greatest
let's
whatever,
go
Kimmy.
outside of negotiations. At the beginning of the war 3 years ago, if there's a thing that comes out of
Greatest
the UK from the
man,
right
greatest
called the military
businessman, certainly not the
It's
greatest
an
president.
artifact of the Cold War, where you have all the militaries of the world listed in terms of their power, how many men, how many ships, how many nuclear weapons, whatever. So it's a ranking of all the world's militaries. When the war began three and a half years ago, Russia was ranked second in the world in terms of military might. Ukraine was ranked 22nd. 22nd. So who's met their match? I think Moscow's met their match. When somebody who's ranked 20 positions behind you basically fights you to a standstill, which they've done. At the end of the day, look, you know better than anyone else. Everybody talks about the Brandenburg Gate speech, tear down this wall. Mr. Gorbachev talks about...
Kimmy, if you think he's the best president
pressures
ever,
economically
you're going to love the
aside,
next
Soviet
essay
Union.
after this
What
video's
was one of the
over.
first chinks in the armor? Nobody talks about this now. Nobody talks about this now. When was the first sign the Soviet Union was heading towards collapse? When after 9 years of war in Afghanistan, Soviet grandmothers, Soviet mothers publicly protested at their 19-year-old children, their sons, their grandchildren being shipped home from Afghanistan in cardboard boxes. That's not very long in the memory of the Siloviki nomenclatura of the Soviet system. So there's a point at which the Kremlin has to say, okay, guys, let's sit down. They're not going to do it fast, but they have to sit down.
Chaos comes in all shapes and sizes. Last week, Ben.
Well, Seb, you know us. We come at it from a very realistic perspective. We're not trying to catch you out or anything. But let me share my concerns, and perhaps you can address them. And the concerns a lot of people share.
Very well.
What I'm saying is, I understand why America needs to focus on China. I absolutely understand, particularly from the UK, why.
Good to see
Islamist terrorism is a big
Constantine
problem.
got a
But the
big
concern
boy
is,
haircut.
in the desire to focus on those things, there may be a sense of unnecessary, like, how do you say, unnecessary urgency is not what I mean, but like, let's just get this deal done no matter what happens. And then you get a deal for Ukraine that means that this invasion is repeated the next time.
So-
Let me just finish this because it's important. There's two dimensions. President Trump's no longer in office. So whatever strength he has, you know, you've got let's say Biden comes back out of the cardboard box and he's president, right? And then Putin can invade again because there's no permanent security, because we rushed the deal now because we needed to focus on other things, number one. Number two is there are a lot of small countries, as you well know with your Hungarian ancestry, in Eastern Europe, who are very concerned about Russia. To them, this idea that Vladimir Putin is a scary guy is not theoretical because they know history, right? And a lot of places around the world elsewhere that have powerful enemies, smaller countries, are going to look at this and go, well, look, if there is no order in the world, if it's the strong against the weak, we need to get nuclear weapons and protect ourselves, right? So can you reassure sensible people around the world that in attempting to do a deal quickly, Ukraine isn't going to end up in a position that's bad for the world and bad for America?
Absolutely. There's nothing about what the president is doing that is driven by a sense of haste. What's driving the president, number one, and the left won't believe this and the mainstream won't believe this, but it's fine. I know the man better than they do. He's truly horrified by what he's seeing.
That comes across. Definitely. 100%. I said it on Question Time like a week ago. Whatever you may say about him, the fact that he clearly wants the human suffering to end comes across completely authentically.
But that's the number one thing. That's the number one thing. And when my boss, the National Security Advisor, who's the first ever Green Beret Special Forces officer, former Green Beret to serve in that position, in Jeddah, or was it Riyadh, says we have to stop the meat grinder of Ukrainian men and Russian men. He means it, because this is a man who's fought the Taliban in Afghanistan. He knows what a meat grinder looks like. So number one, this isn't about a quick fix and move on. This is about stopping horror. And secondly, Julia, why did you do this? Julia Hartley Brewer just didn't get it last week. She was obsessed, as so many are, with, we need that piece of paper. We need that security guarantee. We need Western nations to, NATO membership or something. And I'm like, hang on a second. First, read the NATO treaty. The NATO treaty is explicit. It's only 14 paragraphs long, and it states you can only be a member of NATO if you are a functioning representative democracy who can contribute to the alliance. Just two requirements. You're not a functioning representative democracy when your territory is occupied, right? Just like you're ruled out. You've got to be in control of your territory. And then you've got to be able to contribute to the alliance. And then I said to Julia, you know what's much more important than a piece of paper by the NATO alliance or the Budapest Memorandum? Remember that? What the president offered Zelensky. This is the biggest mistake in terms of analyzing the whole peace process. If you sign a trade deal, a rare earth minerals deal with America, you will have thousands of US citizens on your soil. Now that's a guarantee. Not a piece of paper. Big US companies, US personnel. That's when inimical nations think twice.
Okay, let me give you a counter-example scenario. The president of Russia, whether it's Vladimir Putin or whoever, 5 years down the line says, Mr. President Joe Biden, Hunter Biden, whoever, right? We're invading. You've got a few thousand of your people digging stuff out of the ground. Get them out now because we're invading tomorrow. Well, America's going to go to nuclear war with Russia over a few thousand contractors? No, you're not.
Right. So
you're going to pull them out.
So let's be clear. The safety of Ukraine is a function of who's in the White House. And to your hypothetical scenario, let's be clear. When was it invaded? On multiple occasions.
Agreed.
Under Obama? Under Biden. So I can't give you a foolproof guarantee of no war on Europe if a Democrat is in this building. If President Trump, as he is for the next 4 years, and then maybe J.D. Vance for the next 8 years, it changes the geopolitical calculus of the Kremlin.
But a Democrat will be in this building at some point.
But that's not something I can prevent.
I know, but I know.
But neither will a piece of paper help if the Democrat's in the building.
That's why Europeans are talking about peacekeepers, because it's the only way to...
Can we, again, stick to the real world? Europe has been talking about military forces under the EU since I cut my teeth on NATO issues 1997. It's cloud cuckoo land, okay? The idea that we have NATO with target force goals, with commands, and then suddenly you're going to replicate stuff when you can't afford to actually run your healthcare services, when you're having debates upon, retirement benefits. Yeah, let me have a cold shower effect on those who are thinking that Europe will suddenly duplicate NATO and then deploy assets to parts of the continent that aren't members of the EU. I've heard this story for 30 years, and it never amounts to anything. If you want to look it up, look up CFSP, Common Foreign Security Policy from the 1990s. Look up Common Defense Forces. The EU's been talking about this for decades. As far as I'm concerned, as somebody who's been doing this for a long time, it's all talk. There's America, there's Article 5, and there's NATO. And there's leaders who, unlike Biden, don't say, well, if Putin invades, it depends upon the size of the invasion, which is what he said. You're inviting trouble. It's about American leadership and the systems that work, which at the moment and for the last 70 years is NATO.
So what would you say to those people who are saying that the reason Trump is being quite friendly to Putin and speaks about him in quite glowing terms in some instances is because he is worried that if he alienates Russia to such an extent and they side with China, that is going to cause major problems for the globe?
No, look, I'm not going to speak for the president, but I know that any rapprochement between Beijing and Moscow is a tactical one. These are nations that are in dire competition with each other, and we can discuss, the demographics and the economics of all that. But no, let's be very honest. When you want somebody to come to the negotiate table, do you call them a murderer? Do you call them evil? Or do you want to actually get them to the negotiating table? This is the asinine request of the mainstream media during the first Trump administration. Why are you talking to Putin? Why are you talking to Xi? I mean, it's far more important to look at what the president does when he's talking to them. One of the most important things the president did in the first administration is when we briefed him, and this is now declassified, that there are chemical weapons about to be put on aircraft in Syria to target civilians in Syria. When the president was briefed this is under Assad, he said, turn that aircraft base into a sheet of glass. We launched 52 cruise missiles, literally just obliterated this facility, as what was happening at the same time. As Xi Jinping was in Mar-a-Lago having a state banquet, and the president, you can see the footage right now, leans over Xi, and through the interpreter, as Xi's eating the best chocolate cake in the world, says, I just thought you should know I just dropped 52 cruise missiles on Syria. He didn't invade Syria. He didn't do a regime change, but he sent a message to who? Not just Assad, who's going to use chemical weapons again against his own citizens because they're from the wrong ethnicity. He sent a message to Xi. He sent a message to Kim in Pyongyang, and he sent a message to Putin. This is not a man to be trifled with. The prior administration talked about red lines. And then what happened? The red lines were crossed again and again and again, and they said, well, right? We don't talk about red lines. You do bad stuff, and we act decisively in ways that change the complete
And when we're done bombing you,
reality. I mean, look at
we
what happened with
drink
the Houthis
tea.
last weekend. The president was told that a U.S. ship has not been allowed to traverse that waterway for the last year without being fired upon, and that 147 times U.S. vessels have been shot at by the Houthis. And he said, well, that ends now. Sort it out, Secretary Hegseth, CENTCOM, turn the Houthis into dust.
And while you're at it,
That's
Secretary
not red lines.
Hegseth,
That's not empty
let your
promises. That's
wife
not, well,
and
it
your
depends what
lawyer
kind of
know
military
that we're
invasion
going to
Putin's
take
gonna
care of it.
affect. No, it's taking action to make sure maritime freedom of the sea lanes is affected. That's Donald Trump. And I think most bad men who run countries understand that language.
Well, we're talking about bad men who run countries, and I've been speaking to a lot of Australians, particularly high-ranking Australians in government and so on and so forth, and they're very concerned with China and its covetous eyes towards Taiwan.
Yes.
How, I mean, let's be blunt here. Do you think that's going to happen, the invasion of Taiwan?
Yeah, Secretary
and how long do
Hegseth'
you think
wife
it's gonna
wants
take?
that to happen ASAP.
The first thing I'd say with regards to the PRC,
Mrs.
and
Hegseth
to
is the one who
capabilities of
planned
the
that
People's
whole
Liberation
operation,
Army,
by the way.
ironically named as it is that a lot of what China says about its military capabilities is very good propaganda. Yes, they are the number one strategic adversary for the United States. Yes, for the 100th anniversary of the revolution in 2048, they wish to be the only hegemonic power in the world, with every other nation a satrapy or a tributary state. Nevertheless, don't believe the hype when it comes to all the things they say about their capabilities. For things like that to occur, you have to have very large-scale expeditionary forces, not just a lot of guys in uniform, but the capacity to project them like America can. Nobody can touch us when it comes to projection of forces. However, I'm not diminishing the level of the threat. Literally 2 days ago, I was with a very high-level Australian delegation here in the White House, and they understand that the threat to their part of the world, the influence China is exerting and buying amongst smaller, weaker nations of the region is very disturbing. The president gets it. But again, I would say the bad men understand who the commander-in-chief is. I cannot guarantee in the future how they will look at this building, but for the next 4 years and maybe for the next 12 years under J.D. Vance, they will understand this is not a building to be trifled with.
Because the one thing that I don't think people understand is China's tentacles extend to South America, and particularly Venezuela.
Correct.
Like my family in Venezuela tell me about Chinese investment.
And Africa.
Yeah, but it's more pertinent for America, the fact that Venezuela is only a couple of hours away to Miami, and you've got Hezbollah training on the island of Margarita. You've got Iran. This is a very serious problem.
What's up,
quite
Mike?
literally, you have enemies stationed in the Caribbean.
No, and we're...
I want to point out, and I've read it, and I'm not sure, I haven't really read more than one story about this, but if they're so worried about the Chinese in Africa, I think I read somewhere like overnight that they're basically going to close most of the embassies in Africa. So I don't know how that jibes with, apparently they don't care that China's there. So I'm sure, I'll read more about it today and talk about it in the morning. But that commitment that Gorka's talking about, or the concern, over Chinese being in Africa, I don't think there is a concern.
Fully aware of that. I mean, as I said, I'm a counterterrorism guy, but I'm fully cognizant of the fact that the only peer level threat we face is China. A China that is, let's be honest, acting in a neo-colonialist fashion. Not just in
No,
Venezuela,
I didn't even know there was a
not just in
morning
our
roast
embassy, but Africa.
scheduled
Talk
for
to
this
the
morning.
leaders
But
of
that
African
Linwood
states
has a
where,
girlfriend.
communist
For
China
him.
goes in,
We all should
promises
have
infrastructure
girlfriends.
investments, but at what cost? Oh, we'll build that port for you, but we're going to own it for 50 years, and we're going to put a military base next to it. We are fully aware of this fact.
So, but I thought you made a really good point earlier when you talked about the fact that President Trump has got Europeans to start paying their way when it comes to NATO. And as you well know, we've been talking about this for a very long time. So I've got nothing against that and everything for that. But also, I do think there is some truth to the charge that is being made that you are nicer to your enemies than you are to your friends, just in terms of the way that you talk. Not you personally, but this, this building, let's say.
Yeah, but
do you think there's some truth to that?
As a man and as a father, let me ask you a question. Do you judge a man by what he says or what he does?
You judge a man by what he does, absolutely.
Right. So there's what is said, and then there's the reality of what is done, right? And I would say it's like, who was it? It was that great journalist who wrote the best description of Trump derangement syndrome. I think it was 8 years ago.
Pissed.
Selena Zito, who you should have.
I
on
think
your
this
show
is a
if you
good
haven't.
interview.
Selena said, President
This
Trump's
is basically
don't take him literally,
Sebastian
but take him
Gorka
seriously.
acting like he's
And everybody's,
important.
oh my gosh, he said what? They take him literally, but they don't take him seriously. Look at Gaza. Let's talk about, Gaza.
What's the song?
When
Eminence
President
Front?
Trump said,
That's what we're
taking
seeing
over
here.
Gaza. What did he mean? He said, people said, oh my gosh, it's going to be, Gaza Lago? Is it going to be gold-plated hotel towers coming out of, the Middle East? No. But
There's no
analyze what
whataboutism about
He makes a
President
comment.
Trump, Kim. If you're a
Certain
big
nations in the
fan,
region have a fit.
continue your
Oh my
fandom.
gosh, how
But the
dare
reality
he say
is
that
Trump is
for
not
24
a
hours.
great president.
And then the self-same
And
nations,
talk about
3
he's
days
concerned
later,
about
who've
human
done
suffering.
nothing for the
He's only
Gazans
concerned
for
about the
50
human
years.
suffering he's
So,
not causing. If
uh-uh.
he causes the
Maybe
human
we should
suffering,
invest in the
then
future
it's
of
justice.
the Gaza
So
people. So
keep
again,
up the
this
fandom.
is
I think
the
it's
art
kind of
of the
cute,
deal.
but
Everybody likes
in
to talk about the
reality,
Overton window.
Trump
Everybody
has
enlarge
problems,
the Overton
and
window. President Trump is not enlarging
Trump is,
the Overton window. He takes
he's
a
only had 3
sledgehammer
months,
to the frame,
and
the walls, the roof,
the
and he
markets
blows
certainly
it
aren't
out of the
happy with
water.
him.
And then
This,
he does
I'm
what
going to tariff you. I'm not
engenders
going to tariff you.
radical
That doesn't look
discussion.
like strength.
Countries who've done nothing for that benighted region say, you know what? Yeah, I don't like that Gaza comment, but maybe we should finally do something.
I do
That's how President Trump should be judged,
news
not
stories
by
almost
clips of things he said
several
at a
times
press
a week
conference by
in the
what
mornings.
he's done.
Tune in sometimes
That would be a
early
recommendation.
No,
when I
no,
go over the
and I get
news,
that, and
and we talk about
it's something
Trump's
that I think is a
actions all
fair
the time.
criticism that
So
people freak
I have
out a little
facts.
bit about
Just
the language too much.
pick up a
However,
newspaper or visit a
when you
news
talk
site.
about,
You'll get facts.
annexing Greenland and making Canada part of your country and breaking up NATO, as some people around President Trump are doing, I mean, if it's said often enough, people are going to listen to it. You said yourself earlier, words matter.
Data brokers collect and sell.
I think with
Yeah, I
regards to
didn't do a
Greenland,
good job
I would
cutting.
ask
I'm gonna have to
anybody
get
out
better
there
at
to
it.
have a look.
By the way,
I have a globe in my
this
office in Wall Street, right?
Biden thing,
Have a look at
like
Greenland.
every time you criticize Trump, someone wants to bring up Biden. Well, the reality, and since you want facts, let me give you a fact. Biden is not president right now. So whatever mistakes Biden made or whatever, good stuff Biden did, it is in the past. President Trump is president now. When we criticize him, the minute you go, but Biden did, my ears shut down, and I know you're not serious in your discussions. So for the folks who want to do the Biden whataboutism, you're not doing what you think you're doing, at least with someone like me. Biden is not president.
And get out a ruler or tape measure and measure how close it is to America. and how
Yep,
far
I'm
it is from
typical.
Europe. And then look at Greenland during World War II and look at the waterways, look at the airways. And
Well,
then
Brian,
get
if
back
you
to me about, oh
understand
my
what
gosh,
Trump
that
is
language
trying
is so
to do,
shocking. But
type it out in the
instead,
chat or
take
come
back
up
your
on
sentence.
the panel. I'm interested in what Trump's trying to do. It just seems haphazard to me. He
but
makes
is
a
it
plan
of
and can't stick to it.
geopolitical importance?
That's not
But this
another
is
debate.
but
that
this is
is
the trick you're playing, though, because
wavering.
you're saying, well, don't take him literally, but then when it comes to Greenland, oh, actually, we actually do need Greenland, right?
No, but
Biden's not president, so
necessarily
it's an old stale
part of
joke
the
now,
United
Kimmy.
States.
Okay.
Right. So so it's the art of negotiating, right? So it's you do this, right? Say I want 150%. People get horrified, and then you get 80%. You're never going to get 80% if you start off negotiating for 80%. You never get it, ever get it. You can only get the 80% if you enlarge in the aperture to twice that size, and then the elastic snaps back to something that otherwise would never have been deemed possible, but because you blew past the Overton window, you create the space in which to look. Let me illustrate this another way. One of the biggest ways to get in trouble with President Trump, I saw this in the first administration, I saw this with 3-star generals, right, is when he asked you, so why are we doing it this way? And if they said, and I've seen this, well, Mr. President, it's because we've been doing it like that for 30 years. The American people, 77 million of them, elected a man whose job it was to dogify.
Well, what happened to
America,
conservatism?
To shake the tree, to say, no, men
If
are
it's
men,
worked for
and
30
they can't
years.
get changed with teenage girls in bathrooms. I'm sorry, you're insane. The idea that we can't have borders is
I
absolutely
don't
suicidal,
care how
and
Kamala
we're not going to
wouldn't
be on the
have
side of the
handled
rapists, the muggers, the
anything.
murderers, who
Kim,
right
I
now
keep saying
judges
she
are
isn't
protecting
president.
because
President Trump is president.
Right? So this is
Asking
you
me a
have to understand
counterfactual.
we
I'm
have
sorry, a
arrived at, and I think your
counterfactual.
book, An Immigrant's Love Letter to the
Not
West,
doing what you think it's doing.
supports that. There's a point at
It's
which
unserious, in
you
my
have
opinion.
to shake the nation and the establishment by the throat and say, guys, just because you've been doing it like this for 30 years is crazy. And that's why you need language that actually has an effect to wake you out of that soporific state.
And in Europe, as I concede, that has happened as a result. So I'm not coming at it from any kind of hate kind of place. But I guess the worry for a lot of people is, and this isn't what President Trump has said, but I hear Steve Bannon.
Yeah, Buck Breaker, she was
saying,
gonna,
"We're
but she
gonna
didn't
have
get her
President
chance
Trump
because
run
she's
again
not
in
president.
2028, and we're working
Now,
on
what
it."
we've got is a
difficult.
president who goes
but
in a direction, then
Steve
doubles
Bannon
back and
isn't
says
a
he's
homeless
not
guy
going to
on the
go.
street, with all
Let me
respect.
stop
Neither is
this
he
right
inside this
quick,
building.
so I can
So
get
I would
full effect of this microphone. Okay, President Trump, whatever he thinks he's doing with China is not working. Okay, they are not at the negotiation table. He basically rolled back those 145% tariffs, and China didn't give him shit. So it worked with every other country in the world. And I said that I've been saying this for a couple weeks. China is the only country in the world that can go toe to toe with the United States for several reasons. Number one, they have a shitload of our debt in the form of treasury securities. They export and we import 5 times more in billions. That we export way more than China imports from us. So whatever these tariffs are going to do, it's going to hurt way more Americans sooner than it would Chinese. And the Chinese have a benefit that they don't give a shit about their population. You know, if the people start yelling, they're only going to yell so loud because they live under an authoritarian, sort of regime. So Trump tried to squeeze China. China said, okay, keep squeezing. And Trump backed down. And you just need to deal with it. All I'm saying is that if you're going to be tough, you got to be consistently tough. And Trump keeps reversing course when people start yelling too loud. So, you know what? Let's not ask what Biden or what Kamala would have done. I'm concerned with what the actual current president is doing. And you know what? Like I said, the human suffering concerns him only if he didn't cause it. Okay, if he caused the human suffering, then he doesn't care about it. He doesn't call it suffering, he calls it justice. Y'all need to live with that. And you know what? I don't need facts any more than opening a newspaper or hitting a news site. So keep asking me about Biden, and I'm going to keep laughing and calling you unserious. What's up? You're back.
I'm back. Yeah, I had breakfast with my daughter. I just wanted to pile on to what you're saying.
Hold on. I literally don't understand what Trump is trying to do, HB, because he's not trying to do anything. What he's doing is that art of the deal bullshit, and it just doesn't work with China. Okay, and you know what? Apparently, you or Brian Nichols understand what Trump's doing. Maybe because you're as demented in the head as he is. So come up and explain his dementia, and maybe you can make me understand. I'm sorry, Ron.
Please.
Absolutely, I have my opinions. Hold on one sec. Absolutely, I can have my opinions, and I express them often. Thank you for letting me have my opinions, Kimmy. I'm damn sure entitled to them. Now, it is a privilege to express them to you. I'm sorry. I'm just having fun with these.
I just wanted to comment on the trade deals or non-trade deals, which there's no trade deal.
You've been wanting to comment on them all morning. Go right ahead.
Well, Stanley, you're gonna love it because not only do I agree with you, but it's beyond that. You couldn't write a dumber way to handle this than what Trump is doing. I mean, it's truly every wrong move you can.
Hold on one sec, Kim. My opinions are actually based on fact. Two people can look at a fact and come away with different conclusions, but I'm not making the shit up like you are. Okay, when you ask me what Biden would have done or what Kamala would have done, that's not fact. That's not based on fact. It's based on counterfactuals. So don't be telling me I don't have facts. When you ask me what Kamala would have done, that's sheer fantasy. And I generally don't even like doing counterfactuals. You know, the hypothetical stuff is a waste of time. So sorry, Ryan. I have to fuss at Kimmy.
No, you're good. I mean, so just so everyone's aware, prior to Trump coming into office, Biden had tariffs. Trump had tariffs before. China should be tariffed because they engage in unfair business practices. The whole world was tariffed. India, Argentina, anybody making steel was hitting China for their bullshit, okay? And we should have joined up with them and piled on, but instead we pissed them off and alienated them and then tried to sanction China. It's the dumbest playbook. Truly, you can't write a dumber way to do this than what Trump's done, right?
Well, the other thing is...
I mean, and hold on a second. Not only that, one thing he did in the first administration that was smart is he reworked NAFTA, so it was Canada, Mexico, and it was a stroke of genius to a degree. And then he went ahead and destroyed that too this time around. I don't know what he's thinking. I think he maybe he's just getting old because you can't strategically be dumber than what he's done. You can't.
Well, apparently HB's here to explain to us what Trump is doing. Go ahead, HB.
Yeah, and I know you guys are old and a little slow. So
okay, dude, I'm not. I'm not. I am not in the mood. To the point.
Take it step by step.
I'm not. Who cares about my age and all that bullshit?
I'm gonna take it step by step. I'm gonna walk you guys across.
If you walk me through fast because I bore easily. Bullshit bores me. This isn't morning roast. We deal in facts.
Let him go, Stanley. Let him go.
We deal with them quickly. Don't talk about my age or any of that bullshit. Just get to the point.
Hold on. Are you still there? Stanley? You still there?
Where the fuck else would I be?
Okay. All right. So let's just make sure we're all on the same
just
ship.
Just get to the point.
Okay. Do you know how to combine this?
You're breaking up. Lucky for you, you're breaking up.
Yeah. Okay. Stanley, do you know what a treasury bond is?
Yes.
Now, do you know how that
It's
correlates?
It's American debt.
Right.
When you
right.
buy
Now
one, you're loaning the government money.
Right. Now you know how that
Motherfucker,
correlates.
I have a series, or I had a Series 7. I know what a fucking treasury bond is.
Okay. Now
I've
you know
sold
how that,
them.
Now you know how that correlates to the national debt.
Okay, what it correlates to is China has a bunch of them. They own a lot of American debt.
About $1 trillion worth.
So when you crash the market, what is that gonna tell the investors to do? What are they gonna do when you crash the market?
Okay, to buy treasury bonds?
Exactly.
Oh, fuck that. Okay, dude, you know what? If what you're telling me is Trump is intentionally crashing the market so his buddies can buy stuff, that's even worse.
Yep.
Well, I'm not saying that it's
Okay, then what the fuck are you saying? And say it. See, this is when you guys come. I understand why King Shenard uses the term tap dancer now.
I'm explaining to you what's going
Dude,
on.
you're not talking to a 5-year-old.
He's right though.
Let's go ahead and spit it out. I know what a treasury bond is. I understand. No. Don't go to Uncle Fatty. You deal with me, son, because I'm more than you can handle right now, apparently.
You're acting like you don't understand.
No. I'm acting like you don't know what the fuck you're talking about is what I'm acting like.
No,
you come up here, want to hem and haw like it's morning roast. This is not joke time. This is not joke time.
Stanley,
get to your point.
Understand what's going on.
Get to your point.
I explained it to you.
Okay, so Trump is crashing markets so people can buy. That's despicable. Now that I understand that, let's move on to Uncle Fatty.
I don't think that's what he's doing.
We would like.
No, I don't think that's what he's doing either. But the conspiracy theorists have to have the conspiracy theorists have to always. It's the duty conspiracy theory of the day. There's a new one every day. Because I don't motherfucking care. I care that the market crashed. Don't bring that Trump bullshit up here.
It's because you don't.
He's doing it for a purpose. The motherfucker is stumbling and bumbling, and China just kicked his ass.
How did you sell this shit and you don't even know the purpose?
Okay, no. Don't ask me how I did shit. Let's deal with the current panel. And by the way, when I sold the shit, Trump wasn't president, so things were a bit more stable.
The problem with the theory is that one of the reasons Trump's backing down is because they were dumping bonds. People were dumping stocks and bonds, which is not normal. Normally you buy bonds when stocks are in trouble, right? People were dumping them, getting rid of U.S. treasuries, right? Which is scary for us because it affects the dollar. So I don't know if that theory is correct. I find it hard to believe.
It's not correct. It's just them. It's their form of Trump derangement syndrome. Trump is playing 4D chess is what he's trying to say. We old people like you and me, Ryan, we can't understand what Trump is doing. Get that bullshit out of here. Save it for Universal and John Gall.
I'm Democrat. I'm no Biden Knight. I'm no Harris. But I'm not a liberal. And I'm telling you, my assessment is he's fucking shit up. Fucking shit up.
Well, that's the mentality behind it, Brian.
Well, it's just a playbook out of the mandate for leadership, copy and paste it into executive order. He doesn't even know what he's signing. He has to have the guy read it behind him, and he sits there acting like
that was hilarious. Wait, hold. Did you hear what he said, Uncle Fatty? Is that what it's going to do?
The plan is to destroy the dollar.
Is that what it's going to do?
The plan is to destroy the dollar.
Which gives us tremendous power. So to destroy the dollar, and then also have people, destroy the trillions of dollars in equities in the stock market, ruining everyone's retirement account. I mean, that's the plan. I don't think that's the plan. I think he's dumb. You don't know what the fuck.
Well, no, maybe he wants to drive everybody into some form of to be an autocrat. If everybody's suffering, they're going to look to him to bail them out. Like look at what he said. Look at what Buck says, if America didn't collapse under Biden, it will be fine with Trump.
He left
MAGA.
office with the best economy in the world. Okay. Right.
I don't think he's
And
doing it
you
to help
guys
his
think
buddies.
the
They're
4
already
years
rich.
that he was in
They're
office
already
were
wealthy.
like this catastrophic 4 years that we were such an awesome fucking nation before that, right? That he was such a badass, sleepy motherfucker, the most diabolical bad man of all fucking time that was asleep the whole time, did all of these things.
Hey, say what you want about Biden, but the market was pumping under Biden.
Well, it was artificial.
Yeah, and apparently Trump wanted to slow that down. Hey, that market's doing too good. We need to dip it right quick so we can buy.
When the stock market loses $6 trillion fucking dollars in one day and then bumps back up, and three individual people, right, combined make $4 trillion in profit, you know something's fucking wrong.
Yeah.
Especially when
Did they
those
buy
men
the
are
day
cabinet
that they
members
didn't have
of the
it?
fucking administration.
I mean,
follow the money,
very
follow the
easy.
money, follow the money, follow the money,
Well, those
and
things-
it all
okay.
leads back to one place.
Those things have to be revealed if they're working for the government. If they're working for a corporation or own stocks, that's all. That's very easy to attain that information.
Hey, HB, I got a question for you.
Pelosi, right?
Go
Pelosi
ahead,
made a bunch of
Stanley.
money.
Go
She's one of those
Hold on one
figures.
sec.
That
I got
very
an
famous.
What's the deal with Tesla then? Tesla lost like what 71% or some huge number.
70% profit. Yeah. 70%
Yeah. So I mean, basically, was that the same logic that Elon got up there and just caused a whole shit show to make Tesla cheaper? I mean, what's the deal with Tesla?
Hey, Stanley, you say it all the time. Billionaire, just because you're a billionaire doesn't make you smart.
Peter
honestly,
Thiel, blood drinker.
Well, okay.
Honestly, it's so many different variables with Tesla. A lot of it is the operational problems with Tesla.
Right.
A lot of it, has to do with the political aspects of it. People just are kind of against Tesla now. So I mean, there's a lot that's going on.
Right.
It's
Well,
internal,
I think
external.
it was crazy
it's
for
not
him.
One thing. It's not one thing.
Well, yeah, of course not. But I honestly think that he's between a rock and a hard place because he leveraged purchasing Twitter. I think he used his Tesla stock as some sort of collateral or something.
Russian oligarchy money. Yeah, all of it.
Yeah.
So basically,
the
the only way I see Tesla recovering is if he resigns. Okay, he's permanently hurt that brand as long as he's at the helm.
It's all the guys from the former PayPal mafia that are in on this shit.
Stock to do that.
Yeah, honestly though, Stanley, I never believed in Tesla long term anyway. Honestly.
Well, yeah, but I mean that's you. You might be smarter than most. You might be smarter than most, but what I'm saying is that this dude, I guess he actually thought he was going to get in there and be Superman. And you know what? Hey, guys like him take risks, and he took a risk. I mean, you can't fault him for that, but goddamn.
High on ketamine.
Hey, yeah, for me and you, we play the slot machines. For him, he bets his whole company. That's just how the game is, man.
Well, high as
Yeah,
hell.
well, you know what?
It's a leverage.
He lost.
He leveraged though. He leveraged.
Oh yeah.
Well, yeah, he bought it, but some of it's backed, and it's just like when they buy anything. He's got some money down, some money he's borrowed, and then there's probably outside investors also that are.
Oh well, yeah, but I read somewhere that if he winds up, if the Tesla stock price, goes below a certain level, he's either going to have to put up more, assets. So the reason he's leaving is because he's like, it's out of control, and he's going to have some issues if he doesn't get that bull by the horns.
Because the public didn't buy into him being an actual public servant or anything that should be anywhere close to the White House.
Right.
Otherwise,
and I also think that they should have kept They should have kept Vivek. That Asian excellence probably would have been,
Oh yeah.
could have handled Doge better.
In hindsight, Vivek definitely should have been in front of Doge. Definitely.
Yeah.
Yeah, because as far as I know, he doesn't own a company right now.
He ain't down for that.
He got
There's
out.
no way Vivek was ever going to stay around. Look, he cashed
Well, Vivek. Now, see, the thing is I guarantee you, Vivek. And again, I'm doing a counterfactual, going against my rules, but I just suspect that he would have been again, I don't have a problem necessarily with what Trump is doing. It's how he's doing it that's the problem.
Yeah, it is.
I
mean,
agree.
Stanley, you say it all the time. This guy is a business mind first, not a politician. And that's
he's not an economist either. Okay, countries run economies. They run economic systems. And a business is not necessarily an economic system.
He doesn't understand the power the United States have because of the dollar and because of these other soft power things we do. He doesn't comprehend it. It is amazing the amount of power the United States has. It really is. And he's blown a lot of it with stupid moves, stupid maneuvering.
Can you blow that up a bit, Uncle Fatty?
Yeah, I'm trying to find the zoom on this. I don't know if it lets me zoom the app or what.
Hit try Control Plus.
Here's another thing. He's worried about China. China is in a demographic death spiral. The largest part of their population is 60 and older, and then it goes down from there like a funnel. Okay?
Z is the youngest.
They can't man the fucking jobs that they have. We already had to get out of China. We already have to take those jobs out of there and bring them to other countries because they're not going to have the manpower to do those jobs, let alone bring them here. There's 800 million workers there. If you brought we don't have 100 million available workers, let alone 800 million. Okay. So it's delusion on top of delusion with this bullshit. We should be pulling them jobs out and sending them to Mexico, Canada, half of Africa, half of fucking South America, and we still can't man them. There's still not enough people. So it's a delusion, and China is in a death spiral either way. They've got their retired people can't retire because their real estate market's destroyed. I mean, they're going to die in 10 years, and he wants to have a holy war against them. It's just strategically moronic to do what he's doing. You know, China's a threat. Yeah, they're terrible. Their military's growing, all that shit. But they're in a demographic death spiral.
Yeah, it is. They're trying to manifest the Armageddon is what they're doing.
Well, I just think he doesn't understand geopolitics.
Listen to what Huckabee's doing. Listen to what the fucking far right Christians are doing, and tell me the.
Oh yeah, I caught a clip of Huckabee. Huckabee's a lunatic.
Yeah, dude, and he's out there promoting freaking the War of Armageddon, straight up. Like,
well, I don't
listen to what they're saying. Listen to what they say, and listen to who they are when they tell you who they are.
Well, religion aside, I think just the economic trade aspect of this is. I mean, I read a lot on it. It's truly idiotic. It's truly.
I know it. You're right. I think they just don't give a fuck at all. They don't care about what the Supreme Court says. They don't care about anything that it has to do anything other than their agenda.
Like this tariff idea in the 80s made sense. It did in the 80s, but it's a different world, and it would have worked in the 80s.
America is
still not one tariff has been put into effect. We haven't gained $1 from any of this. Like, no cost has gone up.
Okay, I just want to clarify. We brought in 3.9, right? We sold them 3.9. We brought in $3.9 trillion worth of shit. We sold them $3.1 trillion worth of shit. There's an $800 billion deficit between us and China last year.
Sure.
We
Trade deficit.
Sold them which, by the way, that means that's just trading dollars, but we still sold them $3.1 trillion worth of shit. He's worried about trade deficits. Well, okay, listen, trade deficits, they don't buy as much stuff as we buy from them. We exploit their labor times a million. We don't want to make all this bullshit that they're making in China here. Do you want to make transistors and stupid nonsense?
You want a bunch of plastic factories?
I mean, who the fuck wants to make it? No one wants to do that shit. Like, we're getting them to do it for nothing. Let's keep doing it. and we'll make the high end stuff, which we're good at, right? We'll make the high end stuff. We'll sell food, which means we have a lot of control over other countries because we control the food supply.
Well, but we got to shut down the
them.
Chips and Science Act, though, because that was a Biden thing. We don't want to make chips and science stuff here. If he brought it into legislation, we want to, you know, make sure we kill that legislation real quick. Yeah.
And, you know, it just, you can't. I'm very irritated with Trump because I thought he was smarter than the moves he's making. Unless he knows something I don't know, which I don't think he does. Sorry.
Well, let me put it this way, and this is just.
Do you want to make shirts and sell them for $3 a piece, or do you want to make fucking chips here? We want to make chips here and sell them for $10,000 a piece, and Teslas and shit like that. I don't want to make T-shirts and pay people $2 an hour.
Pay 30 grand for an iPhone.
Well, look,
you know?
I don't think we should have let him have the iPhone because of the technology, but we already did stupidly.
No doubt.
But we want to make high-end, complicated shit, hard processes, and then national security shit we want to make. And beyond that, let everybody else make the shit. Who cares?
Ryan, where did you hear that Americans aren't buying more treasury bonds?
Well, the bond market squealed at them about 2 to 3 weeks ago. That was the first hiccup, right? People said, well, fuck it. Let's dump our, because people were concerned about the U.S.'s ability to pay it back. Like they were dumping, the bonds were going south about 2 to 3 weeks ago. I don't know where it is now. It's probably stabilized. But initially, there was a run on the bond market, which is the first hiccup in this whole plan he has. People are like, oh shit, get rid of these U.S. bonds. They're going down. The bond market screamed at them.
Well, long-term bonds, yeah, but the short-term bonds, there's a huge influx in the short-term bonds.
Well, the 10-year bond is really the bench, right? That's everybody's deal. The yield on the bond going up or down is really what they're assuming where the U.S. is going to be. So if they're paying 4% versus if they're paying 6%, it means they're not trusting the U.S. that much. If they're paying 2%, it means they have tremendous trust in the dollar, right?
Right.
So it's all about the yield. I know that they dumped people were like, oh no, the Chinese are going to dump bonds. Well, the Chinese can't dump bonds because it fucks around with their currency, which they're trying to soften up, not harden up, right? Because they want to export.
Right.
So
they can't really do anything, but we can.
Yeah, they can't.
They can't.
Well, they can't. If they start dumping treasuries, it hammers their currency, and they got to keep it soft so they can export shit. So that's
right.
They're kind of stuck, but other people aren't.
Right. You know? And I'm not saying that this is the best move to make, but that's exactly what Trump is trying to do.
Well, I think he's in devaluing our currency. It does help our exports. The problem is we don't have the factories to make the exports.
No.
And like it takes time to bring stuff online. He of course has put the cart 400 feet in front of the horse here with his. I think what he's doing is good. He's just doing it in the worst order and the dumbest way you can do it. And that's my criticism.
Well, let me ask you a question. Why can he not just tell people what his goal is? So, is that telegraphing information to other countries so they counter?
We never had a president before say that his goal is world domination.
Right.
I think he did kind of say
Stanley,
it.
If you explain it to most people, they still wouldn't get it.
Okay, dude, I can tell you right now, you are putting thoughts into Trump's head. He does not have any idea what he's doing. And the other problem he has is the people he's hired are not the brightest people and probably have no idea how to accomplish it. Okay, Pete Hegseth is the tip of that iceberg.
Yeah.
Pete Hegseth is probably, and I'm just going to use him as an example. I don't have, usually Kim made a comment that, hey, you know what? He hires competent people to do stuff for him. I don't think he's hired competent people to do stuff for him. I think the smartest person in the White House orbit is probably Stephen Miller.
dude.
and his press secretary, Caroline, whatever her name is. Those are the two most competent people in his administration.
And who are they? Who's backing them? Where's their money coming from?
You know what? I don't really care. I'm just worried that whatever complicated 4D chess that HB thinks Trump is playing, he doesn't have a team to do it.
Well, he does, and they're working, hard. They're
do
doing
they?
a good job of what
Well,
they want to do.
if Elon Musk was the best he could do,
not him,
then God help us.
I mean, Stanley, it's only been 4 months, and he's completely changed
Okay,
the landscape.
it has only been 4 months. Not only has he accomplished whatever it was they said, the only thing that he's been successful at is deportation, and even he hasn't even been able to do that right because he's shipping people across to El Salvador with possible mistakes.
At about 33% of what Biden was.
Hold on.
Maybe 25% of where Obama was.
Okay, Trump's deportation numbers literally are nothing compared to Obama's deportation numbers. Okay.
Right. Well, I don't even want to make that comparison. Obama's no longer president. He was president before last. Okay.
But what
I'm concerned.
They're not as good as they are.
I'm concerned with what our dear leader is doing.
Well, he killed the immigration bill, right? He killed the bill that would have given us more border patrol people, more people to process.
But what I'm trying to say is that, dude, I do not have a problem with you deporting people in large numbers, but you can't be hurting Americans when you do it.
Yeah, this is the softening of America, though, right? You get the most extreme ones, like the lady walking down the street, right? And you just grab her off the street with unmarked men, right? And then you take a guy who's an actual family man who has got court orders that says he can be here, and you spin the fucking narrative with the illusionary truth effect.
Right, yeah.
Okay.
And you say it 3 times and they hear you, and then you say it 30 times and they believe you, and then you say it 300 times and they'll fight for you, and then you say it 3,000 times and they'll die for you.
Right.
I just need to counter that. I don't think he was.
Well, you go ahead and counter. You're in Maryland. How many times had the wife beater been convicted of wife beating?
Well, I don't think he was a family man. There was definitely a lot of.
Okay, it doesn't matter what you think. I'm asking, had he committed a crime?
Based on his friends, I would say it wasn't a family.
Okay, no. I mean, based on like some judicial record. Okay, what his friends say, dude. If he does not have a criminal record, his friends could be lying. What's going to tell the truth is if he's been convicted of something. Then they would have an argument.
Okay.
He did have a charge that was dropped for beating his wife a long time ago.
And he had I think he had $1,700 in cash on him.
So what?
With hanging with the MS-13.
Okay, yeah. See, this is what these far right fools do. Okay.
Are you saying I'm far right,
George Floyd is dead, so you want to go back and convince us that he deserved to die, basically.
No,
that shit does not work with someone who knows how to think critically. Okay, I don't care how much money. It is not illegal to carry $1,700.
I didn't say he was convicted. I just don't know if he was a family man.
Okay, my question was, what has he been convicted of? It would make sense if he had some criminal record and they, booted his butt, but he doesn't even have that.
None of them even got a court case before they were.
I said before, I don't think he should have been deported. And I only
they don't think he should have been deported. They admit they made a mistake.
Okay, so I don't think he should have been deported, but I don't think at this point you can demand El Salvador to give him back either, right?
That is bullshit. They are providing a service and we are paying them. Okay, bottom line is believe me, if Trump has so much power and influence, if they wanted him back, he would have flown up on the same plane that Bukele came up on.
So if we stop paying him,
not wearing a suit.
I was actually gonna point that out. He looked like something from a Miami Vice episode.
I want to talk about holding people to standards,
So
this projection. Every everything that they're doing is 180%. 180 degrees, the fucking opposite of what they're telling us they're going to do. Every accusation is a confession. Every one.
I don't know about that, but
every single one, every accusation, everything that they're saying that the other side is doing, they're saying that so they can justify doing what they're fucking doing.
Well,
this is disinformation 101. Look at what happened in Russia when Putin took over. Look at the steps that happened just like in the 30s in fucking Germany. Where are we at right now? We're at the point where we've gotten power of the executive, the legislative, and the judicial, and now we're going after the media. Because what's the one thing that a fascist dictator always does? Is
and the schools.
Information. And the schools and the information. And of all things, education. Linda McMahon, of all the people, you pick the most extreme person, you pick the person that wants to dismantle the system that you appoint them for. Every single appointment, every single one, the person who is holding that position has railed against that form of government, against the EPA, against the fucking consumer protection bureaus.
Well, let me point out one thing. Trump had to do an executive order to get his people to file. He had to do an executive order saying, hey, we have to do what the Supreme Court says. I could not believe that. You need an executive order for the for the Supreme Court to follow a Supreme Court ruling?
When's the last time the Supreme Court made an order and announced a decision at 1 o'clock in the morning?
Okay, so can I tighten it up a little bit, because I think.
Oh wait, it's not tight enough for you? Yeah, go ahead and tighten it up.
No, I think it's bullshit. I mean, because the thing is, this is the pendulum swinging far to the other side. However, I would say that we continue to get more extreme with the political parties, and this is an example of that. Because I think.
Okay, I just don't think the Democrats were as extreme as this. But I wish they would. I kind of wish they would be.
There's a lot of things that they did that I find unbelievably.
Well, you find.
Yes.
You're particularly sensitive about, if the Democrats like gave some homeless guy a stick of gum, you're going to complain about welfare benefits.
That's not true in any way. And what's funny is, Stanley, I actually think that welfare benefits should change because they don't empower people. And I think it would cost more money to do it my way.
Thank you.
But you don't agree with that, I'm sure.
Clinton. Thank you, President Clinton.
Well, it was a great program when he ran it.
I 100% agree with that. But
but I'm not for giving people money. I'm for job training. I'm for actually giving some metrics instead of.
I'm sorry. The man you voted for is for just not doing it. Hey, if you're not motivated to get a job, then I'm not giving you money.
The overall sentiment in America, though, is my tax money, right? I don't want my tax money going to help other people, like the other people.
The thing is, what people don't seem to understand.
We can't even pass school levies, Stan. We can't even pass local school levies nationwide, right? Because we're so worried about our tax money. Motherfucker, your tax money.
Well, it's not your money once you put the stamp on the envelope.
35.
Once you seal that envelope and put it in the mailbox, it's not your money anymore.
I don't get to tell my ex-wife where she spends the child support money.
Look at Kim here. The Democrats said death to America.
Yeah. Who said that? Which
talk about the pendulum swinging too far one way.
Talk about fucking misinformation. I mean, no offense, but y'all are some brainwashed motherfuckers. And I will say it straight up. Brainwashed motherfuckers. Okay? And I know because I used to be there. Okay? And I do say this from a fucking position of like, I love you. And I don't want to see my fellow Americans go through this shit. I'm a fucking Eagle Scout, okay? I've been involved in civics my whole fucking life. I used to hang with a bunch of fucking skinheads up here that talked about this shit in the back rooms, okay? About how to take America over. And they're fucking putting it into they're implementing it now. Okay, it's happening. Follow the money. The money goes back to the Heritage Foundation. Why did Elon spend so much money to get Trump elected? Why did he spend so much money to try to get a state Supreme Court person elected in fucking Michigan? Oh, it's being a billionaire isn't a bad thing. Yes, it is, motherfucker. When did becoming a billionaire and fucking over your fellow Americans to do it become cool? These guys got their fucking fists so far up our asses, we are gagging on it. They're stealing our literal guts, okay? And you guys are fucking standing there like, oh, fucking, this is great. I don't even feel it. Hey, look over there. Hey, look over there. Pull your head out of your fucking neighbors' asses, dude. We're supposed to help each other in America. We're supposed to be this Christian nation, right, that watches out for each other. Yeah, you know what the Christians are saying up here where I live? My Jesus trumps your Jesus, and my God doesn't create such things as the gays and the trannies. You're fucking scared of a bunch of boogeymen that have been put into your fucking head by a sycophantal, senile old fucking man. The oldest president ever, whose father sat in a fucking ivory tower for 10 years. For 10 years with a fake telephone. Running the Trump organization. Because he was so fucking demented, they couldn't give him the keys to the actual business. His mother was fucking so bipolar and multiple personality in her 30s, she couldn't even take care of her son. Both of his parents are fucking crazy. Okay.
Well, let me keep your powder dry 1 minute. Let me address Miss Watson or Mrs. Watson here. Dude, they cannot define a woman. Well, the reason Ketanji Jackson Brown Jackson couldn't define it is because she was like in the epicenter of left-right politics. It was a dumb question. And if I had been in her shoes, I would have said, Senator, forget the lady's name from Tennessee. I can define what a female is. This man, woman, gender is the same thing as biological sex.
It's an appeal to emotion question, Dan. It's an appeal to emotion question. It's bullshit.
Yeah.
It's all appeal to emotion.
See, the thing is people tend to get confused by words. I know that if I have a 2-year-old, she's not a woman. And that's what I would have said. You know what? I know that a woman is not 2 years old. Okay. A woman is an adult female. Okay. That is the answer. And I don't know why Justice Jackson couldn't have just said that. Had she said that, she would have thrown those idiots for a loop. They think they're being clever with their words. Man and woman are gender roles. Male and female are biology. And the two are not the same, except for people who just don't understand how words work.
7 different ways that our chromosomes can end up, right? But we're only going to allow 2 in America, right? Because that's what our Jesus tells us is right and correct.
We're going to go with the averages. All I'm saying is
these people are held in like high esteem and high regard in other cultures, right?
Well, this man will. In Hindu culture,
you know. So like we're pretending like this is just some phenomenon that's happening in America. That's like a mental disorder. Get a hold of yourselves, people. Do some research, right? You say I did my research. Yeah. You know what you got to do when you hear some research and you find some answers? You keep fucking looking. Because chances are the guy that's yelling loudest, right, trying to get you to listen to him, is the guy that's full of shit. And who's yelling the fucking loudest?
I hope I answered your question about what a woman is. A woman is not a 2-year-old female.
So, is there a chance
How about
that
this?
there was any? Is there a chance
Tell
that
me
there was
what a
an
woman
overstep? Is there? Okay. So
Well, they're gonna do the Adam and Steve thing.
Sure.
And it's just such playground logic, that man-woman stuff. Marsha Blackburn was the senator's name who asked Justice Jackson that silly, loaded political question. And Justice Jackson should have said, I want to kick your ass, Senator, more than I want to be a Supreme Court justice. Or she could just kind of play around with it and get her Supreme Court seat. That's why she couldn't answer it.
Do you think there was an overstep on the side of the Democrats when they leaned into this thing with all force, and then there was a reaction
What thing?
from the GOP? Well, according to the DSM-4, okay, which is the last, we're at the DSM-5 now, which is the psychiatric, definition book for the psychiatric community. Gender dysphoria was
I think
a
we got
legitimate.
roped into.
I think it's such a rare occurrence that it's this big an issue is such silly political nonsense.
Well, it's ridiculous. Yes, agreed.
We need to deal with it on a case-by-case basis. There are few enough actual people doing it. And again, I would have kicked Marsha Blackburn's ass. I would have said, well, I know that a woman is not a 2-year-old infant female. Okay, there are ways to deal with this. And the problem is these Republicans who want to come out and they can't even define a man or a woman. You know what? The reason they're not doing it is they're up for high office and they just want to play around with words. But if you come up on my panel, I can define it. It would be an honor to just basically take these stupid arguments and mangle them beyond repair.
So I think that when you lean into this thing really hard, like the Democrats.
Well, the Republicans are the one who leaned into it.
I would say that it's more of a trying to defend the honor and respect of the transgender community, of the LGBTQ plus community, the rainbow people, as you like, right? But defending people is not pushing a narrative, right?
So
and it's being perceived in this twisted way that the Dems are all out front, just fighting for trans rights. when really it's like a bunch of sycophantal, perverted old men, right, that are worried about trannies in college sports. And we have over 50 something thousand.
Sorry, Deacon Dave.
550,000
Gender is man or woman.
NCAA.
Sex is male or female. I'm sure you've taken a biology class once in your life.
Less than 10 athletes in the NCAA, right?
I think
and less
the
than
issue
30 in pro sports, right? So we've got this anti-movement.
Well, hold on. Let Ryan take issue.
I think the issue that I have is that the Democrats leaned into this very hard in defense of.
They did not they defended it very hard. Maybe it was the Republicans who leaned into it. And quite frankly, the Democrats, this is actually the Democrats' biggest issue. Okay, the Republicans do something that's very repugnant, and the Democrats don't want to seem weak, so they push back as hard. Okay, the problem is we are not using our mental taekwondo, to deal with these fools, or our mental judo.
Okay, so
and hold on. The Democrats with I bring up the example of Abbott shipping these immigrants all over, to sanctuary cities and Martha's Vineyard and all that. The Democrats basically kind of, that was a hard punch, and the Democrats should have fainted and basically given the Republicans what they wanted. Okay, give them what they want, make them so unpopular that they lose their office. Give them what they want. If you want the 82nd Airborne down on the Mexico border, we're going to send 2 battalions.
Idaho National Guard.
And then when the soldiers start running rampant because they're used to being up on Hay Street, in Fayetteville, North Carolina, hey, you asked for them.
So I just want to state what I'm saying, and I think
I don't think dude. I heard what you said. You think the Democrats leaned in too hard. You don't need to say more. They didn't.
Well, I'm going to give you an example of it.
Oh yeah, we did. Yeah, we did for sure.
So one thing is like when you have something, when parents object to drag queen story hour at the public school, and I think that's a legitimate thing. That hey man, why's my kid got to sit through this shit, right? I think when
so you just want to shut it down completely, or do it the way this. I have a Supreme Court case that they did on Tuesday that's kind of to that point. Not exactly.
Well, let's dive into that though, because where was this mandatory tranny story hour?
It was in New York and in Maryland.
It wasn't mandatory,
right? Mandatory though, right? At
so right
school,
now,
like all kids had to go watch a tranny read a story to them, right?
It was
mandatory.
Part of the curriculum. It was part of the curriculum at the elementary school.
That
and in Maryland, there's a case Stanley's referring to.
That was
no. The one that was just last Tuesday. Is that the one you're talking about?
In Maryland,
okay.
yes.
I actually have the audio. I was going to play. I was going to play the audio. I was
going to give it to Uncle Fatty. Go
ahead and speak your piece.
Reading LGBTQ books to 4 to 6 year olds that have, I can be basically LGBTQ themes from 4 to 6 year olds was mandatory by Montgomery school system. Based on religious freedom, a Muslim family brought forth and said, hey, I want to opt my kid out of this. I don't want to teach my kid about LGBTQ and pronouns and shit like that at 4 to 6 years old. Montgomery County School says, no, sorry, you can't opt your kid out of this. They went to the Supreme Court. I think they're adjudicating on it now.
No, they literally heard the case on Tuesday, so we'll know in June.
Okay, but so my thing is,
I agree.
The school system,
I do agree,
which is Democrats forcing a Muslim family to put their kid. Your kid.
Okay, give me an example of the Democrats forcing Muslims into drag queen story hour or whatever they're doing in the school.
So you think the Democrats don't want to do that?
No, I want you to give me a concrete example of a Democrat saying, hey, Muslim girl or boy, hey, Muslim parents, this is mandatory.
Okay, then it's the school system. It's not the Democrats, even though it's completely Democratic.
Well, hey, if it's the school system, then let's call it the school system. I don't agree with what they're doing. However, if it's it's not middle school or above, they shouldn't even be reading those books.
Well, according to the attorney for the school system,
unless their parents happen to maybe be queer and they want to kind of, have a book.
Some things don't have to be done at school.
But it's not an indoctrination book. These books that we're banning, right? These are books that are written from the perspective of the person that's in the book, right? Who has gay parents.
But let me give you an example. When I went to Catholic schools
on a social level, right? That we need a way to portray like how to deal with society and like how to deal with being bullied and how to deal with like being picked on.
But there are some things need to be better tailored to age. I absolutely agree that if you're going to do this at all, hold on 1 second, Uncle Fatty. When I was in school, I went to Catholic schools. The Jewish kids did not have to go to daily mass. Okay. The Muslim kids did not have to go to daily mass. I don't have a problem if the Supreme Court decides that, hey, this kid does not have to attend this story hour. If the parent doesn't approve the book, not a damn problem with it. Don't know why it even needed to go to the Supreme Court. The school system, the local school board should have handled it and handled it exactly like that.
Yeah.
That it went this far, it's got to be political. Somebody just wanted a test case to take it up there.
Yep.
So
I
think
we got other guys around the country that want to put the 10 Commandments and the Bible mandatory in public schools too. So
Well, that's unconstitutional, so they're not.
Yeah,
But
and I
in this
agree.
case, I think that
wholeheartedly
if you're a parent and you're a religious and you don't want your kid learning that at 4 years old, I get it. I don't care. I don't care. I don't give a shit about none of this. But ultimately, my larger point was I think that we have a pendulum swinging. Immigration is another thing where we went from closed border, open border, back to closed border, back to open border. Let's go wide open and let 10 million people in. Then let's
another
close it
talking
completely.
point. It hasn't changed. The border, we didn't just like take all the enforcement off the border and just like nobody's around the border. We don't got any border patrol working. It's just wide open.
Did change, completely changed. What are you talking about?
Yeah, it changed because we reduced the funding. We do have less border patrol than we did during Obama right now. Right? We do have less border patrol right now than we did even during Biden. Right? Because we got rid of a bunch of them during the tax bullshit or the executive order bullshit. So, of course, we're going to have less deportations right now because we got less officers to fulfill those roles. We got Tom Holman, the drunk, right?
No, I think there's money been appropriated to hire way more border control.
They beat funding, but what we never did was
see, he can't fund things through fucking executive order though.
But here's the thing: what they did that was different was they had a parole into the middle of the United States. They started paroling. What's that?
The Title V was the only difference after freaking the COVID BS.
Well, there was Title 42, which he continued. Biden did continue that, but when they began releasing people into the United States on "quote unquote" parole, is when the problem really started. So, and I believe it just attracted people to come here more. Just come on in. Right?
Well, absolutely, it did. And you know how we could have stopped that. We could have gone during an immigration reform process. We are required, if somebody wants to declare asylum or refugee status, the law requires the United States to provide, the shelter and food and all that. Change the law.
Well, that's in a UN agreement. That's not an internal law.
Well, you know what? Since when does the UN control our borders?
Congress still controls the budget.
We went by the UN though and said we have to let them in for asylum.
We probably shouldn't do that.
Fuck it, we're not going to do it, right?
But
again, here's my issue. This is it's a pendulum swinging wide open, completely closed, wide open.
And
instead of
what was the Venezuelan media putting out into their media during the Biden administration? Right, the border's open. The border's open. Why do you think we get a rush at the border when we got other countries following the narrative that the border's open?
Well, yeah, but I mean they were just reporting what we did. I don't.
But it wasn't wide open though. It's not like you got a couple of handmade videos of people coming through the fence, right? That's basically what we got for proof that it's wide open, right? Other than the thousands of miles that don't even have a fence.
There was millions upon millions of people. There's a lot of video on it, but beyond that, like even the numbers show, we essentially created a lure for people to come here. Like you can get in. I mean, there's an underground travel industry built around bringing people from a country to South America to come into the United States.
Right. Well, let me address a couple people in the chat. Look, I do not have a problem necessarily with Trump's goals. I have a problem with the haphazard back and forth way he's trying to accomplish it. Okay, if you have a plan, be methodical about it and execute it. You might have to execute it in stages, but the way Trump's erratic style of leadership is working is he implements something, then he has to back
flying by the seat of his pants is what he's doing.
Yeah. You toss a bunch of people out, and then you start tossing out people who shouldn't be tossed out. The motherfucker is erratic. He's running this country. He's running this country like he ran his businesses, and this country is not a business.
So hold on, you're saying that I shouldn't plan to build a factory when he changes the tariff policy every day?
Okay.
No.
Well, you know what? You won't have the money because the market will be soft.
Not only that, but corporations aren't coming back. This isn't something that we can just magically like bring back
You
factories.
know what? Every fucking thing happened during the Biden administration. It was 4 years of total collapse. So Trump has to declare emergencies to fix things. Speak Radio, I was here during the Biden years. Okay. I don't get what you're saying, but this Biden administration did it. Therefore, you have to act like an uncontrolled fire hose. I'm sorry, I'm not buying that.
Nope.
It's crazy, and but I think that the next
and look at this. Oh well, some mistakes will be made. The problem with if you're a business, a mistake being made. Hold on one second. The problem with thinking of it like that, because obviously you think the country's a business. If a mom and pop fucking liquor store, breaks a couple bottles, that's money that's gonna come out of their pocket. When you make these kind of mistakes as president of the United States, people's lives get affected. Okay, you got 3 U.S. citizens, 2 little girls who are U.S. citizens who have their father deported somewhere. What the fuck? Where's the family values? It's bullshit, and we need to stop making excuses for a 78-year-old grown ass man. He's acting like a fucking high schooler, not thinking things through, and then he's hiring people who are more immature than he is.
So as a person who tries
sorry for that rant.
Politically centered.
Like I said, I don't have a problem with his goals. I have a problem with how he's I think his methods are basically endangering his goals, because what's going to happen is people are going to turn against him and they're going to toss the whole MAGA movement out. MAGA is going to go the way of the Tea Party because of this haphazard leadership style Trump has.
Well, he's not. The issue is he's not going to pass anything by way of law because he's blown his wad.
So it can all be undone.
Just like last time.
In 2028, they will get a Democrat in. They will say, we have humane border policies. The whole world will come here again. We'll let in another 10 million people.
Well, you know what? Not if they elect me president. I'm declaring my candidacy right now. See, I'm going to be the left-wing Trump.
I declared a couple of months ago, so we'll have to hit that in the primary.
I can easily say here are Trump's wins and here are his stupid moves, right? And he does have wins. I mean, the Abraham Accords was a good thing. The Mexico.
Oh, who gives a fuck about any of that? As soon as the Abraham Accords are passed, there's a huge ass war that they want to blame on Biden.
But you guys,
I'm gonna say more lives in the Middle East were lost after the Abraham Accords. So don't give me that. It did. Abraham Accords did nothing to save lives.
Great. The Biden CHIPS Act was great. I can speak in a very objective way. I think you guys are clouded. I think you guys are clouded by.
Lead Pipe Act was really cool.
Okay, Speak Radio. I'm sorry. Hit the link, Speak Radio, if you want to come up. Are you down with the country being overrun with smelly Pajeets?
The only murdering rapist
what are you talking about
right now is Trump.
What's that?
I mean, get a clue.
And stop being so hyperbolic.
Project harder.
I think you guys should look at both presidents that we've had, since we're talking about both. And I can easily point to the idiotic Biden policies and the idiotic Trump policies.
Right. Well, both look. Here's the commonality between both of them. They're both too old for the fucking job,
and they got too old of people behind them. That's like you're saying about Schumer and what Dick Durbin and whatever.
Dick Durbin's resigning after this term. The news is he's resigning. Chuck Schumer needs to go.
I mean, These guys have wisdom. They've been through many things. You want AOC in
Okay,
there,
you'll never
35?
convince me that
I want
Trump
fresh
has
faces and
wisdom.
new ideas. I want people that have never been in the
As a
system.
matter of fact, you'll
figure out
never convince me Biden
going
has
on.
wisdom.
We burn the house down is a lot different than fix it from the inside. It's a lot different.
I think that we have a Trump's creating unfixable situations, and Biden created some unfixable situations. They both are.
Yeah,
wreak havoc on the country.
I admire your pox on both sides.
And that's why I know you're not a full member. You can actually say something that Donald Trump has
the
done
only
wrong.
reason Biden won was because of Trump's incompetence.
I totally agree with that.
Okay,
No,
had Trump been a competent, even with a pandemic, if his leadership style had been more steady and not as erratic, people aren't going to blame a president for a worldwide pandemic. His leadership style was erratic. Okay, and Biden, look, the reason Biden got elected, and I heard you agree, if Trump had been a better leader, he would have had a second term in spite of the pandemic. He could have explained it away. How the hell are you going to blame one man for a worldwide pandemic? And you know what? Biden lost the election when he fucked up the withdrawal from Afghanistan. And then he spent the rest of his term trying to live that down. Dude, if he had gotten out of Afghanistan without the bodies and all the damage, he probably would be fine.
Even still, here's the standard that I'm talking about, though. Like, we're holding this little thing about, one little mistake here and there, right? If Biden, if he farted sideways, we heard about it for 2 weeks.
Well, we're still hearing about it.
Like, where's the standard of allowing fucking mistakes to happen? Bullshit. Motherfuckers wouldn't. One hair on his head was off one day, right? And we heard about it for fucking a week. Right? Come on. Where's the standard? It's a double standard. It's
well, I'm gonna admit. I mean, Biden was not Biden. You know what? He was good enough to beat Trump. That's all I can say. Okay, but if you go, but Biden,
Stan. Let me break this down for you.
Biden had run for president how many times before?
4.
And it
Well,
never
he
made
ran
it
once and
past.
had to drop out. He only ran twice. He ran twice. 88.
Was it
and
twice?
Then,
I thought it was more than that.
and then 08. He ran in 88 and 08. And that's basically it.
We vote against what we're scared of. We don't vote for what we want. Okay, since probably the late 1800s, right? America has voted against what they're scared of. Okay, so they vote for the person who has them scared the most about what the other side is doing. We're fear-based, 100% fear-based politics. Appeal to emotion, right? Appeal to authority, right? Appeal to fear. They, them, and the others. Xenophobia. They are coming to get you. Them, the others. It doesn't matter who they are. Only that you're scared of them.
I don't think most people, but
they're
I
eating the
think that's
cats.
wrong.
I
don't agree.
Oh, this is straight 100% facts, bro. And
I don't believe it to be facts because it's not
no
true
pun
in
about
my
it.
case. And
we vote
most
against
people-
what we're scared of. And Donald ran the better fear game.
I mean, I hate to break it to you, but I believe that Donald Trump won the election because of economic issues. The inflation cost people money. It hurt people's pocketbook, and that's
The
not
inflation
fair.
from COVID definitely did, but we had the best fucking world economy, right? We had the highest stock market, and we're being told.
Well, I mean, people are not that
we're
level
being
of
told that
economists.
Most people don't give a shit about the
I
stock
actually
market. They care
think
about the price of
I
eggs.
actually think inflation was beatable.
We had the lowest amount of inflation
I hear
in
what
the
you're
world.
saying,
We were
and I
leading the
can't
world.
exactly dispute you, Ryan. But I think it was probably third. I honestly think Biden's health, and it was obvious he was lying all around after that first debate, it was obvious that they had been covering for him. So the other thing is the handling of the border. Biden's health and the border were really what lost it. I actually think Kamala Harris could have won. However, she wasn't like the kind of candidate, when I say, you laugh at that metaphysical joke. She was not the candidate that could barnstorm in 100 days and give people the kind of confidence. However, she did close the gap. Remember that? So I'm not going to say had she not had a full campaign season. I'm not saying that Trump wasn't beatable, but given the odds and given the type of candidate she is,
we might have gotten away with a woman, but a black woman, no, it wasn't going to happen.
I'm going to tell you right now, though, I couldn't describe Kamala Harris to be. I'm like, I can't describe what it is that she does when she speaks, but it's just, it doesn't make any sense at all. And Stanley called it metaphysical. That's exactly what
she sounds like. She sounds like someone, she sounds like she worships crystals.
She's a trigger. She's been made to be a trigger in your mind. This is what the illusionary truth effect is all about, is creating triggers so that when you see a trigger, you get emotionally involved with it and have an emotional reaction. That's what propaganda is. Propaganda doesn't give a fuck what the information is, only that you feel differently.
I think Stanley described it best, Fatty, which she didn't give a straight answer. And I feel like I don't know who she is. I know who Trump is. I know who Biden is. I know who Obama is. I feel like I know them. I don't know who she is. I feel like every answer was a canned answer, almost.
Well, I think 100 days. I mean, I wonder if she shouldn't have just said, "Fuck this! You're only giving me 100 days. Find somebody else."
Probably.
And I know you probably did listen to her speeches, though. And you probably did, try to suffer through some of the information coming from that.
Anytime, Speak Radio. That's fine. Take your time.
I just feel like she was kind of full of shit. Most of her answers were almost pre-planned or canned.
Well, I don't know. I agree. Funny. I just kind of wish that I'd been a politician in my life, because I would have fucking chewed Trump a new one. It's like, dude, I'm just gonna the gloves are off. If you want to be Donald Trump, I'm gonna be the black Donald Trump of the left. We'll just duke it out.
What I think is a broken system is the issue. We got somewhat of a broken system here. It's not just the candidates, right? Like Biden. I mean, by all account, we used to elect very intelligent people. Like, if you put Richard Nixon up against either one of the last, with the exception of Obama, he was very, very intelligent. Clinton was very intelligent. But like, if you just put the last candidate, Trump is not that bright, right?
No.
Harris, I don't believe she's that bright. I think that we're kind of moving down the line here.
Let's not say that bright. I mean, I actually do think that you get. I think that the presidency is more a personality, popularity contest.
Just a figurehead.
And every now and again, you'll get a Clinton or an Obama who can do both. They can do policy, they can know details, and they have a personality. That just doesn't happen too much.
Well, they can drive the agenda, right? But they can't supply funding, right? The president's job is to implement the laws that are put into place by the Senate and the Congress, and the funding that's put into place.
Well, that's supposed to be their job.
Right? Their job isn't to go tell the people how much they love them and have the public fall in love with them. Since when did we start loving the president? Literally physically loving our politicians.
So people vote for what the president says he'll do for people, which is why the approval rating for most presidents is in the double.
And what was Trump saying the whole time that he's going to do? Right?
He was making a lot of promises, but this is what they do now. Like, this is not just Trump. Like, this has been going on. We're going to do this. We're going to forgive student debt.
No,
all this
shit, right? I'm going to stop this that they're doing, and I'm going to stop this bad thing that they're doing, and this other bad thing that they're doing. And hey, look at this bad thing that they're doing. I'm going to stop that too.
But you don't see that Biden did that too to win. It's The problem is the system, not the
Kamala was
politics.
talking about giving people like tax benefits for new houses, right? About like expanding the Chips and Science Act and expanding the STEM system in schools and like supplying more funding to schools.
So what she's going to do for people is what you're saying. That's what I'm saying. It's here's
Yeah,
what I'm
she's
going to
talking
do
about what
for
she's
you
actually
guys.
going to do for people, not about what she's going to do to stop the other side.
Okay, well, you could. Trump says it in a negative, and she says it in. Here's what we're going to do, right?
Because it's an appeal to fear. It's an appeal to emotion.
I think that both parties are trying to sell their goods like A-rabbers. Okay?
For sure.
Like we had them in Baltimore. They're just trying
And
to
for
sell
the
their
record,
goods.
I'm a centrist. I vote for Ross Perot still to this day.
I
think
voted
both
for
sides
Perot
are
too.
completely fucked.
Hilarious.
I'm a George Carlinist when it comes down to it. So.
Well, look, and the thing is, like, I can quickly point to idiocy in both sides, and I'm a registered independent, and I think it's the system that's the problem here. Like,
well, we got into this last week, a couple weeks ago, right? About the money that's being dumped in via the.
Oh, huge money. You got the amount of money going to these campaigns is in the $1 billion range, right? So you're talking massive money. And at the end of the day, both sides are working for their group, right? So at the end of the day, it's insanity. But I think the media system is broken. I mean, look, let's just be honest. You could easily give both at the debate, like say they're going to have a debate, you could easily give them the questions ahead of time. They could write their fucking answers down, and you could easily cite the bullshit when both of these guys spew it. And instead, they get up there, they spew the bullshit, then each independent media ecosystem, MSNBC and Fox, deciphers the bullshit from the other side. It's ridiculous how it's done.
I kind of agree with you, Ryan. That everyone should know what the questions are. They should just publish the questions. We know what they're going to say. We want to hear what the answers are. Let people send in their questions, and then you kind of sort, through the best ones. And you know what? You've had time to think about it. If I don't like your answer, then hey, I'm moving on.
There's ways
Uncle Fatty, this Shadow Observer thing is for you.
Yeah, Seattle Seahawks need some players too. We definitely need some help.
Stanley and Fatty, listen. When Biden says the economy is 42%, whatever it is, right? There's metrics to measure bullshit. There's metrics to measure in your city. There's metrics to measure how much shit is coming through the local shit plant, right? They measure everything. There's metrics for everything, but you can't measure what these assholes are saying is true or not. Are you kidding me? That's why they can spew this propaganda. There's no facts at all involved. We spent $240 billion.
100% agree with that. That factcheck.org is a really good source of figuring out who's telling you the truth and what
by the way,
actually lines up with the numbers, right?
There's a Republican and a Democrat fact checking service now, by the way, just so we know. So there's two of them. They each have their own that checks the other side's facts. Fucking insanity, right? It's literally, what are we doing as a country, right? They need to have a bipartisan
I
bill.
also think it's time.
It's divide and conquer bullshit. It's divide and conquer tactics.
I actually think it's time to end the two-party system and basically, because I've talked about the four parties. It's going to be hard to control, but we might have to just start doing something like Alaska does, where, you know what, we're going to start out with 6 candidates, and then we're just going to kind of pare it down to 2, and then finally let's do 2, because they're just too many. I think in the defense of a Trump, or especially a Democrat contender, you're doing pretzel, you're being turned into a pretzel trying to satisfy everybody. I'm thinking back to that point. Was it back in 2019, or I guess it was 2020, when Biden made that promise, to hire a black Supreme Court justice. If you actually think about it, that was pandering almost to the point of disrespect. You know, if I give you a shiny object, because his ass was going to be grass in South Carolina.
If you don't vote for a Democrat, you're not black.
Yeah, that was problematic.
Yeah, he's an old school white boy. Yeah, he's from the old school.
Oh, well, if you know his record back during the early 70s on busing,
yeah, for sure,
you will have no illusion, and maybe he's evolved since then. But you know what? I'm thinking a lot of people who in South Carolina specifically didn't know his background that well.
Well, Clyburn was the driver, right? Yep. Like once Clyburn went,
Herman, I'm not necessarily talking about ranked choice voting.
But
I'm just saying, hey, if you got 4 candidates and you need to narrow, it's kind of like a playoffs for president.
And I'm not for accelerationism by any means, but like it is time to revamp this whole 2-party bullshit of the money being influenced to literally buy the law.
Let's see, Shadow Observer. If we start restricting voter to property owners, you might as well just take us back to 1790.
Yeah, there's another Russian talking point that's being troped into America.
Hey,
that's going to be truly regressive if we start limiting it to property owners.
We're just a civics test that we make immigrants take. Because people are too dumb, Stanley. You know that. Trump's in office.
You know what? I'm not one. You know what?
Be represented too.
How do you test for too dumb?
Well,
we're standard, yeah.
Every kid goes to at least probably high school, gets a GED.
So you have to. That was outlawed right after the Civil War, right?
Well,
you can't do poll tests.
Competency tests for vote.
What I'm saying, okay, so you're thinking of it like that, and the truth is,
I'm black.
I like the idea,
and I get that.
I would think of it that way.
But do you think if people understood civics that Trump would have been elected?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
You do?
Yes.
Well, I don't.
I
honestly think they would have. I don't think people really understood that, taking apart the administrative state wasn't necessarily the answer. Making Congress do their job is the answer. And if they need to take back some authority, let's do it through legislation. And nothing ever gets through. So, I know the counter argument, which is a good counter argument. But, going in and dismantling the administrative state, again, I have nothing wrong with cutting the fat and get rid of redundancy and all that. It's how he did it and who he had do it. Okay. Apparently Trump thought that the way Elon dealt with X would work in the government, and he failed to realize that the government is not a business.
But
why is Elon actually leaving?
Well, he only had a 120-day contract.
Well, because he got what he needed. He got what he came for.
No, he had 120 days.
He has what he came for. He got his guys into the mainframes, and he got all of our information, and now he's on his way to do the rest of the job.
Okay, Uncle
Petty.
Oh, wow.
That is dark.
Stanley, you let
this
happen.
There was a 120-day agreement coming in the door.
What, Deacon Dave?
Agreement. That's it.
Good to see you, Dave.
Hey, what's up, Barry? How you doing?
Doing well. Happy Easter.
I don't.
Guys.
You made the statement that one side is eating the rhetoric and then you spew the rhetoric. I just don't understand that.
More so than the other side, yeah. But both are absolute.
Okay. I don't.
All information is disinformation if it comes from the government, right? I always say double, triple check anything that comes from the government on both sides.
I mean, not necessarily. They publish a lot of data
sure.
that's legitimate.
But I mean,
if
you're hearing something, double check the other side. That's why I like ground news. You can at least kind of get a different point of view and and at least use, cognitive and critical
Well,
thinking.
you can also go on a government website like Congress.gov and look at the bill.
Have you been on the WhiteHouse.org lately? They've completely gutted the White House website because now X is the official form of communication.
So there's whitehouse.org, there's Congress, there's archives, there's the Federal Reserve.org. There's
trying to find any information off those websites is bogus anymore, bro. I'm telling you, I've been looking at all of them, yeah, and they're fucked.
Well, the the OIG, the OMB, Office of Management and Budget.
They shut down the FOIA office.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I don't. I know that this is a good place to go for reference information that's not the media, which is full of shit.
Yeah.
You think the government's full of shit? The media is full of bullshit.
Yeah. And if we got to have a standard, and like we say, we got to have a standard of measurement throughout time and throughout each individual presidency, those are the numbers that we go by. And now we're not really able to access them anymore, because we just.
Well, 90% of the government workers have been hired back because the courts has basically said you can't do that.
See, that's a perfect example. You get rid of them, and then all of a sudden you have to reverse policy. It's just
some of it was blown up by the court. Like you couldn't just fire.
Okay, well, you know what? If I don't care who's doing the reversing. Again, his method is not working.
Everyone agrees.
If the courts are forcing you to reverse your decision, it wasn't a good decision. It wasn't a constitutional decision. Whatever. Okay, he cannot take his cases directly to the Supreme Court. He has to go through the court system like everybody else. And if what he's doing is being reversed, even just the impression he's giving is like this dude can't do the job right. My father used to tell me, do the job right the first time.
Nah.
And he can't even follow that fundamental rule.
So if you look at the last since Bush, if you look at the
I don't care about any of that. I care about this president.
Well, so do I. But my point is, the system being broken. The system's broken. And
no. This isn't the system being broken. I'm talking about his leadership. His leadership style is erratic.
Everyone has agreed with that. I've agreed with you more than anyone.
Okay, well then I think that's my only point. If you agree, then we can move on.
Okay, but can I make a statement? They need to stop the executive order bullshit. The executive orders should immediately. They need to create a check on executive orders because they.
You're not going to be able to do that.
What
the check is the courts.
And Congress, Senate.
If challenged.
Well, yeah, Congress can definitely, basically, yeah. But I mean, the quick check. So he needs to stop the executive orders. But the problem is, it's what his if he was able to do an executive order, get it right the first time, so the courts don't reverse it. Even if I didn't like what he was doing, I could say he's got a firm hand on the tiller. He does not.
171 executive orders are being challenged in court.
Yeah, and listen, by the way, each president has done successively more bullshit. It's supposed to be for like war, right?
Okay, I know you want to do this whataboutism. It's like your go-to. We're talking about this president. I don't really care what the other presidents have done.
But everyone has agreed that what he's done is insane. I've been the most to agree with you. Well, have I not?
Well, no, Deacon Dave does. Deacon Dave thinks he's the sanest president ever.
I mean, the last president tried to get rid of $1 trillion in student debt by just get rid of bye-bye debt. Bye-bye debt. Here's $1 trillion in student loans. We're good. We don't need it. Are you fucking crazy?
And where did that money come from, though? If we're going to talk about it.
What? What money?
The student loan forgiveness.
What do you mean? Where did it come from? It came from. You mean taxpayers?
How would that have been implemented?
Well, in other words, they wouldn't have to pay back, which that means that the liability wouldn't be credited. Therefore, you would be giving away $1 trillion.
It'd just be written off, right?
Well, no, it's a liability. So basically,
And who would have benefited from that?
Well,
the loan companies that were going to eat that money were going to get that back in tax revenue, in tax rebate, in tax incentives, right?
Well, that money was government money.
So really, they were making money off the deal.
How was
it
the
was
loan?
It was a bad thing because it was put forward by a Democrat. So
well, aren't those loans? Those loans are just guaranteed by the government.
Right.
So that money
it's not actually government money.
Right.
No. They've taken over that entire industry and now back everything and literally.
Right, but backing it doesn't mean the government's action. The loans are backed. So what I'm saying is, eventually, if everything was written off, you're right. The government would have to guarantee those loans. Is that what you mean?
The taxpayers would pay it.
Yeah. Okay, I get you.
Yeah. So, and I mean, this creates huge distortion. Like, people went to Iraq and died for the promise of college money.
See, that's what soft power is when it comes to education, though, right? When we invest in people's education, we see it back over time in the economy, like 200-fold. Right? When we invest in people's future, right, it's because that makes a better future for the whole entire economy in the future. We're not just doing it for now. Okay. So
which
that's
I'm all for.
It's the idea of the soft power behind it, anyways.
Yeah, but here's the problem I have is, a lot of people paid back their loans. A lot of people went in the military. You can't ask a taxpayer that decided, man, I'm not going to be able to afford college and it's too much money to go be a plumber, and he never went to college. But then the government, after the fact, goes, fuck it, we'll just forgive your $300,000. Like, you can't do it that way.
Right, but that money was already allocated.
Okay, well, you're making a moral argument. The government's not in the business of morality.
Well, that money was allocated a long time ago already, so the money's in the coffer, right? We're not expecting new taxpayers to come up with that money.
It's not in the coffer. The government would have to pay the banks, which means it's another liability for the government, which is for the taxpayer. So it wasn't in the coffer.
The tax incentives for the loan companies that were losing out, right, over the 10-year depreciated thing that was part of that whole deal, over time it would have paid for itself.
Well, no, the government would be paying those companies. The government would be paying the companies. The banks wouldn't lose money. The schools certainly wouldn't cut their prices.
The tax write-off and the tax benefits. Yeah. But in essence, in that bill, there was no hard tax money going into it. There's no new tax money.
What if we just forgave the loans and made the billionaires pay the price?
I'm okay with that too. But
do you think would do better with barbecued rich people? Mine's 57 or Worcestershire.
I mean, it literally penalizes
the reason I'm bringing that up is what Innate says here. Everything is guaranteed on the back of the workers. Well, you know what? How about just make the non-workers pay for it?
Then you got guys like Stanley that go in the military with the hopes of having the GI Bill. And it's
no, I had a degree before I went in.
Oh, well, okay.
However, I didn't owe a dime when I left college because I scholarshiped my way through.
Well, there you go. So like my neighbor is a general in the Army, and he said, if they forgive this money, and by the way, he's a Democrat. He said, if they forgive this money, recruiting is going to become more difficult because one thing they do is this GI Bill. And he's like, this is going to fuck our recruiting because people are going to assume, the government's going to keep bailing out the college students, And so I have a problem with the fairness.
Well, that's a hell of a risk.
I mean, think about that.
Here's something I've noticed though too in this whole like new logical thing that everybody's doing lately. When we end up with these false dichotomies of like having to choose from like the extreme side or the other extreme side, when really there's a lot of gray area for things to work out. And that's part of the kind of appeal to a fear thing, the appeal to emotion thing, and in the divide and conquer movement is, create false dichotomies, and put out only the extreme, this choice or that choice, when really they can commingle. And solutions can be found if we actually want to. But when we don't want to, and we just want to drive a narrative of them bad.
But Are you
which I
speaking
do,
about the
which I do
college
as well too.
loan
I'm a
thing, or?
propagandist. I'm not going to say that I'm not. I'm not going to say I'm not a propagandist because I am.
Well, hold on. Are you talking about the college thing, or just
In general, like, you know, just the they're bad narrative, and that's bad narrative.
Well, the other thing,
I agree.
The other, speaking of colleges, though, I actually think the U.S. should start like deciding who goes to college or not. And I know that's controversial, but I have
Well, it
a
is.
friend over in Czechoslovakia, and not every in England, I think, does the same thing. Not everyone goes to college because if you don't make a certain level, you're not going to this college anyway.
Jesus.
And I think that's harsh, but I
mean,
think
how do you
it'll work
base it,
out
though?
better.
How do you
Hmm?
base it? How do you base it?
Well, I'd have to. I don't not that familiar with their systems, but
But
the
no, like
thing
you're not
is
smart enough to
the
go to
thing
college.
is, hmm,
You're not smart enough to go to college. Is that what you mean?
basically, and the reason I bring this up is last night on T's show, the Coach Ferg brought up that, hey, you know what, if you know, you are going through high school and you're making a bunch of C's, you don't, you know, go to community college.
Yeah.
You know, make community college free. You don't you don't need to be at some highfalutin or even trying to get into a highfalutin university.
So I just want to.
If you don't take high school seriously enough, what makes us think you're going to take college seriously?
Well, got rich parents that are going to spoon feed them a job when they get out of college. So
They can get a trade.
But Stanley, you know what's interesting? What's interesting Stanley, is that Coach Ferg just suggested an alternative education. He said, "Well, don't go to college, go to community college."
Yeah.
Well, the same people that scheme the colleges will end up scheming the community colleges. Everybody just doesn't need education. You know,
Okay, well, I don't subscribe to that. I mean, if you go to a technical school, that's education.
Well, but I'm saying by the time you get to the 8th grade, there's some people that just don't need any more education.
Okay, well, I'm for a high school degree. I'm not for Be Braves.
Yeah, I
okay,
understand.
Be Brave's life story does not impress me.
Well, you know,
Okay,
a lot of people that graduate after they have degrees.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, John.
These high school diplomas are basically worthless. So I someone to go through 3-4 extra
You're breaking
years.
up, John.
Breaking up.
It may be my service over here, but these college degrees these high school degrees are basically worthless. So,
Okay, well, I don't happen to share that opinion.
I mean, our high school system is still based on the 1930s model of creating factory workers that show up on time and leave on time and don't do shit but what they're supposed to do, and they don't really learn or process, or it's just regurgitation and proof that you can be there from 7 a.m. to 3 p.m. That's basically what.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you can counteract that kind of industrial type education. I know what you're talking about. And yeah, you know, basically after the war, the U.S. needed, you know, workers to work in these new factories, and, you know, education with a purpose is really just technical training. Okay. They're not teaching people how to think, but the U.S. hasn't done that probably since the 50s.
We started implementing some applied classes, applied math and applied sciences, but still, you know, most of our stuff is textbook. It's not hands-on out in the field shooting rockets or anything like that. You know, it's
if me and Stanley were president and vice president, we'd be telling kids, "You're too dumb for college, and you're too dumb to vote."
Well, I wouldn't look. I think everybody should have at least a high school education, and I'm going to tell you right now that if people like DeSantis and, you know, whoever else, their schools are what their plans are. This patriotic education idea, it's not going to improve high school for sure.
Well, Stanley, you know, at this point, you know, one could reasonably say that high schools have been captured. Education has been captured.
By whom?
Big business.
Yeah.
Like,
I don't agree with that at all.
It's because you probably don't know how it all works.
Okay, no. I have a teacher I have a sister who is a retired teacher and still does education. I have a mother who is a retired teacher. My sister's husband is a principal of a school. So I have an idea, and I just had a kid graduate from high school. I have an idea of what high school is. I'm not speaking for all high schools, but in my immediate experience, I just have not seen the corporate influence.
Well, I've followed a lot of school systems all around the country,
Mm-hmm.
and if you haven't seen it, I mean, you almost have to not be looking.
Okay, I don't think I don't agree with you. Okay, I don't care what you've seen.
I know what you've seen, but you don't care what anybody else is saying.
Okay, and I don't give a fuck what you think.
Yeah,
Okay, let me disagree respectfully and don't keep pushing it. You can keep saying what you're going to say, but
that's fine. You can say what you
just
want to say.
understand that I don't agree with you.
That's fine. But what I'm saying is, what I've seen is that corporations have coaxed these schools into buying computer systems that they probably don't need.
Of course, they need computer systems.
Well, maybe they don't need the ones that
And
they
I
buy.
don't think they've coaxed them. I think they've donated them.
No, it's been a lot of corruption, Stanley. Tablets, computers.
Okay, well, I don't buy into that. Everything's corrupt. What's your solution? Since everything's so fucked up, what's your solution? What should we do?
I mean, don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say everything's
Well,
fucked
I'm
up.
putting them there.
I would argue that anything
spit
that
them out if they're not your words.
Well, my solution is that you have to take education upon yourself, and the more and more you keep demanding that the government come up with a new system, a new this, a new that, the corporate interests will come in and just capture it.
Okay, I don't think you mean the federal government.
I'm saying whenever there's money being thrown behind some issue,
like
education is one of them, healthcare is another one. The corporate interests will come in and take over it. That's why it's better for you to take care of your own health. It's better for you. It's cheaper and better for you to learn on your own many things.
Right. Well, that's one way of doing it.
Right. So, but when you keep depending on the government to create institutions, I mean,
okay, well, anyway, that's one way of doing it. That'll be my response.
Idaho had this problem, John, where when we were implementing the iPads here a few years ago, we had some politicians go in and form their own LLCs and whatever, and however they worked their way into the system to capture some of that money that was coming into the public school system as being the provider for said iPads.
Yeah, people going to prison. People going to prison for this shit. Stealing from your children, basically. School construction is a very big industry where there's a lot of fraud. You look at Baltimore. They probably spent $1 billion just on trying to put air conditioners in their school.
Right. Well, I basically, back to my point, which was this patriotic education basically is not going to improve the actual education. Okay. I've never seen evidence of corporations, and I've been in Virginia schools. Now, granted, these weren't big city schools, but I've not seen what John has seen. So
let me ask you, can I ask you a question, Stanley? Can I ask you a question, Stanley?
Sure.
Who's the producers of the books? Is that a company?
Texas. All Macmillan is a main producer, and most of those books have to meet Texas standards.
Right. And Macmillan
therefore, most of the books, a lot of the textbooks that folks get run through Texas. Macmillan is one of the bigger companies.
And so Macmillan is a company, correct?
Okay, let me help you out here. That company has to meet Texas standards because Texas is probably the toughest in we want our textbooks this way. So a lot of schools, especially in Republican states, get books that are Texas approved. So while I understand Macmillan is a company and they are for profit, what's in the books meets a Texas standard more than likely.
And I bet you every year Macmillan comes up with a new iteration of the same shit and resells them.
And as long as it meets Texas approval, I'm at least sure that Republicans would enjoy it and get something out of it.
But if you can't see the hustle right there, I can't help
Nope,
you.
I don't see the hustle. And you know what? I'm not the hustler you are.
Yeah, I understand. That's true.
But it sets up the ability for the kickbacks and the bribes to happen, right? And the false figures, the false corporations that get involved to steal that money. You know, we had a $1.8 million high school being built here in Spokane County, right? Right now we're at 2.6, right? And the funding is still going up because the contractors that are coming in like this that are owned, literally the companies are owned by the people that are holding local office, you know, and pilfering off the fund. That's a huge problem. Definitely happens on both sides. It does. I know where you're coming from, John. I can see it.
Yeah, I see it all the time, man. All the time. Maybe it's just an inner city thing. I don't know. I know it's a serious inner city thing.
Yeah, millions of dollars a year to recertify the same book
every year. And they do it in college.
What's the point?
It doesn't need to be recertified. It's a
okay.
scam.
Well, that is it. Isn't the state who's requiring the certification?
The whatever the state, the regulation, yeah.
Okay, and you know what? Texas is probably one of those states.
And of the politicians who own stock in McMillan.
Well, then you know what? That is a bad thing. But
there's
again, and to John's point, you know, if you happen to be in a school system, and this is kind of utopian, so you know, it's just me being utopian. But you know, if you know you're in a space where the school's not doing what you think education ought to do, then it is up to the parent to intercede. I never depended on schools solely to just, hey, my kid.
Oh yeah.
If you've got like 1,000 students in a graduating class, there's no way they're going to be able to take each student and give them the individualized attention that students need. Yep. And that's actually my biggest problem, how big these schools become.
Well, and you know, it's just like, could the government feed everybody? They couldn't feed everybody to their taste. They could probably throw some slop together. But
well, that's pretty much what they do. And if your kid doesn't like the slop, then you've got to figure something.
I mean, education is, you know, some people may be allergic to the slop. Right? you have to customize it and to make it right.
Well, I mean, that's up to the parent to customize. If you know your kid has an allergy or doesn't like what the school is making.
Right. But you understand, I'm talking about something even more unique in terms of education.
Okay, well, what you're trying, where you want to go with this is something like school vouchers, where you get to choose your kid's school.
I'm saying, you know, I don't know what the answer is, and there is no one answer for everybody's going to have to find their own solution.
Well, I know a lot of parents have the option of homeschooling, especially in Republican states.
And I don't know all about the politics. You seem to know more about Republican politics than I do.
Well, I live in a Republican state.
Oh, right. So from that standpoint, it may be a solution for other people sending their children to the school, and then they was a solution. But there isn't a one size fits all. That's what I think is the answer. And once you get away from that, you're going to see a lot of the fraud and corruption melt away, because a lot of that is based upon every child must go to school. It's a good revenue business model.
Every child should go to school.
Oh, good. You know, but
I firmly believe that. And
once they're all following
the cutoff, that's fine.
But once they all following the public education,
I do believe every child ought to be given a chance. I mean, that's that whole Republicans in particular.
Who should give them a chance?
Everybody should have equal opportunity, and school is one way of ensuring that kids at least have the opportunity.
Again, like, you know, I don't disagree with you. I just think that the parents should be the main ones giving their children the opportunity. The government just can't seem to do it.
Okay, well, I trust the government more than you do. I think we both.
I think that's definitely true.
We got single parent households. We got dual parent households where the parents are working literally all the time, just paycheck to paycheck. You know, unless you're in a pretty affluent part of the town or, you know, whatever. I don't know.
Well, the other thing, speaking of that,
what I'm saying. I don't see the parents having the time to really be involved.
And
Hell,
that is
they're
a
smarter than they are.
problem in and of itself.
For
Okay,
real.
I realized during COVID that half these people complaining about their kids being out of school, it was because they didn't want their kids at home. They
Right.
either it was either a problem with work, or they just, you know what, these kids here all day, you know what, I just can't stand them. Somebody open the school so I have somewhere to send them for 8
I
hours
think
a
all
day.
that shows is kind of like a welfare mentality toward the schools.
No, it shows that parents don't know. We've got a bunch of bad parents in the United States. That's what it showed me.
Well, I think part of it is due to they've
Don't
been so
have kids if you don't like kids.
well,
That's
many
what
of them have been so dependent upon the government taking the kids off their hands for 8 hours of the day. There's been a dependency there.
I agree with that point.
There's a dependency. Take that dependency away from them. They'll figure it out. They will figure it out.
Well, the problem is if work is the problem, then there's another problem we have to deal with. People have to work.
And the kids are, by the time the kids get in high school, most kids are smarter than their parents, and they can't help with these ideas, right? So
I didn't want to hear that.
Becomes the fault of the parent, where they feel like they can't even help their child. And as far as it goes, guys, Mac.
Hey, Portia.
Drew Bledsoe's dad, Mac Bledsoe, did a Parenting with Dignity series that I was lucky enough to participate in when I was on probation and shit back in the day. And it's a really based program, Parenting with Dignity. Society is going to raise our kids. Okay. Doesn't matter. We can be an influence, but with things like public school, even with private schools, right? Society in large, in general, their peers are going to hold them accountable and teach them what's right or wrong, what's acceptable when it is and when it's not, when to cry and when not to in public, yada, yada, right? The education, right? The actual information, right, is the parents' responsibility to make sure that if they're not getting the information that they need to pass their classes at a minimum, even at a C level, empowering them to make their own choices, right? Defining consequences, defining boundaries, defining where and when you need to be looking out for certain situations is about all a parent can really hope to do anymore. To be able to let their kid go out into the world and recognize a boundary and be able to make the choice to not cross that boundary. That's really what it's all about. And when it comes to school, like you said, we got so many different variants of rural to public to private to Christian to not to homeschooled. And we expect this like, where's the minimum standard? It's the government's job to set those standards as a blanket statement for every state and say that, if we're going to fund, we're going to set a blanket standard, and that's going to be dependent. The funding will be dependent on that standard. We can't define the standard anymore.
Well, that's because we're so fractured. Like my standard for, say, a patriotic education, for me, that's not an education. That's propagandizing.
In Idaho, bro, it's pretty scary. Both my daughters have master's degrees in teachers, and we're all scared. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah, man. They're going to privatize schools in Idaho within the next couple of years.
I think that would be a beautiful thing, honestly. During COVID, I knew people that.
Yeah, man. I tend to think that it would be, but it would be so bad. I
actually think privatizing. I kind of like the way the schools are now. Believe it or not, what we need to do is improve public education.
I'm not surprised that you like the way that they are now. Maybe it worked for you, but you're clearly myopic because you didn't see some of the things.
Okay, if you want to use words like myopic, I have a few words.
Okay, well, whatever word you like to use. But
okay, the reason it worked for me is because I had time to, to monitor what my son was doing, monitoring what the schools were doing. I know that I'm kind of, an anomaly. So I still think that if we took the time, and this is a local thing, I mean, it's not the federal government's job to go into every school and even set standards. But I happen to live in a place where the public school, it was excellent. So I'm spoiled. I wouldn't say I'm myopic. I would say that if localities take their schools seriously, things will improve. I don't think America in general takes education seriously. So privatizing the schools with a bunch of Americans who don't give a shit about education and want to take people out of school and let them work in 7th grade, hey, private school's not going to do much.
At what job?
Oh, I have no idea.
You know, that's the other part of this whole thing is like, even with trade schools,
the chicken processing plant.
Yeah, for $3 a day, sure. Maybe a toilet factory or a toilet paper factory or something, or maybe we could start producing plastic again. For sure.
But I do know kids, kids with undeveloped brains working around forklifts and stuff like that. I just kind of
Stanley, what's interesting is a few years back, probably over a decade ago, the city of Detroit tried to implement a program to let high schoolers go work at McDonald's. I think McDonald's formed a partnership with some of the high schools where the kids weren't doing so well. And they said, we'll let them come work at McDonald's. And, there's a management trainee type program,
right,
where some of these guys, if you become a manager at McDonald's, you make them 6 figures. You have responsibility, training. Maybe you go off and own your own restaurant one day, but it's a hell of an experience.
So do you start them off like at 13 or something like that in a management training program?
Let me finish this story. And so people thought it was a good idea. Some people did, but then a lot of people said, well, we don't want our children working at McDonald's. They deserve better than that. And maybe they do, but you got to earn it. And they cut the program because they saw it as being, setting their sights very low by working at McDonald's in high school. They would leave high school.
Your point would be what?
My point would be that some of those kids probably would have benefited from that McDonald's trainee program. And
who was it that cut that saw McDonald's as such a low, place to start?
Well, some of the people in the community that thought
that is a community problem, not McDonald's problem, not the school's problem.
But it's a mindset problem
that is a locality that does not value the training McDonald's can give you. Okay. Yeah. My point is, I don't see a larger paradigm here. I think that locality just for some reason or another wasn't educated enough to know what McDonald's could or couldn't do. And it really doesn't touch my point about, I don't think kids should be, out of school working as a 12-year-old. What 12-year-old do you know who's going to be responsible enough to manage a McDonald's?
They say manage.
Well, you said management train. You mentioned management training.
I was talking about program was going to lead to management training.
Okay, John, you don't seem to have the capability to put what I'm talking about and plug it into the story you're telling.
Why did you say 12-year-old?
I was literally talking about kids coming out of school like at 11, 12, 13. You asked what kind of jobs, or somebody asked what kind of jobs. I said, I don't know. Then you proceeded to tell us the McDonald's story. My question to your McDonald's story is, do you actually think that a 13-year-old should be in a management training program at McDonald's?
Not 13.
Okay, well then in that case, I'm assuming these kids were maybe like high school age, 15, 16.
High school age, yeah.
I just don't know. It's the rare 16-year-old who I would want to see in a McDonald's management program. They would have to be extraordinary. How many of those types of kids will come out of that community?
Well, Stanley, I think the program is probably, I would imagine, that it would be designed for the kids that want to make a little money and work. And then you probably highlight the kids who may have a little bit of extra oomph in them that want to take it further.
Right, but we got that now.
Hold on for a minute. If you
a high
remember,
schooler working at McDonald's.
hold on for a minute, Stanley. If you remember one of the street interviews that we did with those 3 kids,
dude, I don't take that seriously. Those kids, my only question to those kids, where were your parents at that time of night and why are they letting you out? Okay. I don't take those kids as any sort of example I would care to know about.
I'm not talking about the black kids. I know you're so quick to defend the black kids, but I'm not talking about
I'm not quick to defend anybody. I'm basically
the black kids. I won't even talk about that.
The lessons learned from your street interviews do not apply to anything I'm saying.
You don't even know what the hell I'm talking about. You so
I know.
quick.
You know what? I just know what you're
talking about black kids.
I watched. I watched your street interview.
If you'd watched
it,
you know.
Don't get all in your feelings about this. There's nothing in your street interviews that applies to people getting out of high school at 12 or 13.
I never mentioned anyone getting out of high school at 12 or 13.
Okay, that's what we were talking about, John.
No one mentioned 12 or 13. No one mentioned.
Oh my God! I literally just talked
12
about
or 13 years
12.
old.
Could you imagine a 12 or 13-year-old in a management role?
Other than you, who mentioned 12 or 13?
You don't even remember what we were talking about.
Other than you, who mentioned 12 or 13-year-old children? Who mentioned?
I did.
Okay, so you mentioned it, but no one else is talking about 12 or 13.
In the conversation we were talking about. And you bring up your street interviews, and I'm saying there's nothing that I can recall in your street interviews that's even remotely touching a 12 or 13-year-old managing a McDonald's.
Well, I guess if that's what you're talking about, no one mentioned that. So if you want to talk about 12,
we were literally talking about McDonald's.
We're not talking about 12 or 13-year-olds.
I literally said
you're so quick to defend them niggas.
I'm not going to go back over the conversation we were having.
I won't even talk about them little niggas.
I don't know why you can't remember the topic. I don't fucking want to talk about street interviews. Nothing to do with what I'm talking about.
The little niggas.
Now,
if you went in defense mode.
How about you say, Stanley, can we change the topic?
You thought I was talking about the little niggas. But you know, I was just calling them little niggas. Morons. You know, I was just calling them little niggas. Now.
Doing half-drunk moronic shit is not what I'm talking about. Save it for your show.
Are you drunk?
No, not even.
You get to see how. Now you get to see how people come on your show and like all that stuff and shit, right?
Fancy nigger shit you want to do.
See, if I would have been talking about the
niggas, save it for the black roast. Save it for the black roast.
Hey, well, when I talk about the black shit,
dude, motherfucker, you want to talk about your street interviews? Go ahead, John. Go ahead, John.
I haven't even mentioned blacks all day. You
figure out how to put your street interviews into the topic. You must talk about you, John. You must talk about your street interviews when we talk about nothing remotely that would show up in your street interview. Did you do a street interview in a McDonald's?
Man, either you are really dumb or you can play dumb.
No. I think you're really rude and you like taking people off topic.
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Like, you really must be playing a character. Because there's no way
John,
you can call anybody rude.
Stay on topic. I know you have a problem doing that.
Hey, I know you have. There's no way you could call anyone rude with a straight face.
I am calling you rude. There is a way. I just did it.
You guys do realize that you're each other's trigger, right?
It really shows you. Like,
you know what? I really do think he comes up here to disrupt what we're talking about, and I cannot figure out what his mission is. Kind of like President Trump. He just wants to be disruptive.
I think that any successful white man really ties your ass up in knots, and that's why you be talking about.
Wait, are you a successful white man?
Nah, but Be Brave, I think.
Okay, then what the fuck are you?
Really don't want Trump to tie his ass up in knots.
Well, here's the. We were talking about Be Brave.
I ain't heard.
What we were talking about Be Brave. Oh, I had no idea. You go right ahead and tell us about Be Brave's success, John. I know you.
I should Be Brave other than you. Like that white man is on your tongue. You don't
used to steal my dad's truck when I was 13.
You listen to yourself talking about Be Brave. You
this is where we're trying to go.
You went back and
listened to your Be Brave into the conversation.
You went back and listened. You brought him up.
Go ahead and tell me how Be Brave is successful now.
You went back and listen to your shows. And how many
I
times
don't go
you
back and
mentioned
listen
Be
to
Brave
him,
name?
John. I almost never do.
If you took a shot every time you mentioned Be Brave or Trump's name, those two white men, you'd be drunk off your ass.
You know what?
You
What
mention
I
white men
be,
all the
what
time.
I be is not drunk now. So what's your theory now?
And white men got you drunk.
See,
in your
I'm
head.
not drunk. I'm not drunk,
Your
and
head.
Be Brave isn't here.
In your head, man. Like
I'm
I
not
ain't never
drunk,
seen a
and
man
Be
talk
Brave
about
isn't
another
here.
man like this.
See,
I've never
you
seen a
are
man
just
talk about
way
another
off
man like
base.
this.
No wonder you think Be Brave is successful.
I've never seen a man. Yeah, clearly he's in your head. Like no, I've never seen a man in
Well, you
another
know
man's
what?
head.
He's only in my head when you bring him up. So
You talk
thank
about him
you.
all the time.
Thank you for bringing up a
All
topic
the
we weren't
time.
even talking about,
He's
John.
in your head,
Thank
bro.
you so much. Now you get to talk. Now you get to talk about how you're Be Brave's holy man. Tell us.
It was a pretty
You just
respectable
told me.
conversation.
You just told everyone. You just told everyone. I mean, you quote Be Brave. You mentioned
I
Be
have not
Brave.
told anyone
You
anything.
did. You
You're
just
making
did.
it up, John.
That's why I call you one of the
You
hosts.
just told him, bro. You just told him.
See,
I didn't mention that shit. You did.
You came up here just to play that.
What? How you come up here? If I did,
So you feel better. You feel better now that you've heard Be Brave call you a holy man. You feel better now. You feel all holy. A successful white man. You got him on tape calling you a holy man. You just played it. You feel better now.
Again, like I really want to get to the bottom of where this, with you and Be Brave, because he's in your head, bro.
When I
He's
want to
in
get
your
to the
head.
bottom of why somebody's in my head, I
Yeah.
go to an actual professional to talk about it. You
Well, you
aren't.
should. They tell us what they said. I'm really
Yeah,
curious.
I'll make sure and tell you, John.
I'm really curious. Honestly, I am really curious.
As a matter of fact, not only will I authorize you to get into my medical records, I'll have them call you.
Yeah, I'm really curious, though. Because this is an
I
interesting
don't know
phenomenon.
why you would be curious about a grown man's business. That is an interesting
interesting
curiosity
phenomenon.
you have.
Interesting
That is a
phenomenon.
very interesting. Why are you so curious about me, John? Am I in your head?
No, I think the phenomenon. I think the phenomenon.
You know what? Be Brave's in my head, and I'm in your head. This
Well,
is
I
an
think-
interesting. This is an interesting turn of events.
Well, I think the phenomenon is interesting to me. A
You know
self-described
what? Everything
successful
is
black man.
interesting to you, John. That's
Yeah, it
one of
is.
the things I like about you. You are a curious little fellow.
Yeah. A self-professed successful black man constantly harping about a poor white trash white man, self-described poor white trash. That's very interesting.
Is that what I do, John? Is that what I do?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like
okay.
I would think you see him as so beneath you, you wouldn't even mention him. But you seem to.
Well,
talk
I
about him.
didn't. You did.
I mean, like he really gets you going. If someone mentions Be Brave,
No,
like,
I'm afraid you're wrong, John. It gets me going when his holy man mentions Be Brave.
That's the only
Yeah,
thing.
when his holy man starts bringing up his most successful disciple, well, maybe I want to be one of your disciples, John.
I'm an ordained minister. I can marry you guys if you want to get married.
That's it. You know what? I want to be your disciple. I think I would make a better disciple than Be Brave.
Oh no, Stanley. Oh no, Stanley. I think that Brave is you got something.
You've never seen poor white trash. We had never seen no Idaho poor white trash.
Well, all I have to say is keep thinking that, John. You wonder about me a lot, don't you?
Yeah, I think the phenomenon is what's interesting. Not you.
I thank you for your concern, but I do have a father if I ever need one.
No, I'm not concerned. As I said, it's not you. It's not
Well,
Brave.
I'm sorry. You didn't say concerned. You said curious.
Yeah, the dynamic between you two, black man, a self-described, dumb Will.
Well, if I know everything has to be about a white man and a black man to you.
Well, that is interesting.
It's really not like that.
To be living in America, typically the white-black interactions, at least in my lifetime, have been, the two predominant races here, and you kind of been, they kind of.
Well, you can take the boy out of Alabama, but you can't take Alabama out of the boy.
That's right. And so, when I see you, kind of like my dad in a way.
Is that right?
Yeah. because he probably would say he's pro-black.
Well, name one difference between your father and me. Can you guess?
He's been in prison.
Oh, right. Okay. So that's a huge. So why I remind you of your dad? That's definitely
Well,
concerning.
y'all both are Democrats.
Well, I've never been to prison. Let's start with that.
Yeah, there you go. No, y'all both are Democrats. Both roughly the same age. Give or take 10 years or so. A lot of things, a lot of similarities. You know what I mean, between the two of you.
Well,
I guess
I won't bring up. I guess I won't bring up anything about home training, right?
Like Thomas Sowell and all those people, he hates them probably as much as you do. And
I don't hate Thomas.
You know what I mean? However you feel about them, he probably feels the same way.
Well, really? So you don't know how I feel, but your father probably feels the same way. Hey, you like them logical leaps. Did your father? Did your father teach you how to do logical leaps?
And so I think y'all are kind of alike. You know what I mean? Y'all vote alike.
You know what? I don't know your father. I guess I'll have to take your word for it.
I mean, take the voting and the politics out of it. Like, what's a positive thing that they have in common?
Oh, they raised two good sons.
Right.
Yeah.
One way or another, right? We're all working for the same goal, right?
Yeah. Like I said,
Francis just dying and stuff. I've been looking into a lot of his famous quotes, and he's a notorious leftist, right? He's a lefty.
Who's a lefty?
The Pope Francis. Just passed away, right?
I didn't know. Follow.
He has some really based views on humanity and just working, for the betterment of all people and not just our side or our faction, right? And I think there's a tendency that we have to watch out for our team, right? But at the same time, we're all in the same game, fighting for the same goal, and I think America's really lost track of that, like one for all.
Well, I mean,
mentality and attitude.
America has lost track of that big time.
A long time ago.
Stanley, you don't know, like almost everything you say is kind of like what my dad would say.
Is that right?
Yeah, like black conservative.
Is that why you're so fond of me?
Yeah, like black conservative. Well, it's something that I've seen for so many years, where he's been more preoccupied. He's a little bit older than you. He's probably been more preoccupied with the opposition than he has been playing offense. You understand?
Well, let me tell you a possible difference. I'm retired and I have nothing better to do, so I probably pay more attention to this stuff than I did when I was working.
Well, he never.
That's a difference between me, say, now and let's say 10 years ago. So I have time to keep up with things I probably shouldn't even be keeping up with. But hey, it occupies my day.
I'm not saying anything wrong. I'm saying, like, if I bring up crime to my father, he said, "But what about this? The black crime." And he don't want to talk about that shit. I don't give a fuck.
He says he always wants to talk about it.
No, he doesn't want to talk about it. Like, he can't listen to me. He can't listen to me.
Well, I don't think it's because you're talking about crime.
No.
It's probably when you start using the N words and crime.
Yeah, he can't listen.
A little turned off.
Rough for him. He can't disagree with me.
Yeah, well, you know what? It depends. Give us a sample of what you talked to your father about, John.
Like, anything you see on the stream, but like about the black tenants and stuff, about how people don't want to live around blacks, he can't take that.
Well, you know what?
Then he'll do something like, "I don't give a fuck. I don't want to talk about that no more." Kind of, I don't know what you do.
Well, I mean, I live around blacks just fine.
Mm-hmm. Well, but you never ran into them, and so when I started telling them about,
you know what? Again.
So that was the type of thing.
I've never owned a rental property. Let me help you out here, John. Let me tell you a difference, or maybe even a similarity. Now that I think about it, I've never owned rental property. Maybe one of these days I will, but I've never had a desire to rent property to whites, blacks, or just even have rental property. So yeah, I'm not that interested in your tenants, frankly, and I'm not that interested in real estate. So a lot of times on your shows, when you start nattering on, yesterday's a good example. You started talking about something about real estate, and I just went and did something else. Okay, because I'm not remotely interested in real estate. It's not
Right.
you, John. It's the topic.
Right. And so when, like, for instance, yesterday when I started picking up that trash and showing the bad behavior of blacks, my dad was
I didn't see it.
Right. That's what I'm saying. My dad would want to see that either. He'd be like, oh, I want to go see
Well,
something else.
no, is he not interested in real estate? Maybe.
Oh, he's been interested in real estate.
Okay,
But he
I
doesn't
just
like-
can't
he doesn't like
imagine the
black
attraction of you walking around picking up trash. I'm just not into that kind of content.
Yeah, I know.
John.
My dad wouldn't be into it either.
You know what? If
because
Portia,
you-
for instance, or
because you can be
Kimmy, or
Right.
if T decided to go walk around picking up trash and put it on camera, I
Yeah.
wouldn't watch that either.
Yeah, because you'd have to be conformed.
I
with who
just
threw the
I
trash
don't
down.
get a thrill out of watching.
I'm going to
people
bring it to you.
clean
I'm
up
going to
the
bring it to you right to your face. Who threw this trash down? My dad does.
Okay, and I don't give a fuck. My answer
I know
would be
that's what my
pick
dad
it
was. I
up.
don't give a fuck who threw it
My
down.
answer is pick it up and stop complaining about it.
I wasn't complaining. I did
You
what
are a
smart.
landlord. It's your job.
We did it, and
It
my
is your
dad,
job.
he just
If
like
you
you don't
can't
understand, he
hire
did it.
somebody to do it, who else is
That's
going to
how
do
they
it
do it.
but you, John?
My
That's
dad,
what I think.
just like you, he just can't see it. He don't.
Yeah, I know you. I know
And I
you think
would
you're
imagine
stirring up
though.
the
I would
pot.
imagine though.
All
Growing
I
up through
have
the
to
generation,
tell you, it's not you,
I would
John.
imagine growing
It's
up
not
through the
the
generation, it
jokes you
must
make,
hurt.
because really you are a really entertaining fellow, just not that entertaining when you're cleaning up.
I would imagine that it must hurt. Like it must hurt my dad. I'm saying that's probably why he don't want to see it. He have to
Well,
look.
then your dad is really
like
off base. He should be proud of how well you
Mhm.
take care of your tenants and how well you take care of your
I
properties.
think you want to overlook
You
through the
are
trash.
doing what you want to
You
do
want to
at a
overlook
fairly
through the
early
trash.
age. And you tell your father, since we're similar, you tell your father for me that he really needs to be proud of his boy. His boy
You want
is
to
doing,
overlook through that
his
trash.
boy, his boy is doing so good. Well,
My dad
John,
would-
I
my
have
dad would
trash
probably
of my
be-
own to pick up. Do you mind if I don't want to see you pick up trash? Because you might have reminded me that, hey, my trash can needs to be empty. Maybe I couldn't watch you. John cleaning up trash reminds me that I have to go clean up my trash.
And that's what more blacks need, to be inspired to pick up their trash. Like,
And
I
you
should-
know what?
that's
You
what I'm
are
trying to
very
inspire.
good.
But you know what's
You are
interesting?
very good at
you know what-
inspiring people to pick up
That's
trash.
what I
You
do.
should
That's what
do
I do.
more shows. Can you inspire people? Can you do some laundry on camera?
You know what else I'm gonna do?
Maybe you can inspire people to watch
And
the
here come the
cruise
black
too.
jokes. The black jokes. When I come
I was
forward,
actually
I don't
inspired. I was going out trying to find a dead body
nigga.
to scrape
And
up because
nigga,
I
I make
saw
these
you
niggas
do it,
start
and I
talking
wanted one
jokes.
for myself.
I make a comedian out of niggas because they
You
don't want
got,
to talk
you
about
got
I talk
any
about- I ain't
other dead
serious, nigga.
bodies?
I don't joke around, nigga. Hey, if I do
Look,
have a dead
nigga,
body,
all you
you
do
gonna
is
look like it. You know, I'm gonna bring them to you.
All you do is joke.
I'm gonna bring them to you. I don't fucking joke around.
Yeah, you do.
when you were on
Yeah,
the-
you do. Well, why am I laughing all the time?
I
John?
don't know, because you're a real silly nigga. And
Okay,
silly
you know
niggas
what? And
laugh.
this silly nigga does not watching a trash
bet
pick
you
upping
you can't
nigga pick
You
up
got to look
trash.
away.
I'm
Yes,
sorry if I hurt your feelings.
My feelings.
I have trash of my own.
Yeah, I know it must
So,
hurt you. a little
you know
bit.
what? Maybe do something other than pick up trash and I'll watch.
Oh, I can show you the niggas fighting. Did you watch them niggas fighting?
No,
You
it must have come right after the trash picking up,
Oh.
so I missed that part.
How about the black bitch that said she recycling shit that made her white? Did you catch that clip?
I missed
How
most
about
of your
that $5
series.
lawyer ass nigga? Did you catch that clip of that educated nigga with $5?
No, I'm not a lawyer, so it didn't interest me.
How about all the dumb ass niggers? Did that hurt your?
You really want to sit here? Oh, I get it. You want to talk about your tenants. You want to talk about your tenants. I got you. You go ahead and talk about your tenants, John. That's all you got. That's all you got. Go ahead and talk about them.
The YNs aren't my tenants.
The mic is yours. The floor is yours. Talk about all you know, John, about your $5 tenants.
Why don't we play some of them YNs, Stanley, since you brought them up?
Hey,
But I was talking
you
about
know
white
what? This isn't the venue, but if you want to fire up a show and you do it, great.
I knew you love them white. That shit on your mind. I knew you wish you could delete the video, but I wish that had never been played. When that young nigga cut that ankle bracelet off, have mercy. You knew Be Brave was going wrong with that shit.
Wait,
You know,
what name? What name did you just say?
The name that you love to hate. When Be Brave, if I seen that clip to Be Brave, that young nigga cutting that ankle bracelet off, have mercy.
That's destruction of state property, sir.
And that young nigga said, I just sit down and do my time. My dad hate to see that kind of shit.
Yeah, man. That's not good.
It ain't good. And but you know, I can't look away.
The expectation, right?
What
is the expectation is how is it being managed? That's the story of my career as a contractor and whatever, owning multiple businesses, is define the expectation. You know, because we're so tendent to just implement consequences when boundaries are crossed, but we're never out there like explaining what the boundary is and what the expectation is. And you know, management of expectations is what life's all about.
Yeah, no, but you know, I ain't mean to interrupt you.
This is the Be Brave quality. Actually, 12th Man reminds me of Be Brave. He's just as big a racist.
You think 12th Man's a racist?
Oh, absolutely, I do.
Why do you think he come up here, all these black people up here?
You know what? Apparently, just to have his racism confirmed.
He don't even comment on racism.
Listening to you talk about your tenants the way you do, that's why he's here.
Yeah, he's here more times.
That's why Be Brave comes up here, to hear you talk about your tenants.
You know, it is entertaining. You know,
to a certain type, yeah, I'd imagine.
Yeah, I think for the people that you know are really curious about what they're seeing, this like peels and layer back. Say, whoa, I never thought that. I see the people; they look normal when they're out in the streets, and you see the conflict and the dysfunction behind the scene. That's very interesting.
See, I don't give a fuck about what they do behind the scenes. Never have. Why do you think I don't watch you picking up trash? I don't give a fuck what you do to maintain your business.
Why do you think reality TV is so interesting?
I rarely watch reality TV.
I didn't ask you if you watched it, so you don't answer questions.
No. I'm not interested. Now I do. I watch Pop the Balloon, but I like. I used to watch Real Housewives of Atlanta years ago, but I haven't seen them.
That's not even real. This shit scripted. This shit real. This shit live, nigga.
Oh, wait, you think you're doing a reality show?
No, this shit is real. Reality ain't real. Those TV shows are scripted.
Okay, it's your reality. And the people that are interested in the urban landlord stuff, and God knows you got a lot of fans.
That's why a lot of people are here.
Got about 1,300 of them?
That's
you got a bunch of them. I just happen, when you talk about something other than your tenants, I'm like your street interviews, I enjoy watching them. But I don't.
You didn't even watch them. You said they're not interesting.
Oh, no. I said they had nothing to do with what I was talking about this morning.
Don't you say you like the stream?
Oh, well, you thought a lot of things. I think they're interesting. They just had nothing to do with what we were talking about.
I thought you said you didn't like the street interview. About to stand
However, I really don't get off much entertainment from you talking about your tenants and your daily urban landlord life.
I'm not surprised.
I actually get more when they're doing like bathroom ideas than you talking about your tenants. Phone calls, nigga, where's my money? Yeah, I don't get off on that.
I'm not surprised. But again, there's a reason why reality TV
I don't like seeing people at their lowest points in life,
All of them are low.
Well,
the
ones that have to call you or you calling them.
That man was
I only got $5. I call that kind of a low point.
Those typically are the black ones. But the man that was missing his foot, the white man who still maintained after losing his foot from a pebble in his foot, bro, those are inspirational type stories.
They are. Well, I mean, whatever floats your boat.
I mean, a lot of people give up. They fucking lost their foot.
Hey, you know what? Again, whatever floats your boat.
It may not be interesting to you, but again,
Well, no, hey, I'm not saying nobody should watch. I'm saying it's not me. It's not something that I'm particularly interested in.
Mm-hmm. And I'm not surprised. You know what I mean? I'm not surprised.
Yeah, well, there's no accounting for people's taste.
Yeah, everybody's different. Right? Everybody's different. There's no right or wrong answer.
And the other thing is, I'm on the down slope of life. I kind of want to kind of keep it light when I can between now and my grave.
That's what I'm saying.
I want to die.
You letting your light dim,
the
right?
grave.
In my opinion, if I may speak brutally honest, and you know yourself better than me, but I think
I would hope so.
You're letting you're dimming your light too early. At 60 years old, it's just me listening. And I've heard other people say it as well, express it to you.
Mm-hmm.
At 60, you still have a lot of life ahead of you. And
I know. But right? You know what? Not enough life that I want to see people on their last legs. And
all these people aren't on their last legs. And it doesn't have to be interesting.
They all were. I just said people.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying they all are. And again, I think, as I said, on the flip side of the guy with the $5 is the guy that showed a lot of grit to lose his foot. The blind man. Remember the blind motherfucker they called in here?
John, are you particularly religious?
Probably after COVID, maybe I can see the point a little bit more. I think one of the things that really disappointed me about COVID was the churches closing. And even though I don't go to church, I hated to see them close. I grew up in the church. Yeah, so how about that?
I got you. So, I mean, you might take inspiration where I don't particularly.
Well, I see a lot of young people who feel war is me. And
now that I don't abide.
Well, there are a lot of things out here, Stanley, that for young men that, they're facing a radically different world than yourself. And again, you've been,
Well, let me ask, that's an interesting point you bring up.
Yeah.
The part about people living a radically different life.
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
Am I supposed to be concerned for them?
Well, I'm not saying concerned.
I mean, I'll gladly help if there's any time I can ever.
No.
So, I have my own issues.
No, I'm not even talking about help. Now, here's what I'm saying. Like, I'm not talking about sometime, I want to help these people because I can't help these people other than provide housing for them. But I think, it does expose the light into, what almost everyone will face. Young people in particular is housing.
I don't agree that the majority of young people face that sort of stuff.
Okay. But for the young people that do have to look for housing, housing in the inner cities is a lot more complicated than you just having the money. Yeah, and so
excuse me. Let me
yesterday we talked about Tupac housing. Right?
Let me quickly address 12th Man. I don't know, 12th Man. I don't know what I'm not understanding about you, but because I only see you on YouTube, so I don't know your life. So what is there for me to understand other than your atrocious behavior too often on these panels where you're too drunk to barely form a coherent sentence? And I've heard you say some things when you were drunk that you probably don't even remember you say the next morning. I don't throw around that racist word much, but when I apply it, I mean it. So don't tell me what I don't understand. There are probably some things you don't remember. So
what's the difference, do you guys think, of being an outright racist and just being like a low grade bigot?
Well, I'm to a point, and I've given this, let's say 50 years of thought. I think if you tolerate racists, you're a racist. Okay, if you're going to sit here and listen to somebody go on and on and on about one race or another without saying something about it, or at least going, hey, put up, don't just nod your head, because if you're nodding your head, you're just kind of tacitly approving what's being said. So I'm maybe a little too extreme with it, but again, I'm 60. kind of know what I'm talking about sometimes. And if you are comfortable being around these people, now I know, if you've got a job and you need that job and your boss is racist, there are times you're going to have to suck it up. Okay. But being on YouTube is voluntary. Okay. This is not necessarily a job unless you're a big YouTuber or, you got that kind of content that people send you a lot of money. Unfortunately, it's Stanley versus the world, being the lone liberal in a big pool of Black MAGA. But the bottom line is, my thoughts are, if you tolerate it, then you are a part of it.
I think
dig on that a bit, yeah.
I think that like it would look weak for me to be sitting here complaining about a 70-year-old man talking on YouTube. Then what's he gonna do to me? What's any racist gonna do to me? Is it? I'm just saying me, right? And I'm not saying anyone should feel differently. Everyone's got to have their own experiences. But I just think it is kind of it represents a weakness, not in the person, but a weakness that you have to a particular point. If someone
you're not making sense. What is my weakness?
If someone can get you off your square by what they say, it is a weakness that people will exploit.
Okay,
and
well, let me go ahead and address that before you get too far down that dirt road. If you think that I'm off kilter, for whatever reason you seem to assume that this morning, I assure you I'm not.
I'm not saying you're off kilter. Okay. I'm just saying that.
I can also tell you, when I'm away from this computer doing stuff, I don't really think about what goes on YouTube. So this is not my whole life. Be Brave doesn't get in my head. The only time I might think about Be Brave is when I'm on the show or I'm watching his show. Be Brave is not with me. Okay, I don't think about Be Brave when I'm in my kitchen making spaghetti. Would Be Brave like spaghetti? So,
well, I mean, do you think
I know you and Universal all want to come up with some narrative. Apparently, I don't give you enough narrative, so you have to make it up.
That's why I'd rather ask you to have a conversation than just assume.
Then guess what? You're slightly off base there.
Fair enough. I'm just asking.
So let's see. Michael Brown is saying, it's easy to see why you, Stanley, cannot understand many things. Your childlike mind prevents you from experiencing reality. It's okay. We take into consideration that it's above your mind. Mike, how do I respond to that? I appreciate your indulgence.
If I could paraphrase that a little bit.
Want me to put it back up?
No, I think it's just, when cognitive self-awareness, cognitive self-therapy stuff is all about recognizing triggers and recognizing when situations are going to arise. And Stan, I think you've got a great inherent way of realizing that John is your trigger and not allowing him to get any information in on you. Because it's like a gotcha type of thing or something, maybe, and you guys do it to each other, really. I mean,
but I don't do that. I don't.
Right.
I don't think anything really triggers me like that, or at least I try my best to anything trigger me. Yeah.
It's just like an inherent kind of like that, like you think but you're not trying to get one over on each other, but you are. But it's the simple dynamic of human life.
I can see that.
When we're pressed on our thoughts and emotions, we go to denial and fight or flight, and we don't know what we're doing.
Right.
So it's it's a good play off of each other for sure. And there's good banter. And things do get resolved. You guys are making headway in whatever it is that trying to fucking resolve. But when we just shut ourselves off to each other and just say, I'm not going to accept anything, and just go immediately into that defense mode.
Well, you gotta understand, some of these arguments are repetitive. We've had them before.
Oh yeah. And that's we got it's just a defense mechanism, and it's inherent. But it's when we can stay cognitive and recognize that we want to be in a state of action and not just reaction, and we want to be 3 or 4 steps ahead of ourselves. That's not what YouTube's all about, though. It's this is Spurg Nation, man, Spurg Olympics.
That I don't know how people. Well, I ain't gonna say I don't know how people do that.
Let me talk about this statement that Shadow Observer makes. He's asking, what are the measurements / metrics to identify a racist? I was on a date with a YB. What's a YB? Young bitch? What's a YB? And she felt the server was racist because helped with the word jalapeno.
Jalapeno.
She said she felt the server was racist. So YB may be young black woman.
Well, did she mispronounce it? She mispronounced it.
Maybe she left off. It had to be a black woman because
it had to be.
Well, more than likely because she felt the server was racist. The YB probably some
young bitch.
Young bitch.
So was she black?
Well, I see what you're saying. You know what? And there are no measurements or metrics unless you're taking a survey or something. But the bottom line is it's extremely subjective. Some people are more sensitive to it than others. Some people are oversensitive to it than others. But I will say this, having grown up in the Deep South and being 60 years old, I've been a few places. You tend to know it when you see it. It's kind of like pornography.
I was in a restaurant years ago, and we sat down with a lady friend of mine, and they didn't serve us immediately. Hey, what's your order? What's your order? And there could have been a myriad of reasons why they didn't get to us. And whoever I was with, I can't remember. Her first thought was racism, and I said, "Well, maybe it's short staff. Maybe they didn't see us." There could be a myriad of reasons other than racism. But if you think it's racism, then we need to get the fuck out of here. I don't want to eat no shit that's some racist are cooking.
That's right.
So when I put it like that, then
the racist cook.
Is there still a difference though of being labeled as a racist and just having a little bit of bigotry that might be perceived as a big racial thing? That I think we all have, an inherent bigotry in
well, I mean, in my opinion, if you have bigotry towards a race, that's racism. That's racist. That's racist behavior. Okay, now, you know what? You might think a way. Some people are very good at, hey, I think this way, but I'm going to treat that person with dignity, golden rule and all that. Some people are good at hiding it. And you know what? I encourage them to hide it.
Well,
now, if your bigotry affects the way you're actually treating people, then that's racist behavior. Okay, I'm not gonna do that soft bigotry, all the words in that.
Well, let me ask you this question. If someone is good at hiding it, does it matter?
Oh no, absolutely it doesn't. I want them to hide it, and I don't want to even know that they're bigoted. If they can hide it, all good with me.
So if they hid it and spit in your food, you didn't know. They smiled in your face and spit in your food.
Well, you're giving me all kinds of hypotheticals. As long as they're not taking prep, maybe what I don't know won't hurt me. Now, if they spit in my food in front of me, we're gonna have problems.
It's like Jesse Jackson's. Remember, Jesse Jackson said he used to spit in the white people food when he worked at the restaurant.
You know what? And I thought that was fucking just disgusting.
Yeah, okay? And that's what I'm saying.
The bigger racist is a white person doing it to him. It's unacceptable. And that he told the story is problematic.
Right, and that's what I'm saying. Like, if you're a racist, I don't even want you fixing my food. I don't want you spitting in my shit, nothing. Just let me know.
I can't believe a reverend would
be upfront with me and just living. You know what? I don't want you blacks in here. Get the fuck out of my face, as opposed to smiling in my face and spitting in my shit. Like,
right. But in my defense, you remember Linwood getting up here and talking about, black people can't be racist because they have to have power plus something. I'm like, fuck that. Okay, they are human, aren't they?
I will come and cooking your food.
Well, I can say I don't go out to restaurants much, so it's not something I think about a lot. However, I think a black racist is as bad as a white racist or a China, whoever the person. Being a racist is probably truly colorblind. If you are one, it doesn't matter. It's bad as bad as bad.
Recognizing the tendencies is one thing, but trying to, it's about the control of the action. I think is what you're saying, Stan. It's the ability to not show that in public. And
yeah, I mean, you know what? I'll come clean. I have a problem with Egyptians, and because of my experience going through the Suez Canal. I think every time I went into Hurghada, Egypt, I'm like, you know what? I better hold on to my wallet. Let me. However, I know that, and I used to hang out at the bar, in Hurghada, Egypt, and everything worked out fine. It's a lot of self-control because I know that I have a problem, and it's a silly problem. Linwood actually existing in public is a scary thing to think about.
That one breathes right over.
About Linwood having a girlfriend? Somebody?
Oh, yeah, he showed it yesterday.
No way.
Really? What's she like?
Yeah. What do you mean?
Is she alive?
Yeah, she was alive.
And breathing and
a little surprised too. She said something that Linwood said. He said, "You better." I think I said, "Oh, Linwood got a sister gal," and he said, "She better." He better.
So he came up here to show off his girlfriend?
No, I think someone asked him to show the girlfriend or something like that.
Yeah.
Oh, he should have resisted that.
Well, he said that he probably wanted to show it.
Oh, you got Linwood to show. What'd she look like? I'm curious now since he was proud to show her.
You probably catch it on the stream. Somebody said she's a robot.
Oh, you did it on your show yesterday.
Yeah, I think it was last night. Last night. Yeah, he came on there.
Nice.
Napstar, I'm not proud of it. It's almost like Jesse Jackson talking about spitting in somebody's food. I probably shouldn't have brought it up.
Deacon Dave said you got the clip. Deacon Dave said you got the clip.
Yeah, I bet you do.
Earlier too, it's we are products of our environment, right?
Well, my particular experience, and you know what, we were transiting the Suez Canal in Egypt. Man, I personally think, and it may have changed because this is like 20 years ago or 30 years ago. But when you take on a pilot through the Suez Canal, they practically just take over your ship. Okay, the prayer rug has to go into the captain's stateroom, which is just like blasphemy on a Navy ship. You must take on their vendors, like, the people selling the little fake gold watches and stuff. You got to have them on your fantail. There's some things that you are required to do. And I'm like, I'm on a motherfucking billion-dollar warship, and they're telling me that, they must use my captain's cabin. And let me tell you another thing that happened. The first time we anchored in Hurghada, Egypt, I happened to be the command duty officer, the guy who's basically the captain's representative. So I had this little Egyptian, like, ensign or something, putt up to the ship, gets up there. I'd like to talk to your captain. I'm like, what? You have to kind of know how things work in the military and the Navy in particular. I have no fucking clue who you are. You didn't call ahead for all I know. And I hate to say this, motherfucker, I don't know you. You could be wired with a, with a bomb for all I know. No, you're not going to see the captain. So it was that. I wasn't even going to go ask the captain. Hell no. Who are you? So he gets back in his boat in about half an hour, heading back to shore. Half an hour later, the port control people call and they go, y'all are all restricted to the ship. Don't even come aboard. Because I wouldn't let this little guy see the captain. So they're going to call out, hey, y'all can stay on the ship as far as we're concerned. If your captain won't talk to this little dude, you're not coming into town. I was pissed. So the captain's like, what the fuck? So I explained the story, and the captain's just like dies laughing, just shaking his head. So what they wanted, he just said, hey, you know what? We can't keep everybody on the ship. Just do what they want to do. And you know what? I was outraged. It's like some little Egyptian Navy, wanting to see the captain. I just had a problem with it, that whole experience. So it's just clouded my my opinion.
So you grew a resentment that you.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't call it a resentment, but I just, that backsheesh culture just doesn't do it for me.
True. But we can't grade all of humanity just on our
well, no, it's just Egypt, right? and I know. So I've known other Egyptians. One of my favorite bar was the Pirates Cove. He was Egyptian, got along with him famously, but it kind of put a sour taste in my mouth. But I know it's there, so I act accordingly. I'm not going to judge every person I meet by that little bastard standards.
You hear about the pirate that walked into the bar with the steering wheel in his pants?
I'm sorry, what?
Pirate walked into the bar. He had a steering wheel poking out of his pants. The bartender says, you got a steering wheel poking out of your pants. He says, it's driving me nuts.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Look at Herman. I don't even know what a slur is for an Egyptian.
Yeah, right.
I do know we had one of our guys get into a cab, and Hurghada at the time, I hear it's really like a super resort now. But back then it was looking a little shoddy. So some little sailor asked the cab driver, what the hell happened around here? Did Israel bomb y'all lately? Oh, the cab driver fucking slammed on the brakes and told him to get out.
Man.
When I heard that story, I was like, you did what?
And that's something in America that we can get away with kind of poking each other in the eye with on little stuff like that, the soft bigotry, like you said, the soft connotations, get a little bit harder and harder as the softness wears off, and
right.
It's real easy to get pulled into those. We had the NCAA tournament up here in Spokane the past 3 years.
Really?
And they come over to Coeur d'Alene. The teams come over to Coeur d'Alene and use the resort here and go to dinners and whatnot. And all 3 years we've had instances where the locals have harassed and intimidated, threatened, whatever you want to call it, the black kids that are over here in town. And it's the one bad apple, it's the one,
right.
It's the 4 or 5 guys that are just fucking jackasses anyways, that are inherent bigots and inherent racists and wear it on their sleeves and tattoos and shit. But, I think I think both you guys have the right and the same goal in mind, like Pope Francis did, that, we're just looking out for the better of all humanity. We want everybody to succeed. But
well, I wish I had that goal. I'm not worthy.
No.
I literally, start with the family and then kind of expand out, and your power kind of, to control things kind of dissipates the farther out you go.
Sure. Sure.
I might be a cynic in this way. I want things to work out well. I want Trump to be successful, but you know what? I'm not planning on it. Hope for the best, plan for the worst is kind of my mindset.
I was kind of pleasantly surprised by Biden. I wasn't rooting for him at all.
I actually thought Biden lost the whole kit and caboodle, if that's a term. when after Afghanistan. Okay, I just thought, you know what? Not that I had problems with him, but I knew right then and there that he was just gonna be ineffectual. They were gonna hammer. If you are directly responsible for screwing up something in a war as commander in chief, you're done.
Let me ask you a question.
He probably lost a lot of confidence in the military.
Can I ask you a question? Like, and I know both of you guys probably voted for Biden.
I didn't.
Did you really think that Biden was running? Did you think he was in charge? I never thought he was in charge, not one day.
Well, I thought at first he was.
Any decisions at all.
And basically, you know, if he's your guy, you don't, you know, sometimes you're the last to know, you know, what's actually happening. And quite frankly, after that State of the Union performance, where he was hitting all cylinders. So I'm like, oh, well, you know what? I just saw like a really good performance. You know, at least maybe he got enough rest or whatever. But you know, I kind of rest assured. Well, damn, if he can take a big event like that, and you know, he's going back and forth with the Republicans, you know, quip for quip, look good to me. So that June debate kind of
Republicans. You say in the State of the Union he was going back and forth with the Republicans?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that just
yelling at them and stuff?
Questions, or is that just a speech?
Well, no, I mean, you know, they were jeering and he was doing some jeering back.
Yeah.
Marjorie Taylor Greene and all that. Yeah, he was cracking jokes.
Oh,
That was a good one. His
you
ambient
know,
was
there was an article came out recently where, you know, more or less some people were saying that, you know, he basically he was out of it for a while.
I watched it live.
No, I'm talking about, you know, there was an article came out recently, maybe the last couple of months, where he was out of it, you know, like.
Okay, well, I literally just told you.
And I'm not talking about the State of the Union. I'm just talking about in his term, the last, you know, let's just say last 2 years, whatever. I can't remember what period they said, but, you know, more or less he was a shadow.
Right. Again, you know, sometimes if he's your guy, you're the last to see it. And
yeah, that's interesting.
That little, you know, performance at the State of the Union address, I'm like, well, you know, he's just old, but you know, when he needs to perform, he can. And then he called for that debate early. I'm like, oh shit, you know, he's throwing down the gauntlet. You know, he must know that he's going to go in there, you know, whatever pill they gave him, or, you know, the 2 days rest, whatever, he's going to go in there and, you know, he's at least going to hang competent. So I was stunned at that performance.
So you think they may have given him pills, or?
I don't know. I was making.
I mean, you mentioned pills. I
was a joke.
Oh, okay. Because you know, people have said that that you know you can drug someone up and get them to perform for a couple of hours.
That was the rhetoric that was being pushed. Yes, he was being pumped.
You know, I've heard that before. I don't know what drugs those would be, but I'm sure you can pump somebody up with drugs.
You know, when somebody provides me, I mean, I'm saying it's certainly possible.
Yeah.
That's also why we shouldn't have presidents that old.
Right? They were saying that because they're doing the same thing to Donald.
I mean, you know, Biden didn't really take any press conferences. You know, he more or less was hidden. Then we started looking.
We know why.
Except for every day that he did, and it just didn't.
I don't think Biden took press conferences every day now.
Fox News actually had him live every single time.
I mean, he wasn't going out before the press every day. I don't remember. I don't remember that. Maybe you're right.
No, I don't think he went out every day. He's
not trying to control the narrative, John. He's not trying to control this.
I remember Karine Jean-Pierre going out quite a bit. I don't remember Biden standing up on a regular basis and giving press. I don't remember him sitting in meetings with the cameras.
Right? Because Donald's putting on a show.
That's what I'm saying. I don't remember Biden putting on any kind of show.
He didn't. He just
right. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, you didn't see him, right? He didn't speak to the press. He was more or less tucked away. And I think
press though. It just didn't get.
I think he went at one point. It was maybe 100, 200 days without talking to the media during a press conference or something.
Yeah, well, you know, going over the glory days. He's not.
I just think that you know, if you really were looking and wanting to see something that it would be easy for you to deduce that, damn, I ain't seen this guy in 100 days. No one's really, he's not really speaking for himself. Other people speak for him.
Well, I was actually kind of charmed that Republicans, were like, hey, where is he? Obviously, they missed him.
Well, I mean, there were some things, just things that he said over the years, things that they were doing didn't kind of jive with what he said over the years. And so, it's just like, okay, the bigger.
I think he did a good job of playing the role of the president. I think he played the role well. It's the role of the president, that figurehead, and he should have been in public more for sure. But then again, he's pretty fucking slow. He wasn't asleep, but he wasn't dumb. He's not dumb. And I'll tell you what, Donald Trump is dumb. I mean, the dude is dumb. Listen to him talk, bro. How come every time he talks, he has to tell us how strong he is? And every time Carolyn comes out and she has to tell us what a strong, powerful statement he made. And strong and powerful is always this projected thing, right? Why is that? That's what he learned from Cohen when he was growing up. You always project strength. You never show weakness. You never admit that you are wrong.
Would you prefer that he show some weakness instead?
Yes, I would like for him to admit when he's wrong.
No, I said, would you like for him to show weakness?
If that's what weakness is considered, sure.
I mean, the wrong is wrong, but I'm saying, do you want him to show weakness? You can be strength in admitting that you're wrong.
Sure.
But do you want him to just show weakness for the sake of showing weakness? Like what weakness?
Okay, well, that would be as bad as showing strength for the sake of strength. Okay, be who you are is probably better advice.
Well, he's probably being who he is. It seems to be who he is.
Well, so you think Donald Trump is you think Donald Trump is a strong, virile man? Because if he was, they wouldn't have to say he was.
But what I'm saying is that if you want him to be weak,
do you think Donald Trump is strong?
I don't want him to be weak, though.
I'm just saying that he can project weakness or he can project strength.
So you would prefer him to project strength he doesn't have?
I think that's what everyone wants, someone to project strength.
I want people to be themselves.
Well, but you don't want a weak president, right?
But you know what? I don't want one who's faking strength either.
Would you rather him?
How about address what I said? I've told you what I would rather. I would rather him be himself.
I think he's being himself.
So you think he's strong?
Well, I think he talks about strength. Well, if he's strong,
we agree on that.
Do you think he's being himself?
I think he talks about it, and he's not.
He talks about a lot of things. I mean, you can focus on strength.
He talks about a lot of things that he's not. That's for sure.
Well, that would be in line with him being.
Would you rather him tell the truth more, or are you okay with lies?
Well, if you point out a lie, no one's going to be happy with the lie.
Would you rather him take a course of action and not backtrack, or would you rather that vacillation back between? Because I think it's weak when you tell China you're going to do something and then you decide not to do it a week later and they didn't come to the table at all. I think that's weakness. See, you talk about strength, but you act weak. China cowed him, is my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know exactly even what you're talking about.
Well, I know exactly what I'm talking about.
I don't know anything about
that. When I start talking about Donald Trump, I come from a position of knowing what I'm talking about. It's not based on feelings. It's based on what I read about him, like in the last 24 hours. The dude talks. He has his people calling him strong, and China doesn't think he's strong because they did not bend when he tariffed him to hell.
They know he's manipulatable. They know that they
can. I'd rather my president be who he is, strong, weak, whatever, but pretending to be strong and China proving that you're not, that's not good for the country.
The other thing that he says a lot when he's talking and he's riffing, right? He'll say, well, I don't want to say that, but I will say it this way. And he'll get into a line and he'll catch himself, and then he'll bring it back to the repetition, right? You got to say it 3 times so they hear you. He always, every time he speaks now, he's so far into this perpetual projection that he has to say things 3 times, right? He has to ramble on one answer for like 5 minutes to where it's making no fucking sense because he has to get that third point in of saying something 3 times, right? And then he'll catch himself and he'll go, well, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say that, but I'll say it.
When was the last time you heard him speak?
Every day, man. I work with the fucking. I work with the Lincoln Project. I watch everything.
What I'm saying is he speaking? Because I don't follow politics as close as you guys. Is Trump speaking every day?
Oh yeah, dude. That's the thing is, yeah, he's on multiple times a day. He's got his 1 p.m. Eastern. He's got Carolyn Levitt or Stephen Miller out in the parking lot, right, every afternoon.
I'm saying is Trump speaking, and I'm saying is Trump speaking, or are there other people speaking for him every day?
He's doing his own little deals in the Oval Office.
Really?
And then he's doing the press conference out front where we got guys like Tim Pool now, like being a part of the press corps.
Oh yeah, that's right. He shows up I saw a picture of him in that beanie.
Oh yeah.
Somebody needs to make him take off his hat when he's indoors.
Or wear a fucking suit.
I don't understand that fucking beanie.
Well, he's bald.
Someone said he did stop the tariffs on Chinese electronics. Someone said he kept the tariffs on Chinese. I don't know. I don't keep up with this shit.
This is special for you. Okay. Last week he said, see right here where it says tariffs could decrease from 145%. Okay. That's what he was talking tough last week. And all of a sudden it's now between 50 and 65. Okay. He was talking tough. And then he's like, oh, I'll slash it. China hasn't done shit other than stand their ground. They're not coming to the table yet. They've committed to nothing. So he didn't keep the 25% on China and Mexico, Herman. He increased it last week to 145%. And a week later, White House considered slashing China tariffs in some cases by more than half, according to a report. And what we're looking at on ground news, this is the right perspective, right-wing perspective.
So let me ask you this question, Stanley.
Hold on one sec. Okay, so I'm not looking at the left.
I understand.
The left-leaning journals, what I'm looking at is the right-leaning journals.
So let me ask you a question.
Can you hold on a second? I'm not done yet. Hold on one second, sir. I'm talking to Herman, one of the show's supporters. 25%. No, he didn't keep it. He like quadrupled it.
So he raised the tariff
to 145%. Would you like me to send you the link?
Someone says 0% for electronics. That's what J Dub was saying.
There was it was 0 for electronics, computers, and something else. However, the average everyday consumer doesn't deal with computers much, like buying them a lot. So again, my point, going back to what we were talking about strength wise, I would rather him be strong if he's going to talk like he's strong, rather than talk like he's strong and talk tough about China, then back off a week later. That is not strength.
So what happened here? Did they raise the taxes? Did they lower the taxes?
John, let me send you the link so you can read this for yourself. I've been talking about this for over a week.
But you just said they raised it to 140, and then this hit
145%.
Now they're thinking about cutting it. Now they're thinking about cutting it or considering cutting it?
Yes, they're considering it.
So right now, is it still at 140? So where is it right now? Is it 140?
Tariffs, this is according to the Wall Street Journal. Tariffs could decrease from 145% to between 50
where
and
are they right now?
As reported by the Wall Street Journal.
Where are the tariffs right now? What is the tariff today?
None of them are actually implemented.
It depends on the item.
Okay,
there are things. Okay, dude, I don't know what you're trying to do here, but
I'm asking you a question.
It is annoying.
So where is the 145%?
If you want the questions answered, I will send you the link so you can research this yourself. Don't trust me.
I'm just asking.
Don't trust me.
He set the 145 on the judgment or on Liberation Day, right? When he announced
weren't you here on Liberation Day?
What is it on? If it's not
That-
on
that was
electronic,
when they were
what is it
thinking-
on?
Okay, well,
145.
do you know we send them all, dude? Hold on one second.
I don't know anything, so I'm asking.
Have you been to Walmart? Have you ever been in a Walmart?
So it's on Walmart stuff.
Okay,
It's
a
separate.
lot of the clothes and stuff
Oh,
like that, the
oh.
Temu stuff, all the little trinkets
Okay,
that
I
you
got
buy,
I
your
got you.
comb, all
Right,
the little things,
I got you.
doodads that
I
you
got
buy.
I got you.
The
I got
only
you.
exception, if
Is
China
electronic.
sends us computers or electronics, he's not
Got you.
putting tariffs on those.
Okay, got you. All right. I mean, that's clear now.
Because Elon needed the computers for his cars.
Probably.
Okay, got you.
Anyhow,
Yeah, that all makes sense.
it's all bullshit, is what it is, guys.
Plasma Void, you know what? Fuck you.
Not one tariff has been implemented. Okay, there's not
Okay, they're
one
not
that's
implemented.
into effect. You can't put in a tariff on executive order. It has to be Congress funded and Congress approved. Okay, this is all market manipulation, is what it is.
Hey, Speak Radio, I realize he has advisors, and maybe you weren't here earlier when I made the point. Usually, presidents have advisors who are smarter than they are. I'm not sure that Trump is. I don't see people like Pete Hegseth is even smarter than Trump. I don't think his advisors, his advising team, is that strong. His economics, Peter Navarro is like one of these principal economic advisors. I don't consider. I think Peter Navarro, from what I've seen, and I've seen him several times in the past few years, he looks like he is just plain old unstable. So
Marco
I
Rubio's
don't think his advisors are that great. However, he is the president. The ultimate choice lies with him. He gives the yes or no. So I can't excuse Trump. He is the president. And
This plays right into what I was saying.
He's the one who gave the speech on Liberation Day, not his advisors.
And yeah, he's not pulling any strings. He's not doing jack shit. He does have advisors that are teaching him and telling him what to do. And the main one is who? Stephen fucking Miller.
Well, I hopefully he's not. Stephen Miller's not advising him on economics. You think
He's the one that's in his ear all day, every day, bro. He's the one
Well,
that's out there
yeah,
doing his own press
Stephen
conferences.
Miller was the one on that signal chain.
Yeah.
Where basically he insinuated he was speaking for the president.
Absolutely. Because he's a puppet of who? The Heritage Foundation, right? So Donald's not pulling any fucking strings, you guys. I can't believe
I
we're
think
actually
he
arguing
is.
that he's making decisions. He's not making any decision. The only decision he makes is whether or not he's going golfing that day or not.
Well,
He doesn't give
I
a shit about
think he's actually the president, and I think he's responsible for all the decisions, even if he's not making them. The buck stops with Trump.
Correct. And it should, but what's his typical MO, right? Hire the best people, only the best, until he gets rid of them and disavows everything that they had to do and, completely. I like looking at the tactics. Okay. I voted for Ross Perot my whole life. I'm a blue dot in a red state. My blue vote isn't going to go jack shit anywhere in Idaho. But I'm a fence sitter, straight up. Okay, I like to sit on the fence and poke both sides in the eye and hold both sides accountable. And the rhetoric and the tactics that are being used are way different than they've ever been. Stephen Miller, is the guy that's in Trump's ear all day long, Herman. Okay, so I'll tell you what. Let's get together sometime and do a deep dive on Stephen Miller.
The interesting thing is I haven't seen hide nor hair of his chief of staff.
Oh no, that shit. Where's JD?
Now he's been traveling a lot. Currently, he's in India.
Yeah, kind of crazy that he met with the Pope like 12 hours before he Putin nap, right?
Well, I mean, the Pope. He was on. I didn't realize he'd had a portion of his lung removed when he was young.
Oh yeah.
So he got double pneumonia. So
He definitely needs to lay off the eyeliner a little bit. He's right on the verge of like goth queer or just straight queer.
Okay, Plasma Void. Let me get something you can use. I'm surprised you can't do gift articles. Oh, there it is.
I mean, between Stephen Miller and Stephen Bannon, and the fact that basically Elon crept his way in the back door when Bannon was in prison for embezzling money from Trump donors to build the wall, right? So while Bannon is in prison, Elon works his way in the back door. They're both button heads now. Elon's on his way out because he's got all the information that Trump promised him for buying the presidency for him, right? This is the playbook out of Project 2025. This is the mandate for leadership being copied and pasted into executive order. I know you guys didn't read all 900 pages, but I read it twice. Okay, and like, I'm not trying to like one side or whatever this thing, but like, look into the Heritage Foundation. Look at the money and look at the people that are behind it. Look at the owners of corporations that are billionaires that are in Trump's cabinet. That have
Herman. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Conflict of interest is what it's all about. We should not ever have people with vested interest making policy that directly affects them. We shouldn't have guys like Charles Schwab making $1 billion in one day off of market manipulation from throwing out these big numbers on tariffs and whatever else that are bullshit. None of this shit's been implemented. I'm still ordering shit off of Temu for my businesses every single day. Every day.
Oh, really?
There's nothing been implemented.
So, I mean, you think he's just kind of yanking chains?
He's a producer, man. What's he been doing for the past 50 years of his life? He's been in front of the camera, producing his own TV show, driving his own narrative, driving his own persona, right? Everything that's bad is fake news. They're after me. They don't like me. They don't like me. He's a fucking narcissistic, sycophantic sociopath with fucking all kinds of psychopathic tendencies. Okay. And we got people literally kneeling at his feet, kissing the boots of dear leader before they're even told to. That's
let me play this for Herman right quick. And Herman, if this doesn't do it for you, let me know. I'll find something else. I had a New York Times article, and I'd have to dig to find it. It's probably in my Slack somewhere. But let's see if this answers the questions good enough for you. This is from Forbes. Didn't know they had a newsroom.
Oh, yeah. They do a lot.
Hi, everybody. I'm Brittany Lewis, a breaking news reporter here at Forbes. Joining me now is Gordon Chang, political commentator and author of Plan Red.
Oh, I know who
China's
Gordon
project
Chang
to
is.
Destroy America. Gordon, thank you so much for joining me again today.
Well, thank you, Brittany.
There is some developing news with the ongoing trade war with China, so I want to dive right into it. On Wednesday morning, the Wall Street Journal reported that the White House was considering a significant slash in the tariffs against China from 145% to between approximately anywhere from 50% to 65%. But just this afternoon, White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt said this: there will be no unilateral reduction in tariffs against China. The president has made it clear. China needs to make a deal with the United States of America. To start off the conversation, can you talk exactly where you think we are right now in the trade war with China?
This was last week, yeah?
There's certainly been a lot of conversations.
You know what?
both
It was
yesterday
on
and today
Ground
about
News.
a trade deal with China. So, for instance, Treasury Secretary Bessent at the Institute
Let
of
me
International
see
Finance
if they
today
gave a date.
talked about a, quote, opportunity for a big deal. He was referring to a rebalancing
Says this is
of the
15
Chinese
hours ago.
economy, which I think is going to be extremely difficult to accomplish, largely because Xi Jinping doesn't want consumption to be a major portion of the Chinese economy. He wants it to be manufacturing based. But nonetheless, these comments, not only from the Treasury Secretary, but from the president himself, indicate that the administration does want a deal. And certainly that has made the markets very happy. So the question is, are these conversations, are they real, or are they just an attempt to boost equity values?
I want to get into exactly what Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent said during his remarks at the Institute of International Finance on Wednesday. This is what he said regarding China. Quote, China's current economic model is built on exporting its way out of its economic troubles. It's an unsustainable model that is not only harming China, but the entire world. China needs to change. The country knows it needs to change. Everyone knows it needs to change, and we want to help it change because we need rebalancing too. What is overall your impression of Besson's messaging when it comes to China?
Well, those comments, we have heard from administration officials for decades, because it's been clear that the Chinese economy has been unbalanced. And as the Treasury Secretary said today, China has actually been moving in the wrong direction in the last couple of years. Consumption accounts for something like 38, 39% of China's gross domestic product, which is abnormally low. And that's because Xi Jinping wants it to be low. He does not want the consumer to be empowered. That goes against Communist Party ideology. It also undermines his ability to develop a war economy. And he also wants to keep incentives that help the Chinese banking system and core constituencies in the Communist Party. So I don't know if there's anything that the U.S. can do to get Xi Jinping to change his mind on those issues, which I think he holds very close to his heart, which means that I don't think that if a trade deal is going to be based upon a rebalancing of the Chinese economy, I just don't see how that happens.
I think a lot of people were wondering who is going to blink first in this tit-for-tat tariff game. Is it going to be the United States or is it going to be China? And on Tuesday, Besson reportedly told investors that he expects a de-escalation with China very soon. And President Trump said that the tariff rate with China will come down substantially, but it won't be zero. In your opinion, does it look? It does look like President Trump.
Let me stop it right there. Okay, so it's going to come down significantly, not zero. However, my thing is, why jack it up in the first place if the intent was to shock China into coming to the negotiating table? It did not work. And as I've been saying, at least for a week, if not a little longer, China's the only country on earth that can stand toe-to-toe with the United States, mainly because of the trade imbalance. They send a hell of a lot more to us than we do to them. And they also own a lot of stuff in America. And they own like $1 trillion worth of debt. Okay. China, you're not going to yank China around. And Donald Trump needs to maybe whip out that scalpel instead of using the sledgehammer, jacking shit up to 145%, only to reduce it the next week. It makes him not look strong. Okay, they can say he's strong, but he's not acting strong.
It's just a boogeyman. There's no substance behind it. This was last Wednesday when he made that statement in the afternoon that he wasn't going to reduce or nothing was going to change. She came out, Carolyn came out and said nothing's going to change.
He did.
2 hours later, Trump comes out and says he's going to reduce everything to put the stop on the drop on the market that day. Little break check, right? And
I actually think, for instance,
the guy was testifying. Remember the other guy was testifying for something unrelated in Congress, and during his testimony, he gets a tweet on his phone, and like 10 minutes later, they ask him all the questions about, like, you knew this was going to happen. He had previously testified that nothing was going to change, everything's going to stay at the 145. And then 2 hours later, in his own testimony, it changed after Trump made a tweet, right? Because tweeting on X is now official form of communication.
I didn't know he was back on X. I thought he was still using.
Oh yeah, no, that's the whole thing with this thing is that Twix, right, is now the official form of communication. He either puts it out on Truth Social and it gets deleted within a couple hours, so only the sycophants see it, or it goes on Twitter and stays up there for maybe 6 or 8 hours. It doesn't go on the U.S. website. It doesn't go on the White House website. Like, I try to find a list of all the executive orders.
Right. I think there's one. I know the New York Times had one at some point. They've probably been about
on the government list, though, right?
Oh,
because,
I see.
like the WhiteHouse.org shut down. Like most of the ones that we were looking at earlier with Ronald was like.
Let me
the
Shadow
information.
Observer. How long is a good question, but why is a better question? Okay, if you're going to jack it up, leave it up. Okay, this flip-flopping week in and week out, it eventually it's going to make him look indecisive.
No,
Okay,
he wants it to make him look strong, right? This is the narrative of being strong
What-
is to bring other leaders to his feet to beg for his
right,
cooperation.
but China's not going to beg. I mean,
They don't
that's
need
almost like against their
No,
against their
again,
culture. Because
by
if they
our-
beg, they lose face. Well,
and
look
they
at
gotta
this
project
fool.
strength because they're
Stock market up 3 points. Hoo hoo.
Nice. Not bad after it's only down what, a couple thousand.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, this happens every time, whatever. But
So
it's manipulated.
there was something. Oh, I wanted to point out something else that's you know, excuse me, news comes out that Donald Trump, I think it was maybe Donald Trump himself saying, hey, there are big plans. You know, there's some big changes coming to the State Department. Marco Rubio says, no, that's fake news.
Poor
And
Marco.
now Marco Rubio has just rolled out a plan. I don't know whether, maybe just say no comment, I don't know. I just don't like the way they do this. It to me, it's just herky jerky. They look disorganized.
It's all about driving the narrative, though. It's about
Yeah,
controlling
but
the
what
information,
narrative?
driving the narrative.
Well, if it's flooding the
So-
zone, I say they're doing that. But
Yeah.
people aren't going to put up with this for very long. It's worse so far than it was in his first administration.
Hey, you know why we didn't have a bunch of Biden flags with him, like with his 6-pack abs holding a velociraptor on his shoulder? Because we're not a cult.
I guess. 12th man, all you suckers sold. I didn't sell shit. You know what? And that's the other thing. People coming in here, you know what? I'm not going to even make that comment, but I'm unimpressed with, people, let's see. Hey, that's funny. Shut up, Stanley. You're a roll top desk top war hero clerical division. Am I now? About I don't know what to say to that. I guess you know what? Proof is in the pudding. So I don't know. Where do we go from here? Herman, is this good enough? This video good enough, or do you need something else? Yeah, hey, a lot of these trolls, J-Dub, I've known a while. So they come in hot. That's good to see you there. Ignat, are you coming up? Because I'm getting up at 7:20. I'm not doing this. Okay, well, you had questions. I think it was you, and I just wanted to make sure you were understanding where I was coming from. So let's see. I could play this, but I think I'm just going to save it. I might stir up too many hornets if I do this. Oops. This is from Robert Reich, by the way. Ineptitude, incompetence, stupidity, and chaos. I think I might just play that like tonight to start off tomorrow morning show. Well, now see, Michael, you got to know the history. The whole reason China became, what it is because these businesses back in the 90s, I guess it was, maybe even back in the 80s, they decided to move these. As a matter of fact, I worked for a company that moved its operations to Mexico because they could pay these people much less. It was cheaper to manufacture overseas, pay these workers a pittance, and then ship it back over to the United States and sell it. They actually made more money doing it that way rather than pay U.S. workers a minimum wage or whatever a union might want their workers paid. So that's how China became what it is. And quite frankly, it was probably cool up until COVID. Everything was cooking along fairly good until COVID, and we got that COVID rug pulled out from under us, and all of a sudden, supply chains and all this stuff were ruined.
Exposed to weakness in the system. Yeah.
I think the first thing that scared me was that who knew China made most of the masks in the U.S.
Yeah.
It's like Fauci had to lie, which I thought was despicable. He should have just said, "Hey, we don't have enough," or just don't go out or something. But basically, we didn't have enough masks at the beginning of COVID because we weren't accepting stuff from China, COVID central. Yep. So the supply chains, pharmaceuticals, all these pharmaceuticals being made over in China, I didn't know that before COVID. So COVID changed a lot.
Big time. Exposed to huge weakness in the system. But what do we expect when the only thing that Americans have wanted for the past 50, 60 years is cheap goods?
Yeah.
And corporations are bound by what? Shareholders, and shareholders are bound by what? Return on investment. When we have corporations promising a return on investment, and the government backing up those corporations and subsidizing them because they're too big to fail, right? Then we have a problem.
Let me dispel some hopes or pop some balloons or something. These companies are not coming back here. A few of them will, I'm sure, but there's not going to be some mass exodus of U.S. companies coming back to onshore their manufacturing processes. Not going to happen. Because
do what? How many Americans want to go to work for $3 an hour in a toilet paper factory?
Well, the thing is it takes years to build these factories.
No shit. And major investments that they're not going to put in because they know this is only a 2-year at the most, maybe a 4-year thing.
Yeah, they're going to, and even you kind of make a good point here, Shadow Observer. If they do come back, they're going to automate the hell out of these plants. Building a new plant now that we have AI and all these, advanced robotics and stuff. Yeah, you're right.
That's the other thing the Treasury Secretary was talking about last week is that, even if they do come up, it's not like they're putting Americans to work. They're going to be robotic, automated, autonomous jobs.
Latino,
trained to run computers.
I would have to have Ryan talk about that. I don't think it's going to be the win folks think it is, because again, if they came back tomorrow, it might take 5 years to build some of these manufacturing facilities. There's a outside of Savannah, out in Effingham County, I think it's Hyundai, has been building this facility that thing must be like 8 football fields long or something. They've been building on that for like years. And it's still not open, but they've probably 5 years they've been building on it. Bob will be replacing the workforce. Bots. Okay, I thought you said Bob. So anyway, I'm going to save this for tonight. I don't want to ruffle any more feathers more than I have to.
Yeah, I will. I don't give a shit anymore.
Now this is Robert Reich, though. I think Robert Reich is kind of like he is a Berkeley professor. I'll just put it that way. He tends to be shit. He sometimes rubs me the wrong way.
Oh yeah. And that's the thing with, like we've talked about, Stan, that it's all media, right, has a purpose, has an agenda. All media is propaganda. Propaganda doesn't care what the information is contained. The only point is to make you feel a different way. And not even driving the way you feel, just to make you feel. That's all that information is supposed to do, especially in this political shit that we got going on right now. This both sides normalizing of bullshit narrative that we've got going on. Like,
yeah, I'm going to shut this down. Everyone, I actually have a show with my buddy Charles. Actually, we're going to talk Black American demographics, some of which we talked about a few days ago. I guess maybe it was Tuesday morning, or maybe it was even Monday morning. I lose my sense of time. But anyway, it's at 5 o'clock Eastern. I'll send out a post or something, because sometimes it winds up being an hour later. But it won't be anything folks haven't heard. But come over and support Charles's channel. One of these days, I'm going to have some of the shows on my channel, and we may even simulcast it between his channel and my channel. I haven't really figured it out yet, but
we need to get you an InstaFace page and a FaceTime page and get you on the
yeah.
Twitch.
You know what though? I've got my little band of brothers over on my channel, and I happen to know I'm an acquired taste. So the people who actually do kind of subscribe, kind of just either put up with me or something like that. So. If I ever get to 1,000 subscribers, then I'll take myself seriously.
Well, just remember, a third of those are going to be haters, and your haters are always your most dedicated fans.
Yeah, I don't have any haters on my channel yet. Not that they all come from John Galt's channel.
They'll come. They always come.
The urban John Galt, the urban landlord, home of the hater. So anyway, everybody, if you're new, please subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Please subscribe to @Stanley Cross. @Stanley Cross 6000. Because if nothing else, I send out posts every now and again just to so people know what I'm doing, and I don't do much apparently. I will be on probably 3:30 tomorrow morning. Not sure if I'm going to do a Friday into Saturday show. When I woke up this morning, I was feeling pretty peaked, kind of tired. So I will do one tonight. Not sure about Friday night into Saturday, but who knows? The spirit may grab me. And I want to go ahead and thank the people who kind of inspired me to
for sure.
The show sponsors, Deacon Dave, Claris. I haven't seen Claris today. Dolomite, and Here for the Tea. I want to thank y'all for supporting the show. I really appreciate it because I know I can be a little out there and a little bit of a handful sometimes, but it's because of passion, man. It's because of passion.
Yeah.
And Uncle Fatty, as usual, thank you for being here.
Always a pleasure, my friend.
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Chad, Lady Portia, Mr. John.
Yep, John Portia. John may be doing a show today. I didn't see anything on the schedule, but sometimes the spirit hits him, and I'm sure he's going to do a show about me today. So y'all tune in for that. Oh, Shadow, you know who Robert Reich is? Good for you. Awesome. Yep.
Yeah.
USC, not USC. He's at Cal Berkeley, is where he's a professor.
Starbucks.
Inflammatory rhetoric, really?
Does anybody know when those crisis actor checks start coming?
Those what?
The crisis actor checks. I've been out at all these protests, and I'm supposed to be getting paid for that, aren't I? Soros money. So when do these Soros checks start coming?
Well, I don't know. Maybe Robert Reich will know.
Oh, fuck up. I'll ask him.
He's the Soros Professor of Economics at Berkeley. All right, folks.
In them dick rockets.
I am heading out, and our new favorite closing song will be playing momentarily. Hey, oh wait, hold it. I'm glad you just showed up, Roller Skater. I almost forgot. Hold on. We have a new skating video.
What's up?
Let's see. Is it a video file? Desktop. There we are. Let's see if we can. No, that's not the one. Hold on. Let me find the right one. Sorry about that. Let me find the right one. It's on my desktop somewhere. There it is. Sorry. That looks dangerous.
Oh. Gonna shoot it. Nice.
All right. Well, keep sending them. I enjoy seeing them.
You should see me on a set of rollerblades. I'll tell you what.
What are you better at rollerblading or snowboarding?
Oh, snowboarding for sure. But summertime, we'll take our skateboard ramps down here to the lake and set them up on the dike wall and do like double, triple backs into the lake on the rollerblades. Tow in behind a Subaru with a ski rope.
Oh, wow. All right, folks. Well, apparently there's an after party at Be Brave and Think. So nice. Y'all, I guess, go over there. Tell him I said hi. I might tune in later, but I got a couple things I got to do. So everybody, I will see you in the morning. Thank you so much, Latino. I appreciate that compliment. So I will see everybody. And T, if you're doing a show, I will definitely be on before I go on. Oh, look at that little chihuahua.
Yeah, little Tato.
Oh, I used to have my first dog was a little chihuahua. So I have a thing for him. Mean little bastard.
I had a 220-pound English Mastiff I just had to put down here before Christmas.
Oh, really? How long did you have it?
She's a big girl. She was 10 and a half.
Oh.
No, she was 11 and a half. And yeah, she was.
Yeah, you know what? I had to put the family dog down. I guess it's about 3 years ago now, maybe 4 years. And it just fucking like, I don't want another dog. It's like it's too depressing.
Oh yeah, we never go through life imagining without everything.
Well, it was my wife's dog, and after she passed, it kind of, she kind of just bonded with me. But it's kind of like the last vestige. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So
style.
Yeah, it had a little bit more impact than if it was just a dog. So,
sure.
All right, y'all. Talk to you later.
Be good.
You too.
Don't do anything I would do.
Well, then you know what? Then I will not have a good day if I don't.
If you know somebody who drive a truck, I bet you he done had a relationship with a lot lizard. All these truck drivers love these lot lizards. I promise. Lot lizard, come on baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard, put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard, call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard, twerk, 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 twerk. And she at the truck stop, walking with her butt out, and she got her stomach out, and she only come out when the sun out. She's a lot lizard. She's a lot lizard. He can be your boyfriend, cousin, husband, daddy, brother. It don't even matter if he driving trucks all around the country and he making money. I bet you he fuck a lot lizard. Come on, baby, get inside the truck. Lot lizard. Put your head down and ass up. Lot lizard. Call me $40 just to fuck. Lot lizard. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Twerk, 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 twerk. Lot lizard. Twerk, twerk.